Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626. Let's make a bet. The results of yesterday's advanced screening are unknown, but looking at the current media response, Wayne guessed that the results would not be very satisfactory. Otherwise, given the media and film critics' nature of always changing their minds and sitting on the fence, there is no reason to criticize this big ship. Leonardo DiCaprio, an actor who can only sell his face on the big screen. After swallowing the scrambled eggs in her mouth, Naomi Watts looked at the newspaper as if she had discovered a new world, and her voice was full of excitement. The entire feature film of Titanic lasts 194 minutes, and it is full of Leonardo DiCaprio showing off his handsome face. Is this how director James Cameron arranged it? He probably wants to use Leonardo DiCaprio's face to redeem the $200 million invested by 20th Century Fox and Paramount Pictures in the global film market. Chicago Sun-Times, Roger Ebert. Some film critics are relatively mild in their language, even if they are not optimistic about the prospects of Titanic. When talking about the specific content, they only say that it is old-fashioned and tacky. But there is no shortage of sarcastic reviews. Many well-known film critics have given Titanic a score of 4 or 5 in their newspaper columns. Obviously, in the eyes of this group, a super blockbuster with a production cost of $200 million, the current big ship is completely unqualified. Honey, do you still hold on to your opinion? Naomi Watts read several articles in a row, which were sarcastic and harsh from all angles. Maybe even she herself felt bored. She simply put down the newspaper, continued to eat breakfast, and looked at the silent man opposite her, and asked provocatively, of course. Facing the woman's provocation, Wayne nodded without hesitation. He looked up and glanced at the Australian actress and continued to stuff beef into his mouth and said vaguely, do you want to bet? What bet? When Naomi Watts heard about the bet, her eyes immediately became alert and the whole person felt deeply malicious. There was no other reason, just because the two had known each other for almost 10 years and she had never won even once in the daily bets. Let's bet on this Titanic to have a global box office of over $1 billion. How about it? He understood this woman too well. While speaking, he did not hesitate to reveal a smile with a strong sense of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. If it's over $1 billion, I'll make a request. If it's not, you make a request. Anything I can do. Over the past few years, countless lessons have been constantly reminding Naomi Watts, but when she saw the mocking expression on the man's face, coupled with the stakes this time, the woman subconsciously hesitated. Boy, are you sure you want to do this? The Australian actress frowned slightly, and although she was constantly feeling timid in her heart, she was not at all forgiving in her words. One request. Even if you take out tens of millions of real money, and then personally write, produce, and direct a movie for me, that's fine. Yep. Looking at the greed in the woman's eyes, Wayne nodded without hesitation, which was considered to be an approval of the other party's conditions. Just as this woman understood him, he also understood the other party's ambitions and his career very well. When the stakes are so high, even if the woman knows that the hope of winning is slim, she will agree to it for just in case. F***K. I agree. I'll make the bet. Naomi Watts gritted her teeth, stretched out her white palm, raised her head slightly, and looked at the man opposite her provocatively. That's right, she would never miss such an opportunity. As long as there was a 1% chance, she would make the bet. Shit, if I lose, even if you let me get high and hang out with those bitches, I'll accept it and do it. Pa. Seeing the fierce expression on the woman's face, Wayne gracefully put down the knife and fork in his hand. He leaned his upper body on the sofa, also stretched out a hand, and made a crisp high five. Perhaps the bet between the two was more like a harmless joke, but after the first day of the release on Friday, Naomi Watts had a very proud smile on her face. The first day box office of Titanic, even with the advanced screening, just broke $10 million. The figure announced by 20th Century Fox was just over $13 million. This number basically dispelled most of her doubts, and also dispelled the doubts of countless media. Various entertainment news and film information were full of sarcasm and criticism of Titanic. As the first weekend after the movie was released passed, similar remarks became more and more noisy, as if the quality of this big ship was seen by everyone in just one weekend. $28 million. Titanic, a huge movie, only received a total of $28 million in the first 3 days of North America. The sinking ship, the biggest joke in Hollywood history, 20th Century Fox's typical fool-like investment, and so on. The media couldn't wait to put the title on the production company and James Cameron. Compared with the actors who starred in the movie, the attacks they received were relatively conservative. The criticism of Leonardo DiCaprio in the media has completely exceeded the scope of sarcasm. Titanic ruined the good reputation accumulated by his previous movies such as Vanilla Sky in just 3 days. In fact, when Monday came, Wayne did not pay any attention to the so-called big ship box office disaster. He turned around and went to Warner Studios to start the final shooting of The Flash. No one knew better than him how much stamina this big ship had. Those media and film critics were blinded by the first week box office. As long as a week or two passed, those people would be slapped on the left and right sides of their faces by the incredible market results, just like they criticized Star Wars back then. Boy, $28 million. My god. A full $28 million. During the lunch break, Naomi Watts, wearing sunglasses on her face and a Channel latest dress, walked into the studio with a proud expression. She greeted and chatted with familiar staff along the way, and after coming to the director's seat, she slapped a newspaper on the table. If I were you, I wouldn't be so proud so early. Wayne shook his head helplessly, without even looking at the newspaper on the table, motioned Sofia Coppola to take away the lunch in front of him, leaned back in the chair, tilted his head and lit a cigarette. It's a pity you're not me. Ha, Lillian, thank you. Nodding and politely thanking Lillian who brought the chair, Naomi Watts sat down proudly, looked through the sunglasses, and carefully observed the expression of the man next to her. Nina obviously knew about the bet, and seeing the proud woman, she shrugged and sighed helplessly in her heart. After packing up her things, Sofia Coppola approached the assistant and asked a few questions in a low voice. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at the smug Australian actress in surprise. She couldn't help but say, "You will lose, Ms. Watts." What? Seeing that Wayne didn't want to pay attention to her, Naomi Watts kept smoking silently and writing in the director's notebook. She simply moved her chair and approached Nina and Sofia Coppola, pointing at the newspaper on the table in surprise. No way. The first week box office of Titanic is only $28 million. Her meaning was clear. The first week report card of $28 million, let alone compared with Wayne's Batman, The Dark Knight, is also dwarfed by those hot summer popcorn movies. According to the rules of Hollywood, basically all new movies will be officially released on Fridays, and this Titanic is of course no exception. And the single day box office performance on Friday, the first day of release, is a weather vane recognized by the industry. If the film has a good response on a single day, it can basically get a relatively ideal opening performance in the 3 days from Friday to Sunday. Therefore, professionals in the industry will basically pay more attention to the single day box office on Friday and the box office in the first 3 days of the weekend after the film is released. This performance can usually tell the market prospects of the film. Ms. Watts, you may not have noticed. Speaking of the market rules of Hollywood movies, Sofia Coppola, who grew up here since she was a child, knows it more thoroughly than anyone else, but she is the same as Wayne. She didn't even look at the so-called authoritative newspaper. She just stared at the Australian actress with some embarrassment and said, "The media under 20th Century Fox and even Paramount Pictures have not reduced the scale of publicity and promotion of Titanic today in order to stop the loss as soon as possible. Instead, they have increased their investment in this area. This shows that." At this point, she glanced at the other party's face, obviously not wanting to cause some unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing that the two women beside her were staring at her, she continued, "Obviously, this shows that both companies have gained full confidence in the market research of Titanic. Audience reputation." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Naomi Watts thought of audience reputation. Whether it was the comments in the media or the sarcastic comments of film critics, they were not as authentic as the reactions given by the big capital film companies. The fact that the two big six giants worked together to invest heavily in publicity and promotion showed that the unpublished audience reputation survey of the film had achieved a rare praise rate. Good sensitivity. The man's voice suddenly sounded, and the three women looked up and found that Wayne was staring at Sofia Coppola with admiration. It has nothing to do with sensitivity. I just saw too many different examples since I was a child. Sofia Coppola spread his hands and responded modestly. Many people are blinded by box office figures. Sober people become particularly precious. Shaking his head, Wayne took a sip of coffee, and the praise in his tone was very obvious. You are very calm, Sofia. Although the angle of speculation is simple and crude, the accuracy rate is very high. Observing the movement of capital is a very smart way. In a way, if Wayne had not known that the box office of the big ship would explode, he would probably be blinded by this pitiful box office figure, so he praised his assistant with rare sincerity in his tone. Chapter 627 Hollywood's long legs theory. Movies with overwhelming audience word of mouth often mean that they will have great staying power, and there is almost no surprise about this. You know, the first line of people who go to the theater to watch movies are not the media or film critics. They are usually staring at the data. The first line of movie sinking is always the audience. Therefore, the audience's word of mouth, especially the large-scale positive reviews, can really be converted into real money and movie box office. During the break at noon, several people had a simple chat. As the afternoon work began, Naomi Watts took the initiative to hide in the director's office and waited for Wayne to finish work. In fact, even if Sofia Coppola gave her own speculation hints, the Australian actress was still not optimistic about this film, especially the global box office that could exceed $1 billion. The overwhelming audience word of mouth can indeed change the box office trend to some extent, but even if the improvement is large, the box office of this film in the first weekend is $28 million. The biggest change in Hollywood since the 1990s is the strong development of the global film market. It is precisely the great success of the globalization strategy that has produced one or two extremely high box office movies almost every year. But Naomi Watts noticed that, even though there are movies with eye-catching box office every year, the top 10 box office in the history of film box office actually change very little. If it weren't for the fact that Wayne's Batman, The Dark Knight swept the world in the middle of this year, I'm afraid that the box office list in the history of film box office would still not change this year. This is very telling. Even in the media now, it is not like in previous years, and it is not easy to hype that a movie can break 300 million in North America and 1 billion in the world. Countless examples in a few years have made everyone sober. Breaking 300 million in North American box office and breaking 1 billion in global box office is still the result of luck of a very small number of people with a very small probability. Counting those works that have broken the $1 billion in global box office, none of them achieved such a poor result in the first weekend. So she is sure that, even if the box office of Titanic is strong later, the market size in North America will be at most about 100 million. Obviously, the development of things has always been in line with Naomi Watts' expectations. When the time came to the last working day of this week, the crew of The Flash finished all the filming work. Before another weekend, most of the crew members disbanded in the studio. The box office of Titanic basically did not improve at all, and it still maintained a mediocre appearance. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye again. On Monday morning, 20th Century Fox announced the second weekend box office of Titanic through its media. In a short period of time, the entire Hollywood and the entire North American entertainment media lost their due voices. Compared with the box office of $28 million in the first weekend, the movie took $35 million in the 3 days of the second weekend, despite the pessimism of professionals in the media. Compared with the first weekend, the box office rose against the trend in the second weekend. This spectacle of film history was proudly revealed by 20th Century Fox when no one was prepared. You know, Titanic is not without strong competitors. Starship Troopers is like a little dark horse, and it has always performed very well. Miramax's Good Will Hunting, which was released the week after Titanic, also earned over $30 million at the box office. But no matter how strong other films were, this big ship was surprisingly stable, moving forward slowly and steadily. All competition was like small splashes in the sea, slowly crushed by this big ship. One week, on Monday morning, Agent Jimmy held a stack of newspapers and pushed open the door of the living room of Greenberg Manor. The first thing he said, after sitting down, was the Titanic that made countless people speechless. In the more than 1 week since Titanic was released, there was a girl who watched the movie more than 50 times. F***K. She almost slept in the cinema. And he was talking about the girl who watched the movie the most. There were many reports on this in the entertainment newspapers Jimmy threw on the coffee table, and many girls who watched the movie dozens of times accepted interviews from reporters. I would rather sleep in the cinema to see Leo more. Although I cry every time I watch a movie, Leo is so handsome. I'm willing to empty my pocket to the last cent for Leonardo DiCaprio. Jimmy shook his head, looked at the people on the sofa, and said with emotion, "These girls are too crazy. Who said that selling your face can't make money?" Wayne shrugged and picked up a newspaper with a smile. As he expected, the media that criticized Leo for selling his face before now praised Leo to the sky, as if the previous harsh comments did not exist, and began to hype the great love performed by Leonardo DiCaprio. The tone of the media changes too quickly. Naomi Watts tilted her head and glanced at the newspaper. She said helplessly, "The box office of Titanic hasn't even exceeded $100 million yet. These people can't wait to make the movie sky high. Have you ever seen a movie that can go against the trend in the box office in the next weekend?" After throwing the newspaper back on the coffee table, Wayne picked up the coffee in front of him, took a sip and continued, "This can be regarded as a miracle in film history. The audience's reputation is so strong that it has changed all market rules. As a Hollywood film director, it would be a lie to say that he is not envious and jealous of James Cameron's miracle. Even his heart inexplicably felt sour. Throughout the history of film, no director can act like a truck driver in front of his peers all over the world. To be precise, even the later Avatar did not have as many viewers as this movie. The miracle-making steps of Titanic are still just the beginning." Naomi Watts stared at the newspaper and murmured in a low voice, "The staying power caused by the word of mouth of the fans." "Yes, the staying power." Wayne nodded and said with some regret, "But don't think too much. Such a scene is basically impossible to replicate." Staying power. This is actually the name translated into Chinese, and the circle calls this word legs. Legs, yes, thighs. If a movie has a good premiere performance, but the box office drops sharply in the later period, it is very likely that the audience has a bad reputation. That is, the staying power is insufficient, which is commonly known as short legs. If a movie's box office in the first week is not impressive, after the second week, the box office begins to gradually become strong, stable and lasting. That means that the movie has a good reputation among the audience and has a lot of staying power, really long legs. In some ways, men like long legs, no matter where they are. In general, fan-oriented films with an adaptation base, such as DC, Marvel, and various literary comics, sequels, films with successful predecessors, such as Saw, Fast and Furious series, and popcorn movies. The first day and first week box office results will account for a relatively high proportion of the film's final box office. If a film can occupy 2 or 3 of the above factors, the film's first box office will account for a higher proportion. A typical example is Marvel's Avengers series, which has both a fan base and a hot sequel and popcorn attributes. Although this type of film has the attribute of short legs, it can attract money crazily in a short period of time and get a terrifying box office in a few weeks. Of course, this truth is not absolute. It does not mean that this type of film cannot have long legs. For example, Batman, The Dark Knight, whether it is the Nolan version in Wayne's head or the version made by him, also has a huge fan base and a hot movie sequel. The only thing missing is the popcorn attribute. Because the film is well made and has excellent overall quality, it has aroused crazy good reputation among movie fans as soon as it was released. Not only did the box office explode completely in the first weekend, but the subsequent box office trend was also surprisingly stable due to the good word of mouth effect. Although it also has similar attributes, it is also a typical long legs. In fact, it is not only the audience's word of mouth that can affect the length of legs, but also the most important schedule. As we all know, the two schedules in North America that are most likely to explode high box office are the frenzied summer schedule and the New Year schedule at the beginning of the year, also known as the Christmas schedule. The summer schedule seems to be extremely frenzied, with high-grossing films frequently appearing, but in fact, there are more short legs, because the main target group of this schedule is students and teenagers on vacation. Hollywood's aspiring film companies have also put their top films in this schedule, resulting in the current summer schedule. There will be more than 2 big productions every weekend, and blockbusters are crowded together, and it is difficult for the film to be long-lasting because of the audience's word of mouth. On the other hand, for the audience, they can see more than 2 new films every weekend, so on the first weekend of the release of new films, most teenagers have already watched them for the first time. The box office in the later period mainly depends on returning parties and passers-by, which is the main reason for the short legs of summer blockbusters. The so-called New Year's Day is exactly the time point when Titanic is stuck. Especially around Christmas, the films released at this time point have a tacit understanding between the production company and the theater company, and they are long-term screenings. In the warm atmosphere of festivals and holidays, most North American families' entertainment and leisure activities are to go out together as a family and go to the theater to watch a movie. As a New Year's Day, North America is very different from us in this regard. Our New Year's Day is also called the Spring Festival Day. The box office explosion time is concentrated in the 7 days after the New Year. Once this statutory holiday is over, the box office will fall off a cliff. The North American New Year's Day films are not as explosive at the beginning as ours, but they are much better in durability. If you observe carefully, you can find that many of Hollywood's so-called classic long legs are from this period. Perhaps the competition during this period is not that strong, and the box office is not so likely to explode, but its durability is second to none. Therefore, many independent productions or art films produced by small companies are fond of being released during this period. Chapter 628 AFI 100 Years and 100 Greatest Hits. The Gotham Independent Film Awards, the Golden Satellite Awards, and the Annie Awards have all sent me invitations. As December came to an end and January 1998 arrived, the annual awards season in North America once again began to enter its busiest stage. After the time for chatting, Jimmy opened his black briefcase and took out a large stack of invitations of various shapes and colors. The agent fiddled with the invitations one by one, looking at Wayne and continued, "Not only these, but there are a total of more than a dozen award ceremonies, large and small, that have sent you invitations." As he spoke, he placed 7 or 8 specially selected invitations on the coffee table in front of his client, shrugged and said, "These are what the organizers have already hinted at. As long as you attend the award ceremony in person, Batman, The Dark Knight will gain something." Similar things have happened in entertainment circles around the world, and Hollywood is no exception. Award ceremonies also need exposure to attract sponsors and advertisers, and some smaller award ceremonies naturally need to do everything they can to invite celebrities to participate. Even some awards that have always been fair in the eyes of the public still cannot escape this rule. There is more. Jimmy took advantage of Wayne and Naomi Watts looking down at the invitations he had chosen, pursed his lips, and continued to talk to himself. The 3 major union awards of the Hollywood Directors Guild, the Producers Guild and the Screen Actors Guild, Batman, The Dark Knight has very good prospects for winning. I suggest you pay proper attention to it, and if possible, use your connections to strive for it. By the way, there are also the 3 major Film Critics Association awards in Los Angeles, New York and other places. I personally strongly recommend that you strive for them. Regardless of whether Batman, The Dark Knight will gain anything at the Oscars, or even whether we should participate in public relations, we must try our best to strive for these most professional awards in the industry. After the award season begins, the entire North America will be immersed in large and small award ceremonies, and the awards that Jimmy has selected, and specifically reminded, are the most authoritative and professional awards in the circle. Especially the awards within the various Hollywood unions are almost well-known Oscar outposts, because most of the union members who select these awards are also members of the Academy and have the right to vote for various Oscar awards. They will vote in the union's internal selection, which means that they are likely to not change their choices in the next Oscar voting. I have already told Jeff that we will give up the Oscars this year. With a click, Wayne lit a cigarette, glanced at Naomi Watts, who was looking at various invitations and her face was full of creative scenes, and said directly to the agent, "This year we can say that we have no desire or desire. It seems that all your preparations will be wasted." No. Jimmy shook his head firmly, put away the smile on his face, looked at his client seriously, and said, "It is better for us to participate if we can, and not give the Academy a signal of giving up. Hey, Jimmy, listen to me." Without waiting for the agent to finish speaking, Wayne stretched out his hand and knocked on the coffee table a few times with a little force, interrupting the other party. "I have to work on the post-production of The Flash and keep an eye on the editing of X-Men. Even if I still have the energy, I have to pay attention to the progress of Charlie's Angels. So, do you think I still have time to attend these award ceremonies?" Seeing that there was less than a month left, he had to start first and cut a 30-second trailer for The Flash to be put on the Super Bowl halftime show. X-Men was also in the final stages of work. In order to ensure that the direction of the film did not go astray, he would definitely have to take time to visit Fox's post-production studio from time to time. In addition, The Matrix Revolutions and Charlie's Angels also required more or less attention, so he was not allowed to attend various award ceremonies in terms of time. "Don't worry, listen to me." Jimmy spread his hands helplessly, and the solemnity on his face did not diminish as he looked at his clients. "You have been too busy recently and have neglected too many things. I got some news that, in order to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of North American films, the Academy will select 100 films of the century this year. Compared with the Oscars, this year's selection of the 100 films of the century may have a greater impact. Moreover, Wayne, the Oscars are held every year, and the little golden men are also sent out in batches every year, but the opportunity to select the 100 films of the century has only come once in the past few decades. F***K. The 100 films of the century." The words of the agent made Wayne lean back on the sofa, raised his hand and slapped his thigh fiercely, muttering to himself and cursing. He had heard a little about this when he was still living on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, but compared with the various movie lists on the internet and later generations, the occasions of mentioning the 100 films of the century are not many. People are more willing to believe in the top 250 must-see movie list, because this list does not have a strong presence on the internet. In 1998, in order to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of North American films, the North American Film Society selected from more than 400 recommended classic films. The representative works of North American films in the past 100 years were selected by combining the votes of the academic community, the production industry and ordinary audiences. After this list came out, it has occupied a very important position in the hearts of countless die-hard movie fans and industry professionals for a long time. Obviously, if you want to reflect the quality of a director, you have to see whether his works are in this most authoritative list, and how many of them are selected. It is worth mentioning that Steven Spielberg has 5 movies selected in this list, and Hitchcock has 4 movies selected, which shows how fierce the competition for the position on this list is. You have to show your influence. Jimmy listened to his upper body and stared at his client. "Wayne, in fact, for you are naturally weak in this regard, because you are too young, so you must always show your influence and remind those people of your existence through the media at all times. Being young is often an advantage for Kailualuo, and being young means that there are countless possibilities in the future. But in Hollywood, being young is an invisible disadvantage in many ways. Almost everyone in the industry knows that the Oscars discriminate against age invisibly. Being young means being ignored in the award selection, whether it is an actor or a director. And for the selection of the 100 best movies of the century, being young is also an invisible disadvantage. Because being young means that one's career is still short, the number of works of a director is naturally much less than those of those old hands who have been in the industry for decades. Even if Wayne is a quick shooter, he can't make up for the disadvantage brought by time. Obviously, what they can make up for is to find a way to remind those people all the time and use quality to impact the quantity of others. No matter how the selection is made, there is no need to argue about the first place. Jimmy recalled and analyzed carefully. No movie can beat Citizen Kane to get the first place, so what we have to strive for is the second place. With the current popularity of Batman, The Dark Knight, the main opponent is The Godfather, and Joker. Naomi Watts reminded, Joker, Batman, The Dark Knight, and even Get Out also have hope. Jimmy nodded. That's right, Wayne, we must try to fight for it. The matter is simple. Since we can't compare with those old timers in terms of quantity, we can only start with quality. As long as the ranking is high enough, so high that people who look at the list can find his work at a glance, who can deny his influence and his contribution to North American films. Nina, please help me arrange the time. Wayne smiled, turned to look at the assistant lady, and ordered, we will take time to participate in some necessary activities, and some unnecessary invitations should be rejected. Of course, he didn't want to give up such an opportunity that he would never get if he missed it. He would fight for it if he could, which is better than regretting it when he looked at the list later. So the already tight time was squeezed even harder. After the new week started, Wayne went to the post-production studio and started editing The Flash. And just a few days after January, a special award season nomination was announced, which once again pushed him to the forefront of the entertainment industry. The Grammy Awards, hosted by the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences, a National Academy of Sciences in North America, announced the full list of nominated music this year. Among the nominated music, the most talked about song by the public and the media is undoubtedly Something Just Like This, sung by Wayne and George Lucas. This song, which moved the whole of North America in 1997, was directly nominated for the Song of the Year by the organizer. What made countless people laugh was that the combination of Wayne Greenberg and George Lucas was also nominated for the Grammy Best New Artist. Although these two awards are both Grammy Comprehensive Awards, the Best New Artist seems to be the one that makes countless people laugh. No one expected that the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences, a National Academy of Sciences in North America, would suddenly play such a trick. Undoubtedly, as soon as this nomination list was announced, it won a huge amount of attention for this year's Grammy Awards, and the hot discussion of the topic is no longer limited to the music circle. Almost on the day the list was announced, many well-known musicians said in the media that they were looking forward to being on the same stage with two world-class directors. Even Will Smith, who had won a Grammy Award before, accepted an interview with reporters at the first opportunity. He said to the camera without hesitation that he hoped the Grammy organizers would not let his brother go home empty-handed, at least by giving him a gramophone or even the Best Newcomer Award. Chapter 629, Best Newcomer Group. Throughout January 1998, the media was hyping two aspects. One of them was the incredible box office performance of Titanic, and the other was that two world-class Hollywood directors were about to step onto the Grammy Awards stage, the highest music hall in North America, as a group. In fact, not to mention professional musicians, even the North American public could hear that Wayne Greenberg and George Lucas were at best amateurs in singing the song Something Just Like This, and the gap between them and professional singers and performers was very large. But so what? This song still successfully moved the whole of North America in the hot summer, and countless families went to the cinema countless times because of this song in that short documentary. Wayne and George Lucas's singing was constantly mentioned during this period, and at the same time, it perfectly set off the professionalism of another singer, that is, Celine Dion. After 2 weeks of the complete release of Titanic, the film went against the market trend and seemed to have just begun, with no intention of stopping at all. According to the latest announcement released by 20th Century Fox, the scale of screening of this film has been expanded directly by the theater chain company from 3,000 theaters at the beginning of the film to nearly 3,400 theaters. You know, in this era, this scale is already the top. Not only the scale of screening, but also the theater managers of almost all theaters that joined the screening of Titanic have increased the screening rate of this film. The screening rate of theaters in the center of mainstream commercial districts has exceeded the terrifying 70%. Almost every 10 minutes, There will be a big ship starting to show. After the third week of the film's release, people suddenly realized that Titanic has become a social topic. The emergence of the movie-watching craze has also pushed this film to the throne of the weekly box office champion for the third time. Whether it is the strong and stable Good Will Hunting or the dark horse Starship Troopers, they are completely crushed by this big ship and cannot be seen. The only choice for people to go to the theater is to watch Titanic again and again. When this film successfully won the fourth weekly box office champion, the box office potential was completely released. In fact, all the practitioners in the Hollywood circle are watching this unprecedented box office miracle. Even Wayne, who was hiding in the Warner post-production studio, heard discussions about the box office of Titanic. The frighteningly stable box office trend actually has some luck factors. Throughout the beginning of 1998, no competitive films appeared, except Good Will Hunting during the Thanksgiving and Christmas periods, which is also the reason for the viewing frenzy of Titanic. So after 3 weeks, the North American box office of this big ship has reached $260 million without any surprise, but this is just the beginning, and it is far from the end, because the box office trend of Titanic is completely unscientific and stable. As this big ship sets sail overseas, the growth trend of overseas box office is even more incredible than that of North America. In just 2 weeks, the overseas box office of Titanic closed at $270 million. Many people in the circle understand that the film has the prospect of recovering its investment at the box office and even making a profit. What accompanied this ship to crush the world was undoubtedly the explosion of the ending song My Heart Will Go On. Celine Dion herself probably didn't expect that after years of struggling in the music industry, she would become famous all over the world with the ending song of a movie and become one of the top divas in North America. It is precisely the explosion of Celine Dion and My Heart Will Go On that further reflects the amateurism of Wayne and George Lucas. There is no way. These two songs are the most mentioned by the media and the audience this award season. It is normal to compare them together. A singer who is on par with Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey is compared with two Hollywood directors who are just playing around. There is a lot of humor in this. Relatively speaking, whether it is the media hype or the public's relish, it is actually all well intentioned. No one is stupid enough to really use a singing level to evaluate this song something just like this. Shit, Titanic has won the box office championship for 5 consecutive weeks. Time came to January 25, 1998. The living room of Greenberg Manor welcomed a special guest today. George Lucas, the father of Star Wars, was holding a bottle of beer in his hand, leaning on the sofa, glancing at the picture on the TV from time to time, but his mumbling did not stop. 20th Century Fox is going to make a fortune this time. Not only has the movie won the championship for 5 consecutive weeks, but the soundtrack released at the same time has also won the sales championship for 5 consecutive weeks on the Billboard with the song My Heart Will Go On. Damn it, I can hear people teasing me every day during this period, saying that my singing voice is like a horse duck compared to Celine Dion. Hey, George. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Wayne raised the bottle with deep emotion and clinked it with the father of Star Wars. Believe me, my experience in this regard is exactly the same as yours. The conversation and expressions of the two great directors who seemed like naughty children at this time caused a burst of laughter in the living room. At first, it was just because of the Grammy nomination list. Later, with the popularity of My Heart Will Go On, some media put the two recently popular songs together for comparison and comment. There was no way the difference between the two groups of voices was too big. It was because of the big difference that this topic was hyped up. Later, even the staff and relatives and friends around them were teasing about this topic every day. George Lucas saw that everyone was laughing and waved the bottle angrily. Damn it, the two of us will go to the Grammy stage and get that shitty phonograph. That's right, George. Wayne also enjoyed the rare moment of relaxation. He then clapped his hands with the father of Star Wars next to him, looked at everyone and said, "You are just jealous of our talents. We will get that damn phonograph." The two great directors full of sand sculpture atmosphere directly made everyone laugh. Only Fendi, who was sitting on the carpet with a little bully dog, blinked his big eyes and looked at his father curiously and laughed. Don't say bad words in front of Fendi. Naomi Watts covered her mouth forced down her smile, and glared at the two men. This is the first time I've seen the boss in this state. On the other side of the sofa, Sofia Coppola, who was sitting with Nina, looked at the two great directors in surprise, as if she had suddenly discovered a new world. I thought he would only put on an icy face. The assistant shrugged, closed the fashion magazine in her hand, pushed her glasses on her face habitually, and glanced at the TV. She found that the Denver Broncos were still in a tense situation with the Green Bay Packers, and there was still a while before the halftime advertising show. Obviously, this very conservative game made most people in the living room feel sleepy. Sofia, I have been the boss's assistant since 1990. Nina's eyes flashed with memories, and she chatted in a low voice with the girl next to her who got along well. Over the years, I have discovered a pattern. It seems that the more successful a director is, the more innocent he will appear at certain times. HMM. Just like the current father of DC and the father of Star Wars. Is your father like this too? Sofia Coppola rolled her eyes. Is this called innocent? He shook his head directly. Even if he beat her to death, he would never admit that his father also had such a silly moment. Well, as far as I know, the boss, George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, will become like this at certain times. Nina's face flashed with a playful light, and she whispered, in my impression, there have been more incredible things. Obviously, women like to gossip the most. The assistant's words not only successfully attracted Sofia Coppola, but also made Naomi Watts come over. Even the housekeeper Heather standing next to them quietly moved to their position. I remember it was at the end of 1992 or the beginning of 1993. It was about this time. Seeing the three ladies around her, all with gossip flashing in their eyes, Nina's face remained unchanged and continued to whisper the news. It seems to be a cocktail party for some event. Never mind. None of this matters. At that time, the boss's status was not comparable to that of George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, but the three of them already knew each other, and the latter two were very optimistic about the boss. The three of them drank too much at the cocktail party, and then, Ms. Nina Clean, if you can continue talking, there will be no bonus. The ladies' whispers attracted Wayne's attention. Although he and George Lucas had been drinking and watching the game, waiting for the halftime advertising show to begin, he knew what it was about after the assistant lady only said the beginning. It's okay, continue, Nina. Naomi Watts waved her white fist at Wayne threateningly, turned her head, and looked at the assistant lady expectantly. Nina shrugged her shoulders, and ignored her boss's threat. She continued in a low voice, Steven Spielberg was filming the first Jurassic Park at the time. He had to catch up with the schedule, so that he could make time to film Schindler's List, so George Lucas was helping. After the three of them drank too much, they ran to the special effects studio of Jurassic Park together. The dinosaur models were placed indoors at the time. The boss wanted to see how the mechanical dinosaur worked, so he put his head into the mouth of the dinosaur model. Mr. Spielberg quietly closed the dinosaur's mouth as a joke, and the boss's head was stuck in the mouth of the dinosaur model on the spot. Unexpectedly, the mechanical dinosaur really broke down and couldn't open its mouth. So these three big directors forcibly pried the dinosaur's mouth open. Several women listened to the incredible gossip of the Hollywood director with relish, with an expression of is this the big shot in the circle? On their faces. Nina spread her hands. Her mouth twitched a few times, and continued, you know, I always follow the boss, so I saw this with my own eyes. Afterwards, the three drunk directors fled the scene like children, fearing that the staff would find out that they were the ones who broke the mechanical dinosaur model. Shit, the first half of the game is over. Ladies, the halftime advertising show will start soon. Wayne. Don't swear in front of Fendi. Chapter 630 This world needs heroes. Compared to the first time he screened his movie trailer on the Super Bowl, Wayne is much more relaxed now. Just like a few years ago, every year at this time, Sergey and the housekeeper and his wife would gather in the living room to watch the Super Bowl with their boss, and then watch the trailer of his new movie. This year, there was just a relatively special guest. Since Warner Bros. Screened its own movie trailer on Super Bowl night a few years ago, this highly anticipated North American Spring Festival Gala halftime advertising show has basically become a preview base for Hollywood blockbusters and a fixed channel for major film companies to promote their top films this year. Of course, the cost of appearing on the Super Bowl halftime advertising show has always been high. As early as a few years ago, Warner Brothers had paid a sky-high fee of more than $3 million. If it is not a top film of a major film company, it generally will not choose such an expensive promotion channel. The first advertisement of the Super Bowl halftime advertising show is very important in the hearts of movie fans. Everyone knows that, if nothing unexpected happens, this will be the trailer of Wayne's work that will set off a movie watching carnival this summer. Therefore, the first advertisement spot has, to some extent, become another brand logo created by Greenberg. Come on. Come on. Come on. Sergey, with his sturdy body like a bear, sat cross-legged on the carpet in the living room. He didn't care about the gossips the ladies were talking about, and he didn't care about the secrets of the circle that the other two men talked about casually. He felt that it had nothing to do with him. The only person in the whole living room who cared about the trailer was obviously him. With the muttering of the Russian bear, everyone in the living room turned their eyes to the TV that had just finished the first half of the game. Boom. The TV suddenly went black, without giving the audience time to wonder, and then accompanied by the roaring background sound, two huge letters appeared, DC. The two letters were still composed of dark element as a whole, and they only stayed for less than a second before flashing away. The screen returned to bright, and James Franco, wearing a bright red flash suit, appeared in front of the audience in a running posture. At the same time, a deep male voiceover appeared in the background. You can go to any time and any universe. After a brief voiceover, the flash on the TV, flashing with lightning all over his body, ran out in an instant. The screen flashed again, and the TV returned to darkness again. The huge DC appeared again. Just like the first time, it disappeared in less than a second. The next picture appeared, but it became another superhero. Under the warm sunset, Batman Bruce Wayne leaned on the balcony with a glass of whiskey in his hand, lost in thought. Just like the scene at the end of The Dark Knight, the Flash Barry Allen, wearing a bright red flash suit, suddenly ran out of the void. This time, unlike the ending of Batman, The Dark Knight, there was no mystery at all, and the camera gave a close-up directly at a close distance. Hi, Mr. Wayne, you may have to postpone your retirement plan. We may need your help. The Flash ran to the balcony without any nonsense. He explained his purpose directly under the low background music. Who? Bruce Wayne, holding a whiskey, did not change his face, as if he had experienced countless vicissitudes in time. Even the Flash who suddenly appeared in front of him did not cause any change in his mood. An old friend, you know. The Flash answered quickly, and then made a running gesture again. I have to inform others. Get ready, Mr. Wayne. Before leaving, Barry Allen turned his head again, looked at the vicissitudes of Batman seriously, and muttered to himself in a low voice, "This world needs heroes." The picture on the TV flashed again, and the dark and serious DC letters appeared for the third time. The low voiceover in the background sounded again, repeating Barry Allen's whisper, "This world needs heroes." The music suddenly switched from low to light with a strong electronic style, and the picture also switched to the Flash, which was exactly the scene of his work as an investigator. Tell me, you can go anywhere, right? At any time, in any universe, right? With the deep voiceover questioning, the picture began to flicker faster and faster, as if someone had suddenly accelerated the timeline, and Barry Allen's figure changed faster and faster. Sometimes he was an ordinary investigator, sometimes he turned into lightning and fought against an invisible enemy, and sometimes he seemed to be talking to several mysterious figures. Sizzle. The special effects of lightning suddenly filled the entire TV screen, ending the picture that was changing faster and faster. In the end, these lightnings gathered together in sparks and hit a bright red lightning logo. The camera pulled further and further away, and a line of text gathered on the flashing lightning logo, DC, the Flash. The screen went dark again, and the DC, that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, flashed by again. The intention here was very obvious, which was to continuously strengthen the audience's brand effect on DC. In the dark background, a line of huge words gradually appeared. This world needs heroes. Works by Wayne Greenberg, 1998. 5:19. Lightning strikes. When the short 30-second trailer ended, everyone in the living room of Greenberg Manor turned their eyes away from the TV one by one. George Lucas didn't care about what they would wear to the Grammys. He turned his head to look at the man next to him, raised his hands, and clapped his hands first, giving his own applause. This was like a beginning, and the others in the living room gave encouraging applause. This movie, how come it seems. The father of Star Wars raised his beer, clinked the bottle with Wayne, tilted his head back, and took a sip, then said hesitantly, how come it doesn't seem to be your usual style? The scenes where the Flash appears in the trailer are all brighter, and the short feature shots are more like a summer commercial popcorn. Although Batman Bruce Wayne appeared in the trailer, and the overall rhythm of this trailer was also fully mysterious, the short pictures revealed quite a lot of information. Overall, whenever Alan Berry appeared in the scene, the picture was very bright, which was completely different from the overall style of Wayne's previous works. Especially in the previous Batman, The Dark Knight, the dark opera feeling, and heavy epic feeling of the tall space layout were almost all gone. That's right. Wayne nodded and admitted it without hesitation. Compared to the previous DC series, this film is much simpler in terms of story and layout. You guessed it right, this Flash is more like a summer special effects popcorn. In fact, this trailer has given a clear hint of the role of the Flash Barry Allen. He can travel through time, space, and even the past and the future, and he acts as a lubricant to connect other heroes. Now he is undoubtedly connected to Batman Bruce Wayne. When this film is officially released, the audience will know that he is also connected to other heroes. Or it should be said that he leads out, using his unique attributes to lead out other heroes, and gives the most reasonable and appropriate explanation for the gathering of heroes. Frowning, the father of Star Wars still thinks he is too radical, and reminds him, but rashly changing the style drastically, the market. Now as long as Wayne Greenberg's works are mentioned, it seems that in the minds of the audience, the first impression that reacts is a dark and deep theme, the story that attracts people, but makes people think constantly, the indispensable attention to social issues, the element that can warn the world, and so on. To put it another way, his works will never lack the so-called artistic element. It is precisely because of these things that his works can make people willing to go to the theater, to watch them again and again, and get different gains every time. George, I think that Wayne's film may achieve quite good market results. Naomi Watts, who was standing aside, suddenly said under the gaze of everyone, as an ordinary person, I don't like Wayne's previous works, all of them, even those I personally participated in. Hey, Naomi. Looking at the playful smile on the face of the Australian actress, Wayne helplessly spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Listen to me, honey. Naomi Watts stretched out a white finger and shook it left and right at the man, and continued, as an ordinary audience, although Wayne's previous movies can also be considered very good, there is one thing that everyone has to admit, that is, if you want to watch his movies better, there is a threshold for movie fans to watch. But this The Flash, I feel more like a pure visual feast. We go into the theater to watch movies, and we don't have to think too much. We just need to enjoy those top special effects, enjoy the birth process of the heroes we liked in childhood, and then happily look forward to the subsequent works. This is enough. Her meaning is very clear. The movie The Flash did make Wayne abandon many traditional personal styles. At the same time, it also abandoned the invisible threshold for watching movies, and really sat in the theater for everyone, regardless of gender, age or age, to have fun. Sometimes things are like this, without those high-end styles that directors think they have, a simple and pure visual feast, and a story that does not require much thought and guessing can gain more love from ordinary people. It's very simple. Michael Bay, who was criticized by critics as soon as he debuted, seemed to be able to explode and explode again. His storytelling ability was a disaster, but he was one of the most beloved directors by fans. George Lucas was also criticized by critics back then. Every time Star Wars was released, everyone complained about his storytelling ability, but this did not affect the box office of Star Wars, so he nodded thoughtfully, and no longer mentioned the worry about the movie being too popcorn-like. Chapter 631 Monsters Are Coming. In the living room of a private residence in Lakewood, Los Angeles, the trailer for The Flash just ended on the TV, and several young people watching TV seemed to be relieved. The world needs heroes. A chubby boy of 17 or 18 years old danced and looked at his companions. So, just one Batman is not enough. The appearance of Barry Allen indicates that more DC heroes will continue to appear. F***K. Stop it, Clint. Another boy on the sofa grabbed his dancing companion with a headache, pressed him to the sofa, and then said, "What do you think? In the movie The Flash, which hero will Barry Allen bring us?" The theme of the trailer is quite obvious, plus the sentence "the world needs heroes." As long as the audience has seen it, it is clear that The Flash will bring more superheroes to the audience. According to the setting in the comics, Clint Haywood, the chubby boy who was unwilling to be lonely, immediately opened his mouth and prepared to make a long speech. He has been a die-hard comic book fan since he was a child, so he was extremely excited when he saw the things in the trailer of The Flash. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to show off in front of his friends, and he was unwilling to let it go. Damn it, Clint. Wayne never follows the settings of the comics. Unfortunately, before he could continue, a tall boy standing behind the sofa interrupted him directly. The DC movies made by Wayne are more like his own stories of tearing down and rebuilding. Some things are completely different from the comics. So, I suggest not to speculate based on who decided the comics. That's right. On another single sofa, a white girl with freckles on her face obviously agreed with him. I think Sandy is right. Wayne never only considers the ideas of comic book fans. I discovered it when I watched Batman: The Dark Knight. Obviously, the only girl in the living room is the core of several teenagers. Even the fat boy who was dancing all the time, looking at the girl, has a hint of teenage admiration hidden in his eyes. The difference between Eastern and Western aesthetics lies here. In the eyes of men on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, a woman with freckles on her face is obviously a helpless defect. But in the eyes of most boys here, freckles on girls' faces, especially white girls' faces, are cute features. I think it must be one of Superman Clark Kent and Wonder Woman Diana Prince. The tall boy named Sandy continued proudly. Wayne will definitely bring these two ace characters to the big screen as soon as possible. The appearance of Flash is because the world needs more heroes, so he must be the most important hero. No, no, no. The fat boy Colin stubbornly retorted, "Just wait and see. It must be Cyborg." In the setting of the comics, only Cyborg is more in line with Grandpa Bruce Wayne. He is also an ordinary person because the white girl raised one hand and slapped her forehead with a headache. Seeing that her friends were about to argue, she simply slapped the sofa hard, making a few muffled bangs. Stop. Let's not discuss this topic. We will know the answer after the movie is released. Stopping a potential debate, the girl suddenly said, "Didn't you notice? Although the Batman in the trailer only appeared for a few seconds, his face is older than in The Dark Knight. Much more mature, more experienced." As soon as the girl finished speaking, several friends around her immediately expressed their feelings. Obviously, the girl was not the only one who discovered this. I guess it was Barry Allen who traveled through the timeline. The fat boy held his chin with one hand, thinking and recalling, while affirming. This time, his speech finally attracted everyone's attention, and everyone waited quietly for him to continue. The trailer gave hints, those few lines in the voiceover. Moreover, Barry Allen said that Batman should postpone his retirement, which means that Bruce Wayne at this time is already at a very late point in time. Through various hints, it can also be inferred that Bruce Wayne at this time should be very familiar with Barry Allen, because he was not at all surprised by the sudden appearance of the Flash. In other words, Bruce Wayne should have had more or less contact with other members of the Justice League. The fat man is worthy of being a hardcore comic fan. At least his guess has already hit most of Wayne's arrangements. The character of the Flash is like a lubricant, which has been said many times by Wayne himself, so it is obvious that the greatest significance of Barry Allen's existence is to organize those heroes one by one. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. The fat man became more and more excited as he spoke. He picked up the water glass on the coffee table and drank most of the water with his head tilted back. Hey, guys, I can't wait for summer to come. The Flash, it's so exciting. Who isn't? The white girl pouted and sighed with a look of excitement. This time we must book tickets in advance and see this movie as soon as possible. Agreed. Several friends in the living room nodded almost at the same time, and the tall boy Sandy gritted his teeth. I'm saving my pocket money now. When summer comes, I will watch more movies and buy more movie peripherals. Shit, this damn trailer makes me impatient now. The boy who first pulled the fat boy cursed and turned to look at the DVD under the TV. Forget it, Clint. I remember you bought the videotape of Batman, The Dark Knight. Watch it again. Oh my god. I've almost memorized the lines now. The fat boy muttered in a low voice, and when he looked up, he found that all his friends were staring at him. He shrugged, and it was obvious that everyone had the same idea and got up to play the videotape. The appearance of the trailer for The Flash has brought a far greater impact than Warner Brothers and Wayne imagined, especially for those who have become fans of DC movies. There is one thing that they have all overlooked. DC has quietly appeared on this land. Discussions similar to the one in the living room in Lakewood appeared in countless families across North America almost immediately after the trailer ended. Audiences who discussed the movie seemed to never care about the quality of the film. What they wanted to know more about was the content of the film. Wayne has used many films to prove the excellence of Greenberg's production. In his 8th year in Hollywood, he finally made countless fans trust Greenberg's brand effect without thinking. See. In the CEO's office at Sony Columbia Pictures headquarters at 10202 West Washington Avenue, California, CEO Ogayu, who is from the Japanese family, turned his eyes away from the TV and looked at the other people in the lounge. Wayne Greenberg's films are always beyond everyone's expectations. This is a good thing for us. Dean Devlin, the producer of Godzilla, smiled, shrugged, and looked at several executives around him, saying, "It is obvious that Wayne Greenberg has lost his production style. Who knows if Wayne Greenberg, who shoots commercial popcorn, will still be favored by the audience." His words caused most people in the office to laugh. Many rules in the circle are well known. When a director starts to rashly transform, it means that the risk of the film is also increasing exponentially. From the perspective of the market, the biggest possibility for a director who rashly changes his style is that he will lose his basic fan base. Believe me, Roland Emmerich frowned deeply as he looked at the smiling crowd around him. He didn't have the slightest intention to relax and laugh. He suddenly said to the producer, "It would be very difficult for a director to achieve success in the field of art from the commercial field." But his meaning was very clear. When a director who perfectly combined art and business abandoned most of the thinking in the film and began to purely produce commercial visual popcorn, it would be absolutely no difficulty for the director. On the contrary, it might be much easier. "Hey, our film is coming. I hope it can give everyone a surprise." CEO Gazian waved his hand. What Roland Emmerich said could easily cause everyone's displeasure. He simply pointed to the TV with an expectant look in his eyes. I'm afraid that countless viewers across North America would not have thought that just before the end of the Super Bowl halftime advertising show, another movie trailer appeared on the TV, and at a glance, it was clear that this movie was a huge production. On the TV, a city with heavy rain appeared. A policeman in a raincoat leaned against his car and was suddenly shaken up. Not only him, but also the car behind him was shaken off the ground. The sirens gradually sounded from small to large, and the camera pulled farther and farther away. Countless ordinary people holding umbrellas screamed and crowded forward frantically. The perspective suddenly pulled up, and in the direction behind the crowd, the building collapsed and fell down little by little. The background music also became more and more urgent at this time. Through the perspective of the police, the source of the problem was soon found. An extremely huge monster knocked down the building in the city and appeared in front of everyone. People were running like a swarm of bees. The whole city became a horrible disaster scene because of the appearance of the monster. This is a monster that has never appeared in North America. It looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, as if it was born to give people an illusion of evil. What the hell does Sony Columbia want to do? In the living room of Greenberg Manor, Wayne and others stared at the TV in amazement. After the shocking trailer ended, a line of text flashed on the TV. 1998, 5/19, Monsters Are Coming. Chapter 630 to competition coming early? In recent years, the entire Hollywood major film companies seem to have a tacit understanding At the beginning of the summer season every year, that is, from early May to mid-May, try not to arrange their own summer season head projects. In other words, through many consecutive years of competition and victory, Wayne has successfully nailed down his throne at the beginning of the summer season in May. With the increasing popularity of DC movies, it is obvious that this throne is more and more unshakable. However, there are always unexpected things. Some well-known big projects in the circle have a very high success rate in themselves. Therefore, the production companies that distribute these big projects will also choose to join the beginning of the summer season and move forward under the pressure of Wayne's movies. For example, Jurassic Park to the previous year, although it had to face the fierce competition of Batman, The Dark Knight at all times, Universal Pictures still barely reaped its expected results in this movie. No one is stupid. Wayne has used his past achievements to successfully clear out other major projects at the beginning of the summer season. When you have enough confidence in your own film, it is inevitable that there will be people who want to get a bargain. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of choice. When film companies are confident in their own films, they would rather choose to face the squeeze of Wayne's films. Facing the competition of one film is always better than facing the competition of multiple films at a later time. But there is a prerequisite here, that is, it must be able to withstand the pressure of DC movies. Many film companies have studied Wayne's films, and the biggest feature of his films is that they are prone to win-win situations. Once you can't withstand the squeeze of his film's initial release, it is very likely that you will face a situation where you lose all your money. The winner takes all, which is vividly demonstrated in Wayne's films. Especially in the past 2 years, the only one who can face his film and not only get out of it unscathed, but also successfully make a lot of money is Steven Spielberg. But there is a premise. Jurassic Park 2 is not crazy enough to choose to release it on the same weekend and day as The Dark Knight. Universal Pictures is very smart. It not only marketed its own film by taking advantage of the hot topic at that time, but also slightly avoided the edge of The Dark Knight. Interesting, when the second half of the Super Bowl began to appear on the TV, Wayne had a cold smile on his lips, and with a click, he lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes and muttered, "It seems that Sony Columbia is very confident about this book monster." The father of Star Wars obviously couldn't say too much on this issue. He simply shrugged and joked, perhaps, Sony Columbia, unwilling to be lonely, wants to replicate the success of Universal Pictures the year before. His words caused everyone in the living room to laugh. Everyone could see that this was a big monster similar to Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the monster fever caused by Jurassic Park in North America did lay a foundation for the viewing of Godzilla. But one thing is very important. Looking at the entire Hollywood, there are actually not many directors who are capable of confronting Wayne head-on. If you have to analyze carefully, many people can choose directors of the same level as him, but Roland Emmerich is definitely not in this category. From the initial surprise to the relaxed atmosphere in the living room now, it is obvious that no one really believes that Godzilla can achieve the results of Jurassic Park 2 years ago, after being released on the same day as The Flash. Roland Emmerich wants to compete with Wayne face to face, but he is naturally at a disadvantage in terms of film type and his own appeal. "Boss, it's a call from Bruce Rosenblum." After a while, Nina covered her mouth, put down her mobile phone, and under the gaze of everyone, she came to Wayne and whispered, "He hopes that you can take time to go to the company and want to talk to you face to face." The movie trailer of the new DC movie, the executives of Warner Brothers could not help but pay attention. Obviously, while paying attention, they also saw the release schedule of Sony Columbia's new movie. "You go ahead and do your work." George Lucas glanced at the slightly embarrassed assistant, knowing that there were some things that she was not comfortable saying when he was there. He shrugged, stood up and said to Wayne in a teasing tone, "Then it's settled. We'll have a star-making Grammy and go get the best newcomer phonograph together." Okay. The two smiled and hugged each other, patting each other on the back. In fact, regarding the teasing about the Grammy, Wayne estimated that, even if the organizers did not give this award to these two people, who were just playing around, after the media's extensive discussion and the popularity of North America, they would probably change their original ideas now. As long as the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences, the National Academy of Sciences of North America, is not stupid, they will never let go of this huge attention. In North America, big singers who have always been at the top of the singing world are always determined to go to Hollywood, even if most of the movies they starred in ended up being flops. This phenomenon has never changed. There are only a few singers who can win the Grammy Award and be successful in Hollywood like Will Smith. Under normal circumstances, no matter how successful you are in your music career, once you enter this stage, you must be prepared to be criticized by film critics, the media and the public. Looking back on the past 10 or 20 years, this is the first time that Hollywood's top celebrities have been able to personally participate in the Grammys. What is more eye-catching is that these two are not big stars standing in front of the stage, but two big directors whose works are marketed all over the world. The organizers will basically not miss this opportunity. Tell me, what else did Bruce say? After seeing George Lucas off, Wayne asked in a low voice, while putting on his suit jacket with the help of Nina. The assistant lady just showed very clearly that some things are not easy to say in front of the father of Star Wars. Bruce said that Sony Columbia must have something to rely on to do this, and may have even been preparing for a long time. After helping her boss straighten his shirt collar, Nina patted the man's back with satisfaction, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles, and whispered back, "He hopes to meet with you to talk. The Warner Brothers distribution department needs to make corresponding plans, based on your opinion." Frowning, Wayne certainly wasn't without a brain. Although everyone thought that Roland Emmerich's monster disaster movie would definitely not be comparable to his own DC movie in terms of appeal, he knew better than anyone that when capital stood behind the other party and decided to do this, it must be sure that it would not lose money. This is Hollywood, which is what countless people call the birthplace of miracles. There are many examples of big projects produced by big directors and big stars turning over on unknown people. What's more, Roland Emmerich has never been an unknown person. He is a professional who has proven his ability in the circle. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the manor smoothly. Something unexpected happened. Just as the car left the house, 3 cars and 5 or 6 motorcycles followed them closely without any intention of hiding themselves. F***K. I have to say that the gossip tabloids always have the most sensitive sense of smell. Since they had drunk together in the living room, Sergei reluctantly gave up the driving seat to another security guard of the manor. He spat hard out of the car window, cursing, and stared back at the paparazzi following the car. Just like Wayne never said that Russians were stupid, at most he would say that the other party was a fool. In fact, the brain of this big man was definitely smarter than many ordinary people. The moment he saw the paparazzi, he figured out the reasons. At this time, his boss was also one of the topics of the media, and it was a time of high attention. The sudden appearance of Godzilla in the same period and time would definitely attract the media like flies, and hype the competition for the early start of the summer season. You know, hyping this topic is definitely more valuable than hyping a Hollywood director and getting a Grammy nomination for Best New Artist. Boss, do you want me? The baffle connecting the driver's seat to the back opened, revealing Sergio's big head. He pointed his mouth towards the back of the car without hesitation and asked in a low voice. As soon as they saw the playful smile on the corner of the Russian bear's mouth, Wayne and Nina knew that this guy definitely had no good intentions. If this former Special Forces instructor wanted to play with the paparazzi behind him, most of them would be in big trouble. Forget it, let them go. Wayne shook his head, not caring about the disgusting paparazzi reporters at all. Now he wanted to know more about where Sony Columbia got the courage to make them feel that they could compete with him. Ding-ling-ling when the car just drove out of Beverly and drove smoothly towards the media capital Burbank, a phone rang. Seeing that her boss had been thinking with his eyes closed, Nina covered her mouth and answered this private phone that didn't ring often. The moment the call was connected, a trace of surprise appeared on the woman's face. After chatting in a low voice for a few words, she thoughtfully put the phone into her briefcase. Boss. Wayne opened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" The actress you met in Beijing. Her face became quite strange, looking at him and said, "It's the Miss Purple who you said is very ambitious. She just called." Uh-huh. After a pause, Wayne said casually, "Yes, this is a very ambitious girl, and her ambition is very admirable." The assistant lady curled her lips. She knew her boss's values very well. The more ruthless a woman is to herself, and the more she pursues success, the more she will be appreciated by her boss. She knew this very early. She said on the phone that she will take a vacation soon and come to Los Angeles to play around. When she comes, please help her book a better hotel. Nodding, Wayne didn't take it too seriously. He did appreciate this kind of ambitious girl, but he also knew that he and the other party were still just a transaction. The girl was never a simple person. Chapter 633. Shit, you came here as a dog. I didn't expect you were all here. After arriving at the Warner Brothers building, Wayne and the others quickly came to the office of the distribution director, after getting rid of the paparazzi with the help of security personnel. The moment he pushed open the door, he was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the 4 people waiting in the office were almost the core of the power structure of Warner Brothers. Wayne, Warner Brothers will never allow any accidents to happen in the DC series. He had just sat down when Bruce Rosenblum shrugged his shoulders and glanced at another executive opposite him. "Okay, let's talk business." CEO Jeff Robinov didn't say any nonsense or any greetings. He got straight to the point with a serious face and said, "Wayne, Sony Columbia's production of Godzilla has never been a secret in the industry. What people didn't expect was that Sony Columbia would do this. As long as it is in this circle, any large project with an investment scale of more than $10 million cannot be hidden quietly. Not to mention the agents who are always watching the major companies, even the film companies, that invest in the project will release the news at the first time." The original monster produced by Sony Columbia was also a huge project with huge investment, and there was no deliberate concealment at all. Hollywood was no stranger to such things. Everyone knew what Sony Columbia was thinking. It was nothing more than following the trend of Jurassic Park and wanted to make a fortune by taking advantage of the North American monster movie craze. "Jeff, I'm never afraid of competition." Wayne smiled, waved, and rejected Bruce Rosenblum's cigar, took out his own cigarette, lit it, and then looked at the CEO of Warner Brothers and said, "If Sony Columbia thinks that this monster can compete with me head on, then wait and see the market results. Of course, I understand that Warner Brothers is never afraid of any form of competition." Jeff Robinov and others also laughed. That's right, the man sitting opposite was never afraid of head-on competition. A close look at his success would show that the other party had basically been moving forward in competition all the way, and he had never lost. However, Wayne found that when the CEO of Warner Brothers said this, he deliberately glanced at another executive present. This action, coupled with Bruce Rosenblum's action just now, made him feel interesting instantly. It seems that these people have other intentions. In this way, the reason for asking him to come over to talk face to face is not just about the Godzilla. He knows very well that Warner Brothers has never been a monolithic entity, and no large film company in the entire circle has been monolithic. "Wayne, you never need to worry about publicity, marketing and competition." Bruce Rosenblum spread his hands with a sinister expression on his face and said loudly, "I have plenty of experience and methods to compete with the original people. Don't worry about this." "Well, I understand." Wayne rolled his eyes and nodded meaningfully. What he was thinking now was that he was too busy with work during this period and didn't pay attention to the internal situation of Warner Brothers. If there was no accident, there should be some signs of turmoil again. It was interesting to see Jeff Robinov and Bruce Rosenblum talking about competition. Obviously, they were talking to the other person at the scene, and a phone call to invite them was also an invisible way to show some kind of capital to the other executive. Don't underestimate Roland Emmerich. Finally, the executive who had been silent spoke. He looked at the people around him and finally set his eyes on Wayne's face. He said with a smile that showed obvious approval, "That guy's good at disaster movies. I believe everyone knows that. In addition, Sony Columbia has been forbearing for a few years and then suddenly exerted its strength. Maybe, Alan, no one can defeat Wayne in a head-on confrontation at the beginning of the summer season." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bruce Rosenblum. The head of distribution at Warner Brothers smiled proudly and praised Wayne in front of him without any concealment. For countless years, Wayne has proved that he is the king of the beginning of the summer season. Steven Spielberg can't do it, and Roland Emmerich can't do it. After that, regardless of the disgust on Alan Horn's face, he looked at Wayne proudly, and the corners of their mouths showed a hint of smile at the same time. Being flattered in person, is definitely a very comfortable experience, especially when the person who flatters is a big shot with a very high status in Hollywood. The feeling is even more difficult to describe. Wayne is also an ordinary person. He would certainly feel happy to hear these corny compliments in person. However, he listened to Alan Horn's reminder. Yes, Roland Emmerich's disaster films, which he is good at making, coupled with Sony Columbia's abnormal operation, must mean that the other party has a grasp of success. Alan, Jeff, Bruce smiling and shaking his head at several people in the office. Wayne's face gradually became serious. You should all understand that The Flash is the film I'm most unsure of in recent years. It is the first time for me to shoot a pure summer popcorn movie with special effects and simple stories as selling points. Everyone understands that, although the shooting of The Flash has been kept secret, with the continuous release of posters, various story revelations, and the transparency of secrets in the industry, as long as you are willing, it is easy to get the information that this is a popcorn movie early. Sony Columbia dared to take the lead in a rare move and compete with Wayne's film at the beginning of the summer season. This should be one of the main reasons. Everyone knows that it is always a great test for the director to change his production style rashly in the face of market uncertainty. It is impossible for The Flash to be made with dark element. You all know this. Wayne continued to speak. Just as he said, not all DC movies are suitable for production in a dark and depressing style similar to Batman. Although the overall style of the DC series tends to be dark, it is not suitable for all heroes after all. With the previous movies as a foundation, The Flash should be very attractive to fans. I originally thought that after all these years of operation, other major projects in the industry would avoid mid-May to avoid unnecessary competition. If there were no other large-scale projects, the box office of The Flash would be completely guaranteed. Now a monster called Godzilla suddenly appears, so we have to make some preparations in advance. Bruce, I want to remind you that Godzilla is not a native North American monster, or even a Western monster. In fact, the reason why he said this is because Wayne was constantly beating his drum in his heart. He was not very sure whether The Flash would be recognized by the audience in the end, because at the beginning, he did not expect to make a lot of money from this movie, and it was completely to pave the way for the appearance of more important characters later. That's right. With a snap, Bruce Resemblam slapped his thigh fiercely, and even through his trousers, it made a crisp sound. At this time, the director of distribution of Warner Brothers was extremely excited. He looked at Wayne eagerly and said, I know, don't worry. For this master of film marketing, a little reminder, he has already come up with countless plans to attack the opponent in his head. Even a fool knows that the most exclusive land in the world is North America, especially in movies. North American audiences are only interested in Hollywood movies, or more precisely, they are only interested in their own stories. Even some films that have been very successful in Europe have never achieved outstanding results in this market, let alone a monster from the book. Therefore, for Bruce Resemblam, what he has to do is very simple. After arriving in May, he will continue to remind the entire North American fans in various ways that this is a monster from the book and has nothing to do with us. Finish all the work on The Flash as soon as possible, Wayne. Jeff Robinov also looked relaxed. After glancing at Alan Horn, he said, we will hold a large-scale preview as soon as possible and get the promotion of the movie ahead of Sony Columbia. No problem. Wayne nodded. After the dubbing and music are completed, you will see the finished film soon. While speaking, he also glanced at Alan Horn, a powerful figure in the film and television production department. He usually looked harmless in the company for many years. He was now very curious about what happened between these executives. Wayne, I'll invite you to play basketball when you have time. When the discussion was about to end, Alan Horn smiled and stretched out his hand, shook hands with Wayne cordially, and said attentively, I'll invite you after you are done with this period. No problem. Although he didn't know what the other party was thinking, he still nodded politely. "You can call me anytime." After the two exchanged greetings, Wayne also shook hands with the shareholder representative who had been silent. After the simple meeting was dissolved, he did not rush to leave, but sat on the sofa without moving. When everyone else had left, and only Bruce Rosenblum was left in the office, he relaxed and leaned back on the sofa, asking curiously, "What's going on?" The answer he got was not unexpected. Bruce Rosenblum looked a little unhappy, and said without hiding anything, "Alan Horn's qualifications are completely comparable to Kevin Tsujihara's. He couldn't stop Jeff's unexpected promotion, so he had to choose to keep a low profile. During this period of time, he seemed to have gained some support from within the group, and began to frequently express his opinions at high-level meetings." "What do you mean?" Wayne was a little puzzled and looked up at the other party. Does he naively think that he can shake Jeff? Warner Brothers has been the undisputed #1 in revenue among the 6 major Hollywood giants in recent years. Regardless of whether it was the foundation laid by Kevin Tsujihara before he left office, Jeff Robinov was indeed the one who led Warner Brothers to glory. No one can deny this. Not to mention that Warner Brothers is still moving forward. Even if there are some minor mistakes, shareholders will not easily touch Jeff Robinov because everyone knows that this CEO has Wayne's strong support behind him. No, after the release of Justice League, Jeff intends to retire at the peak of his career. Bruce Rosenblum pointed out the main reason as soon as he opened his mouth. No one can easily shake this meritorious CEO, but it cannot be ignored that Jeff Robinov is not young anymore. Unlike Kevin Tsujihara, he did not have the opportunity to be directly promoted to the head of Time Warner. Retiring at the peak of his career may not be a bad choice. Shit, it's aimed at you? That's right. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, The Biggest Nomination Disaster in Oscar History. Although he holds a large number of shares in Warner Brothers, Wayne has never tried to intervene in the management and operation of Warner Brothers. Even at the shareholders meeting, his representatives just followed his instructions and unconditionally raised their hands to Jeff Robinov's proposal. Today's Warner Brothers has long been on the right path under his influence. In addition, he knows very well that what he has learned and is good at is never the operation of the film company. Interfering will only lead to continuous wrong decisions. This is a giant company in the film industry. It is definitely not a monolithic company. It is normal for various factions to hinder and compete with each other. Wayne has long understood that, even if he relies on the shares in his hands to find a way to enter the management of this giant, it is just adding a faction, which is far worse than the current situation. No one can ignore his influence within the company. In addition, under the leadership of Jeff Robinov, Warner Brothers' strategy has been very clear in recent years, and various large-scale investment and production sequels have emerged in an endless stream. Uninterrupted success can cover up all internal disputes. In the end, shareholders are only interested in revenue. As long as the company can bring them a lot of income, they don't care who sits on the CEO's seat. The turning point of the matter was that at a cocktail party of the company's senior executives, Jeff Robinov personally revealed that he intended to choose to retire at the peak of his career. Today's Warner Brothers is the first production and distribution company in Hollywood. No one can resist the position of the head, including some ambitious senior executives. Alan Horn is obviously one of the first to make his voice heard. But no matter who is interested in this position, they can't get around Wayne. This is the embodiment of his influence in Warner Brothers. Originally, in the minds of countless company executives and shareholders, Brothers Rosenblum was the first choice. Whether it was qualifications or abilities, he was qualified. In addition, he had a good personal relationship with Wayne. Everyone knew that, if he stood up now, he would go against him. Will it not bring unrest to Warner Brothers? After understanding all the reasons, Wayne frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Bruce Rosenblum, who was sitting next to him. At least not now. The head of distribution of Warner Brothers shrugged and said with a bad face, but it may not be the case in 2 years. As long as Jeff is still there, no one dares to make a big move. In fact, what Wayne least wants to see is that Warner Brothers has too many people who can make various voices, just like in his memory. When the company is caught in internal struggles and the unrest is not over, the film projects will become the victims of the struggle. The red-eyed film company executives dare to use any means to achieve their goals. Just like Walt Disney in the past few years, Michael Eisner's overbearing style of doing things has made shareholders more and more unbearable. When he can bring glory to Disney, everyone can tolerate his character, but when Disney is not doing well, all kinds of struggles appear. Today's Disney film projects and traditional animation projects are all very weak. When The Lion King exhausted the last bit of glory of hand-painted animation, the internal forces had already begun to challenge Michael Eisner. Although the current Disney emperor can still suppress the constant opposition from the internal forces, it is inevitable that the internal struggle of this media group has become the main theme, and even some projects have become victims of various internal compromises. But Bruce Rosenblum's fingers tapped on the desk again and again, making a rhythmic sound of clanging. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said hesitantly, although Alan Horn is usually silent, since Jeff was promoted to CEO, most of the film and television production department has become his backyard. You know, Wayne, if he wants to do something, even Jeff can't completely veto it. In fact, although Jeff firmly supports me, he has to follow the company's regulations on most matters related to film and television production. Moreover, sometimes I can't guess Jeff's thoughts. Nodding silently, Wayne certainly knew what the other party was worried about. Alan Horn is in a very free position. It is much easier for him to make some outstanding achievements than Bruce Rosenblum. As he said, no one knows Jeff Robinoff's true thoughts. If the projects initiated by Alan Horn have been successful in the past 2 years, and the company's senior management and shareholders have clearly seen his ability, the final result is really uncertain. He can't get around you. At this point, Bruce Rosenblum showed his true thoughts, staring at Wayne with sincere eyes, and said, everyone knows that, if you want to sit in that position, you must at least get your support. Wayne, we have always been a very good partner. I believe you can understand what I mean. Of course, I understand. Wayne nodded and gave him a reassuring smile. The two then communicated a few more words about the release of The Flash. He pointed to his watch, stood up and buttoned his suit jacket. Before leaving, he raised a hand to his ear, indicating that no matter what problems arise, you can call him at any time. Boss, do you have a different idea? After getting on the car back to the manor, Nina, who had been transparent all the time, suddenly spoke up to break the silence, as if she had guessed Wayne's thoughts. Smiling, Wayne retracted his gaze from the car window and turned to look at the assistant. Did you figure it out? I guessed it. Nina smiled. She really knew her boss too well, so as long as she guessed some things, she could figure out what the other person was thinking. Boss, I want to remind you that the right thing to do is to completely withdraw from it. Whether it is Bruce Rosenblum or Alan Horn, the director of the film and television production department, what we have to do is to observe them carefully in the next 2 years. It's very simple. With Wayne's influence in Warner Brothers, if he clearly supports someone, then this person will definitely have the greatest advantage. After all, whether it is shareholders or executives, it is impossible to ignore his opinions. However, if it is a normal practice of capital, it must be to watch the two sides compete. Give both sides enough space to show their abilities, and the rest will be obvious. Whoever can bring greater benefits to themselves will be supported by the clear banner in the end. Let alone personal relationships. When it comes to this kind of thing, there is no personal relationship to talk about. Who can bring them greater benefits is more important than anything else. The reality is that personal relationships can be cultivated. No, Nina. Wayne shook his head and said with a smile, you ignored trust. The trust relationship between him, Jeff Robinoff, and Bruce Rosenblum was slowly built over many years. It will take many years to rebuild this trust with others. I know it. The assistant muttered and shook her head slightly. In her opinion, her boss always showed an appropriate human touch when he needed to be cold, which was not a good quality for a billionaire. From Wayne's point of view, he did not want to see struggles within Warner Brothers, and choosing to clearly support Bruce Rosenblum at the beginning could largely avoid a lot of unnecessary competition. Not only Nina saw it, I'm afraid even Jeff Robinov had seen it in his heart a long time ago. Bruce Rosenblum's personality characteristics, to be harsh, are not suitable for the position of the head of Warner Brothers. Wayne is of course very clear about this. This Warner Brothers distribution director is a marketing master in the industry. He can easily use various means of film promotion and competition with other companies' projects. But everyone can see his own character. After middle age, he has always remained sinister and narrow-minded. He is used to using extreme means for many things, which is far less stable than Jeff Robinov. Letting him do film distribution, promotion, public relations and other affairs are all very sharp swords, but as the leader of a media group, no one knows what such a character will bring to the company. But Bruce Rosenblum has an advantage that no one can compare with Wayne, that is trust. This distribution director personally handled the public relations for Wayne to get the Oscar for Best Director. The tacit understanding between the two sides is completely incomparable to others. If Jeff really steps down one day, Bruce will be the candidate who best serves our interests. Seeing that Nina was still trying to persuade him, Wayne gave a serious affirmative sentence. There were some things he couldn't say. The fact was that in his memory, there was no trace of Alan Horn. His arrival changed a lot of things invisibly. According to the normal trend, Kevin Tsujihara should still be the CEO of Warner Brothers. He was a typical Hollywood boss. After the success of Tim Burton's Batman Iron Second, he immediately interfered with the DC series, and then made a big mistake in Batman Returns and Batman and Robin. It was precisely because of Wayne's arrival that Warner Brothers did not take any detours. His own films, coupled with his invisible influence, made Warner Brothers directly the first in revenue among the six giants, and also made Kevin Tsujihara directly promoted to the CEO of Time Warner. As for Jeff Robinov, he is even more famous. He has been a senior film and television production executive at Warner Brothers for 17 years. During this period, his shadow flashed behind the Batman trilogy with a global box office of more than $2 billion, Inception with a box office of more than $800 million, The Hangover with a box office of more than $1.3 billion, and Gravity, which won multiple Oscars. And he successfully took the position of president of Warner Brothers with his stable management style and keen market insight into sequels. Even if Wayne racked his brain, he couldn't recall any information about Alan Horn, but he just felt that the name was very familiar. It was obvious that, driven by various reasons, he chose to support Bruce Rosenblum without hesitation. The possible turmoil of Warner Brothers was still far away. Wayne just told Nina to keep an eye on the information of Warner Brothers, and turned around to continue to focus on the movie The Flash that was about to be completed, and the award ceremony stage that he needed to attend from time to time. Time slowly moved forward in his busyness. The media's hype about The Flash vs. Godzilla also gradually died down as the award season entered its peak. On February 10, 1998, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences officially held the Oscar nominees luncheon and announced all the films nominated for the 70th Academy Awards. This year's Oscars has a total of 24 regular awards, 1 honorary award and 5 scientific and technical awards. At the same time, the nominees luncheon was broadcast live to the world by ABC TV. The development of Hollywood in recent times can be regarded as turbulent. The strong appearance of Titanic at the end of 1997, which was called the Oscars off year by insiders, made the audience and related practitioners in North America have a strong curiosity about this year's Oscars. The film Titanic did not surprise most people at all. It became the biggest winner at the Oscar nominees luncheon that day. At the same time, the film also broke a record, winning the most Oscar nominations with an unprecedented 14 nominations. In fact, many people had expected such a result. Just before the Oscar nominees luncheon, the North American box office of Titanic had exceeded $450 million. In this data, it was only behind Batman, The Dark Knight. What cannot be ignored is that there are still crazy audiences who keep going to the theater to buy tickets and watch it repeatedly. If the achievements made overseas are included, the global box office of Titanic has accumulated more than $1 billion, and the upward trend has not slowed down much. Until now, even the so-called film market experts can't see how deep the market potential of this film is. The Oscar nominees luncheon has not ended yet, and the entire North American public opinion has been in an uproar, and the cause is still the unprecedented 14 nominations for Titanic. In contrast, the results of the nominees luncheon for The Dark Knight, which caused the same huge viewing storm and crushed the entire world film market, surprised countless people. There were only 8 nominations, which obviously aroused the sensitive nerves of countless media. Yes, Titanic is not an unrealistic film, but the film's commercial attributes are so strong that everyone knows it. Since the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has already bowed to the box office of Titanic of over $1 billion, or has already bowed to the market, why does it treat The Dark Knight differently? Is it because The Dark Knight is an unrealistic film? This is obviously unreasonable, since it has decided to bow to the market and cannot ignore the huge box office of over $1 billion. Treating it differently is contrary to the fairness advocated by the Academy, especially since The Dark Knight is still the #1 in the box office history of film history. Whether it is the North American box office or the global box office, it is the undisputed #1. What makes countless media even more excited is that the 8 nominations for Batman: The Dark Knight fully show the Academy's contempt for the film. Best Supporting Actor, Best Makeup, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Effects, Best Visual Effects, Best Art Direction, Best Editing, and 1 Best Cinematography. Just from the list of nominations, we can see that there is no award of sufficient weight. The Academy's attitude is obviously abnormal. There are no Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor and Best Actress, etc., which is really too different from the treatment of Titanic. On the day when the nominees' lunch ended, the entire North American public opinion pointed to the fairness of the Academy. Not only ordinary audiences, but even a large number of people in the industry do not understand. They don't understand why the Academy, which has already bowed to the market, still holds on to the last bit of ideas and chooses to ignore non-realistic films. In fact, to put it bluntly, is there really a big difference between a commercial film and a non-realistic film? As long as you have seen Batman, The Dark Knight and Titanic, even a fool knows that the former is far superior to the latter in terms of artistry. The next morning after the Oscar nominees' luncheon, almost all media outlets reported on it on their main pages. The Los Angeles Times, like a pioneer, publicly complained for The Dark Knight, the biggest Oscar nomination tragedy in history. On February 10, 1998, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences officially held a nominees' luncheon at the Beverly Regency Hotel. Titanic led with an unprecedented 14 nominations. The Dark Knight by Wayne Greenberg, the Dark King of Hollywood, only received 8 nominations in the technical category, which can be called the biggest Oscar nomination tragedy in decades. From the Joker back then to The Dark Knight now, it seems that the Academy can't see the greatness of Wayne Greenberg, especially now that this film is the #1 in box office history. It is recognized worldwide as the best work that combines the market and art, and there is no other. What are the Academy's judging criteria? What are the reasons for the votes of the judges? Many things are unknown. After receiving the relevant nomination results, the newspaper urgently conducted a questionnaire survey on a large number of ordinary movie fans on the streets and in theaters. The results will definitely shock all Oscar judges. According to the results of the interviews with 920 movie fans, more than 800 fans said that Wayne Greenberg's The Departed, which won the Best Director Oscar, was far less great than Batman: The Dark Knight. More than half of the audience doubted the fairness of the Oscars and said they would not watch this awards ceremony. Similar reports were also made by authoritative entertainment media such as The Hollywood Reporter, Entertainment, and Premiere. The views of several authoritative media were relatively consistent. They all believed that, even if the Academy did not like unrealistic films, it should not completely ignore the greatness of Batman: The Dark Knight, and it should not be perfunctory to only nominate 8 technical Oscars. For a time, the entire North America was full of comments about the Academy, which was unexpected by countless people. Arguments such as the Oscars are not fair at all, and the Academy's move will ruin the Oscars' reputation that has lasted for nearly 100 years. Were becoming more and more noisy. The topic became more and more popular and quickly spread beyond North America at a speed that no one expected. Even in Europe, the traditional film birthplace, that has always viewed Wayne's films with a critical attitude, many media outlets expressed their opinions on the matter, constantly mocking the Academy and the Oscars. Julia, stop. Replace this close-up of Barry Allen preparing to run with a backup push-in shot. In the studio of Warner Brothers Studios, in the post-production studio of The Flash, Wayne was watching the finished film that had been completely edited. A sudden voice rang out, and it was obvious that he had a new idea at this time. Boss, would it be better if this close-up kept the current lens lift? Assistant Director Gilmore, with his hands on his chest, frowned slightly when he heard Wayne call for a stop and change it again, and turned around and asked in a low voice. Julia also turned her head at this time and looked at the junior, who was thinking with his chin on one hand. Replacing a lens was nothing, but she was afraid that after this lens was replaced, a series of connected lenses would have to be rearranged, and the workload would be greatly increased and visibly change. After thinking for a while, Wayne waved his hand firmly and looked at the editor Julia. I need to let the audience enter Barry Allen's heart and feel the same coolness as him. Okay. Julia shrugged, turned around and repeated his request in a low voice. The close-up before Barry Allen's run was changed from a lift to a push. The movement of the camera in the movie is far less complicated than ordinary people imagine. In short, there are only 8 types, namely push, pull, shake, move, follow, lift, drop, and swing. In particular, the 2 most commonly used push shots and pull shots by directors, such as the close-up of Barry Allen's run that is about to be replaced. The push shot is easy to understand. That is, the camera gradually pushes the subject, which is equivalent to using the audience's perspective to gradually close the distance with the subject. The extensive use of push shots of the protagonist of the movie will also produce an effect that allows the audience to enter the protagonist's heart. Many directors like to use this technique extensively. Push shots will stimulate the audience's subjective feelings. For example, the push close-up of Barry Allen can make the audience have an illusion of empathy and experience the exhilaration brought by speed together. Usually this method is more used in art films. The slowly advancing shots can allow the audience to enter the heart of the character and better feel the emotions that the director wants to output. It is not so complicated in commercial films. The reason for using it in this way is simply to increase the audience's exhilaration. While Julia was adjusting the film, Nina gently pulled Wayne's sleeve, waited for him to turn his head in confusion, and reported in a low voice, because of the nomination of Batman, The Dark Knight, there has been a big uproar outside. The president of the Academy called Jeff and hinted that you had better come forward in person to make some clarifications to the media. Wayne knew better than anyone that the reason why the Academy did this was simply because he had already won all the honors the year before, and Batman, The Dark Knight did not have the slightest attitude of wanting to fight for it, so everything was actually very normal. Coincidentally, when Batman, The Dark Knight and Titanic were put together, it was easy for people to feel unfair, and coupled with the media's hype for popularity, the current situation of the whole nation complaining was formed. Smiling, Wayne nodded and instructed the assistant lady, okay, make it simple. The work of The Flash has reached the last moment, and I don't have much time to waste on it. Chapter 635 Media Meeting. The Academy has never disrespected me. On the contrary, the unique arrangement of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences at the previous year's Oscar ceremony made me feel their immense respect for me. The Dark Knight is indeed a good movie, but Titanic is not bad either, so it is meaningless to compare the two. Outside the huge studio of Warner Brothers Studios, Wayne spoke freely to dozens of media reporters who were notified at short notice. Although the arrangement was rather hasty and everyone was in an open-air environment, the flashlights on the scene were still flashing, constantly taking pictures of the man in the front row. Speaking of this, I have to clarify another thing. I have a good relationship with director James Cameron. We are great friends in private. We appreciate each other's talents. The reason why I attended the premiere of Titanic was to be the first to see this movie that took him more than 3 years to shoot. I have to say that he performed perfectly. Now the love between Jack and Rose is being sung by audiences all over the world, which has proved the greatness of Titanic. This is a movie of the same level as Batman, The Dark Knight. There is no need to compare with each other, and I have not been treated unfairly. Looking at the dozens of impatient media reporters in front of him, Wayne raised his arms and made several downward movements in succession, indicating that he had not finished speaking, and it was not yet the time for free questions. At the same time, his face, which had always been serious, began to slowly smile as his hands moved. Under the gaze of everyone, he pursed his lips and continued with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. There is another very interesting thing at the premiere of Titanic that I would like to share with you. I remember that night, James and I talked about the movie Titanic. Neither of us thought that the movie would achieve its current glory. At that time, I made a joking promise to him that if Titanic could be recognized by most of the judges of the Academy, then I hope to be able to return the little golden man that he personally awarded to me to him on the same stage. Now it seems that this is entirely possible, isn't it? So I would like to take this opportunity to appeal to the Academy through all the media friends present here. At this point, he shrugged at everyone and deliberately pretended to be full of expectations. Although his acting skills were terrible, he still caused most of the reporters to laugh kindly. Hey, although I'm very busy with work recently, I can't miss such a grand event as the Oscars. So, I'm waiting for the Oscars committee to call me at any time to be the guest of honor at the Oscars. Come on, I hope you won't make me wait too long. Everyone knew that Wayne was using this teasing appeal to show his good relationship with the students. No matter what happened in private, by doing this, he at least took the initiative to show that the Academy did not treat him unfairly. The main target was undoubtedly the public opinion storm that was now spreading all over North America. On the one hand, he showed his personal relationship with James Cameron, and on the other hand, he praised the greatness of Titanic, just to tell everyone that putting the two films together and comparing them with a magnifying glass was completely meaningless. Director Greenberg, just as Charles Roven, the temporary host of the media meeting, indicated that the media reporters could ask questions freely, dozens of hands were raised high. When a reporter in the front row was called, he couldn't wait to ask, "There have been rumors for a while that you intend not to attend this year's Academy Awards because of the Academy's attitude towards the nomination of Batman: The Dark Knight." Hey, man. Facing the reporter's question, Wayne smiled and spread his hands, and without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, he answered into the microphone, "I think this is a completely unfounded rumor. As I said before, I don't have any special opinions about the Academy, nor do I express my protest by not attending the Oscars because of the nomination issue of Batman: The Dark Knight." I don't know which gossip entertainment tabloid reported it first, using an insider tone, vowing that Wayne was furious about the nomination issue and was extremely disappointed with the unfair treatment of the Academy. He even declared privately that he would not attend this year's Oscars. It was this seemingly unrestrained gossip that was reposted by many entertainment media, because both professionals in the industry and ordinary movie fans who were watching the fun felt that the news was very true. As the leader of the new generation of Hollywood film art, he must show his attitude after being treated unfairly. Director Greenberg, a reporter with Premiere hanging around his neck, asked immediately after he clarified the false rumors, "Can you talk about your box office opinion of James Cameron's Titanic?" Today, Titanic is still being screened all over the world. From the latest Box Office Express, we can see that the box office of this big ship has approached $1.1 billion. What's more surprising is that there is no intention to stop. Now more and more people are beginning to look forward to whether this film can surpass Batman: The Dark Knight with $1.219 billion and top the throne of the first box office in film history. Similarly, many people want to know what Wayne himself thinks of the movie that may surpass himself. This issue is considered a hot topic. I'm only happy about the box office performance of Titanic, even though James is very likely to surpass me. Constant self-mockery is always the best way to resolve problems. What can Wayne really think? Of course, he hopes that he will always be the #1 box office in film history. But that is obviously impossible. As early as when the box office of Batman: The Dark Knight broke $1 billion, he was ready to be surpassed. Any market performance will pale in the face of the completely unreasonable cash flow of the big ship. After more than a decade or two after going through the entire Hollywood, this big ship still firmly occupies the #1 box office in film history. If it hadn't been broken by Godcat himself, it might have continued to maintain it. As you know, I'm still very young and have plenty of time to create. Who can say for sure that I can't make a higher grossing film in the future? As you know, the North American cinema market is still expanding, and cinemas in various cities are still being built at a very fast speed. Therefore, the rapid development of the cinema market is an opportunity for all Hollywood directors. Some words are just superficial talk. Wayne knows better than anyone that, although the cinema market is still expanding rapidly, the price of movie tickets has not increased significantly in the next 10 years. With the popularization of the internet, young people have been given a variety of entertainment options. In fact, it is very difficult to have a film with a box office of more than $1 billion again. But he obviously has a greater chance of achieving this goal than other directors. He has an advantage that no one else has, that is, through his years of hard work, Justice League is very likely to ignite a bigger fire. And this is the only way that Wayne has come up with after emptying his head to surpass Titanic. Mr. Greenberg, what do you think of this year's Oscars? Can you make a prediction? Seeing that the award season has entered its climax, more people are still concerned about and discussing the Oscars. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times asked, "Many fans want to know, what are your expectations for Batman: The Dark Knight at the Oscars? Can you make a prediction?" After thinking for a while, Wayne said to the microphone, "To be honest, I have been too busy with work recently. I have no time to pay attention to the Oscars. But I have full confidence in the Academy and believe that they will give Batman: The Dark Knight the honor it deserves." At this point, he deliberately paused and teased again, "Whether it is the Oscar for Best Director or the Oscar for Best Picture, I already have the two most important honors. You can't expect me to win them every year, right? Other hard-working filmmakers in the industry will want to kill me. Well, maybe I should try directing and acting myself, and then use my superb acting skills to win the Oscar for Best Actor." As we all know, directors and actors have completely different perspectives. A common phenomenon is that successful Hollywood directors are disasters in front of the camera. Although they are good at directing actors, once they are on stage, they are amateurish. His words caused laughter again. Everyone knew he was joking. Although Wayne's face is definitely tough and handsome even in Hollywood, where handsome men and beautiful women gather, there has never been a trend of young and handsome men here. Even with faces like Tom Cruise and Leo, they are still muscular men with superb acting skills after taking off their clothes. Okay, I need to make one more statement. At the media meeting, the topic has always been about the Oscars. Near the end, Wayne put away the smile on his face, looked at the media reporters in front of him seriously, and finally said to the microphone, "I respect the Academy very much. Similarly, the Academy has given me considerable respect. I have no opinion on the Academy." Okay, that's it. Chapter 636, Entertainment to Death is Hollywood. There was no breaking news in the entire press conference. The next day, media reports were all about Wayne, Oscar, and James Cameron. "The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences respects me very much. James Cameron and I are good friends. I hope to personally present the same little golden man to James Cameron on the same stage." All his remarks at the press conference have aroused public discussion, especially his desire to be an Oscar presenter, which successfully overshadowed the public discussion about the nomination of Batman: The Dark Knight. Many media outlets have appealed to the Oscar organizers on their pages. Although Wayne's firm remarks have caused some discussion in the circle, the mainstream voice is more optimistic about the performance of Titanic this year. The unprecedented 14 nominations have already sent out enough signals. Another eye-catching thing is the publicity competition between Warner Bros. And Sony Columbia, which has already started in advance. The Flash released a poster today, and Godzilla followed with a trailer of several tens of seconds. The Flash revealed some interesting stories about the crew, and Godzilla installed the monster close-up posters on billboards in the streets in advance. As we all know, since the 1990s, as soon as the summer movie market enters each year, it will be immediately filled with various medium and large-scale investment film projects, filling every summer weekend. Normally, starting from the beginning of May, the films of major Hollywood film companies will take turns to perform on the stage. However, in recent years, with the strong rise of Wayne Films, it is as if it has contracted the entire May schedule. Major film companies have chosen to avoid the edge. Even if the later schedule is more crowded, they are unwilling to be a stepping stone for the Greenberg brand. Therefore, for movies that are determined to be released in the May schedule, they can start to promote them rhythmically after entering February. It is precisely this situation that makes Godzilla released by Sony Columbia so special. In recent years, this is the first film that blatantly expressed its intention to collide with Wayne's DC series. Even the previous year's Jurassic Park 2 did not make such a big fanfare. This has created a strange scene. From the communication between Warner Brothers and the theater company, it is learned that only these two large-scale productions have been arranged for the entire May schedule this year. Other small-budget films have no control over their own destiny. The entertainment news every day during the entire awards season was disturbing, and various news about these two films always occupied a place. From the perspective of publicity alone, Godzilla has undoubtedly achieved the expected results. Relying on a Don Quixote-like bravery, it seems like a lone hero, and has gained a lot of media attention. Time slowly moved forward in the noise, and Wayne finally completed the work on The Flash. After being confirmed by the main creative team, the film was sent to the Warner Brothers distribution department as soon as possible. In mid-February, the weather in Los Angeles was sunny and pleasant. Wayne, who had just finished all the work on The Flash, walked into the Beverly Hilton Hotel in a low-key manner. His entourage was not Nina, who was like a shadow, but all Barry, who had finished working on X-Men. 3 days later, Agent Jimmy appeared in the corridor of the hotel, carrying a black briefcase, and looked up from time to time to observe the house number. When he came to the door of a presidential suite, he confirmed it again, and sighed as he stood in front of the door. Knock, knock, knock. He raised his wrist to check the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Jimmy knocked on the door of the suite. After a while, the door was opened from the inside, revealing Sergio's strong body like a bear. The other party looked down at the agent, shrugged and stepped aside. Boss is awake, wait for yourself. After saying this, Sergio quickly went into another bedroom under Jimmy's surprised eyes, leaving him alone, frowning and sitting on the sofa. What's the hurry? Soon, the door of the master bedroom of the suite was opened, and Wayne came out wearing a white bathrobe, with water drops dripping from his short hair. The agent looked through the open door, and was very sure that he saw two women of different colors, each wearing a simple bath towel, and blowing their hair. After a quick glance, Jimmy swallowed his saliva subconsciously, turned his head, and retracted his gaze, as if pretending that he had not seen anything, shrugged at the man who had walked in front of him, and opened the briefcase beside him. You know, Wayne, I don't want to disturb your vacation, but there is an unexpected news, so I have to rush over now. Although his hands did not stop moving, and he took out a beautifully wrapped envelope neatly, his attention was still on the two women who just flashed by. Looking at the man sitting on the sofa like a big horse and a golden knife, Jimmy instantly felt a surge of envy in his heart that all men understand. A man can only truly enjoy it when he does this to the other person. Although he has watched the other person rise little by little with his own eyes, he suddenly has a deeper desire for wealth and power. What? This is also possible? Looking at the things in his hand, Wayne felt extremely absurd for a moment, and looked up at his agent in disbelief. It has to be kept secret now. Jimmy smiled and nodded. Who told you to say that to the media? A formal invitation to become the guest of honor at the Oscars awards was placed in front of him. Maybe everyone knows that the reason why Wayne said that to the media was just to make fun of himself, mainly to clarify some unwarranted public opinion, but he didn't expect that the organizer really sent an invitation. The two looked at each other. Now, as long as this invitation is taken out, it will immediately cause a storm in the city. There is nothing wrong with the invitation itself, and it is not special. What is special is the meaning behind it. You know, this is an invitation to the Oscar for Best Director. In order to ensure its own fairness, the Academy has always hired accounting firms to count the results after the Oscar voting process began. Before the envelope of the award ceremony was opened, no one could know the specific results. But if you want to delve into the appearance of this invitation, the meaning behind it is hard to say. I see. Wayne nodded, fiddling with the invitation in his hand, looking at Jimmy and asked, anything else? Yes, but it shouldn't be a big deal for you. Speaking of this, the agent's face became strange, raised his hand from the pocket of his suit jacket, took out a folded newspaper, unfolded it and put it on the coffee table. Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg still can't change his playboy nature. The headline on the Hollywood Daily Entertainment newspaper made Wayne curl his lips. He leaned his upper body on the soft sofa, then picked up a cigarette and a lighter from the coffee table, like a bystander watching the excitement, lit a cigarette and leisurely shook open the newspaper. While others were trying to participate in various award ceremonies, Wayne Greenberg could not hide his romantic nature and checked into a hotel with two women. Although he is the director of The Flash, the producer of X-Men and the producer of Charlie's Angels, the busy work has not drained his energy at all, and he still has not changed his playboy nature. Recently, a reporter from this newspaper took a photo of him and two actresses walking on the Avenue of Stars. The three of them behaved intimately and then entered the hotel room together. One of them is very familiar to North American audiences, that is, the African American actress Halle Berry, who has had a romantic history with Wayne Greenberg, and the other is a Chinese, who is probably also an actor. If you are careful enough, you will find that in addition to making continuous progress in his film career, Wayne Greenberg has always maintained the same standard in choosing women. From Naomi Watts, who was the first to confirm that he had a relationship with him, to the latest Chinese actress photographed, they all have model-like figures and iconic sweet faces. So, for the majority of movie fans, in addition to the guarantee of film quality, you can always trust Wayne Greenberg's aesthetics. Cameron Diaz once told the media in an interview that Wayne Greenberg always had a good eye for women. Of course, the facts have proved that this evaluation is not wrong. Every actress who has had rumors with Wayne Greenberg has successively proved her acting talent on the big screen. Now, whether this Chinese woman who appeared for the first time can also find an opportunity to prove her acting skills, no one can doubt it. Don't look at me. The entertainment newspapers on the market are now hyping up the news about you dragging too. Jimmy saw his client throw away the newspaper and look up at himself. He shrugged and teased, the public likes to see these, don't they? Shit, the public now prefers to see Oscar previews. Wayne shook his head and didn't take these reports seriously at all. Just as the newspapers reported, at most the media could only call him a playboy. Wayne himself had no nominal wife or girlfriend, let alone a family bound by law. No matter how many women he found, it would not rise to the moral level. Jimmy once again secretly glanced in the direction of the master bedroom, buckled his briefcase, and stood up to leave. You continue to enjoy yourself. I have to go back and discuss some procedures with the Oscar organizers. After the agent left for a while, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Miss Lee Zhao, who was traveling to Los Angeles, walked out in a bath towel. Is this Hollywood? The woman picked up the colorful newspaper on the coffee table and saw her photo at a glance. It was the first time she had seen such a tabloid. The report even described in detail the process of the three people fooling around. Wayne pulled the woman to his lap and curled his lips. That's right, entertainment to death is the attribute of Hollywood. Chapter 637, The Situation of Chinese in Hollywood. Maybe some people don't have a broad vision due to their age and growing environment, but usually such people are not stupid, such as Miss Lee Zhao, who claimed to come to Los Angeles for travel. Not only did she collect a lot of Hollywood related information in advance through her besties relationship, but she also came to Los Angeles alone and specially called the number on the business card again after 3 days and stayed in the hotel room reserved by the female assistant. Especially when she saw that it was not just Wayne who came, but also a famous black actor in Hollywood. She did not show any discomfort and quickly entered her role. The reason that drove her to do this was very simple. Whether it was learned in advance through relationships or witnessed in newspapers and magazines in the past few days, it all showed one thing, that is, in the Hollywood circle, Wayne Greenberg has the best reputation in this regard. As a Hollywood star, no one is taboo to talk about this matter, and she has also seen countless gossip reports before. A very interesting phenomenon is that over the years, all women who have had relationships with Wayne Greenberg have got what they wanted. And when facing media interviews, he never hesitated to talk about this relationship and hype it up. The man's attitude was also very obvious, and he obviously didn't care about the women's nonsense. What surprised her even more was the whole atmosphere of Hollywood. Wayne Greenberg's attitude towards women was not to mess around secretly or have a one-night stand with someone they liked. Facing the media, the man never hid it. Even though the media exposed his relationship with those women, the man never expressed dissatisfaction in public. This made Miss Lizzo feel very strange. Because Wayne Greenberg had no legal wife and no girlfriend who he publicly acknowledged, his relationships with many women were exposed many times, but it never seemed to affect his career, and the public did not seem to raise these to the moral level. Also, she had heard rumors many times. In this regard, except for Wayne Greenberg, other Hollywood bigwigs might choose to complete equal transactions with already famous star actors. As for those little actors who are nothing, no one would care about their life or death. I'm lucky. After taking a look at the hotel bedroom, she found that the famous Hollywood African-American actress was lying on the bed alone to catch up on her sleep. Miss Lizzo rolled her eyes, looked at the man's tough face closely, and said, "After this trip, I will join a very outstanding director's crew and play the leading role in that film when I return to the other side of the Pacific Ocean." The woman's words made Wayne slightly stunned. He thought that this ambitious girl came to Los Angeles to find an opportunity to stay. But when he thought about it, he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Yes, the national teacher chose her in school. Obviously, the opportunity has come, and no one has any reason to give up. Do you need my help? He looked at the delicate oriental face of the girl in his arms and asked with a smile, "Don't be polite to me. You performed very well. You deserve it." The woman certainly understood what the other party meant by deserved. She rolled her eyes in front of the man, jumped out of his arms, and sat on the soft sofa in a very quiet way until she got on the plane. Her good girlfriend kept telling her to always maintain her unique oriental charm. Hollywood has beautiful girls from most parts of the world, and she has her own characteristics that others don't have, so she can always keep men interested. Facing the man's probing eyes on her, the woman blinked mischievously, not caring at all about the snow whiteness that was already looming on her body. "You have helped me enough." "What do you mean?" Wayne sat with his arms spread out on the back of the sofa, staring at the woman with interest and asked, "I don't remember when there was anything I could do to help you over there." Gritting her teeth, Miss Lizzo looked at the man's face and whispered, "After you left, many reporters interviewed me. You know, many people are interested in our relationship." Seeing that the man's face did not change, the woman seemed to be encouraged and continued boldly, "I told the media that you appreciate my acting talent and want me to come to Hollywood to try to develop. So, this is a very smart woman." From the moment she climbed into Wayne's bed, she actually got the reward she wanted, especially this world-class director, who has a very good reputation over there. In fact, she didn't need to say anything specific to the media herself. Just a little guidance during the interview could bring her the desired results. "So, after I left, many crews contacted you?" What the woman didn't expect was that Wayne didn't show any anger at this time, as if he didn't care at all about what she said to the media. Instead, she showed a look of great appreciation, looking herself up and down. "That's right." The woman nodded. She felt a little embarrassed when she thought of those media outlets describing her as an actress ready to go international. But this set of words was obviously very popular there. Although many people had a lot of controversy about her behavior, she herself was very sober. Compared with the opportunities she could get, some bad reputation was simply not worth mentioning. "I will join the crew to participate in the filming when I go back." Since the other party didn't mind some of her white lies, the woman simply talked about her own arrangements. After all, she still needed the other party's help later. "After filming this movie, no matter what the result is, can you invite me to Los Angeles and Hollywood in the name of Warner Brothers?" Facing the woman's expectant eyes, Wayne rubbed his chin stubble with one hand. He now felt more and more that this woman was not ordinary smart. It was obvious that she wanted to make up for what she said in the media interview while trying to play another game of export to domestic sales. My promise is always valid. Regardless of whether the woman's current expression was an act or not, he nodded with a smile on his face and agreed readily. One thing that always worked for him was that the woman next to him had performed very well in the past few days, and he was so satisfied that he couldn't be more satisfied. You can call Nina, like you did when you came to Los Angeles this time, and she will arrange everything. But, seeing the man paused in the middle of his words, Miss Liz Heo looked at him nervously and asked, "But what? Do you need me to do anything? Honey, as long as I have it, you can take it. You should understand what I mean. No. Looking at the nervous woman, Wayne raised one hand and waved it left and right between the two of them. He believed that the woman's performance now was the most real side. He lit another cigarette, and through the smoke, he looked carefully at the delicate face behind him, shook his head slightly, and said, "What I mean is, don't have too high expectations for Los Angeles and Hollywood. Nowadays, it is almost difficult for Chinese actors to find their place here. I remind you that I hope you won't have too much psychological gap at that time. You must know that facing the common phenomenon of the entire circle, even I still don't have any good solutions. Let alone Chinese, even African, Latino, Mexican and Hispanic actors face overwhelming discrimination in this circle. Now is far from the trend of more than 10 years later. Minorities here face competition from all directions, even from the so-called own people of the same ethnic group. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the objective situation. Most of the roles in mainstream Hollywood projects are dominated by white people. The remaining small number of minority roles are usually occupied by Africans, and there are almost no opportunities left. You can imagine how difficult the competition is. Looking at the woman who seemed to be lost in thought, there was one thing that Wayne was not easy to say. In this environment, Chinese Americans are actually at the bottom. Even if there are roles for them to play, most of them are just randomly cast by Asians. Smearing is always greater than normal. Even though Brandon Lee has long succeeded in making the audience ignore his skin color and has his own fans throughout North America and even the world, some invisible discrimination in the circle still exists. You know, he can definitely be regarded as a native Los Angeles person, but he still can't avoid certain situations, let alone an outsider. It's completely the opposite of what you think. Seeing the girl staring at him blankly, Wayne shrugged and said bluntly, North American audiences have always been the most conservative audience group in the world, and this market has naturally become the most conservative film market in the world. So, no matter how good you are, for most audiences, you will always be an outsider. But Australia, the girl frowned. Obviously the actual situation was different from what she imagined. She originally thought that with the other party's care, she could at least become a small star here. That's different. Wayne sighed. The skin color in front of him was pleasing to Wayne's eyes, so he continued patiently. Whether it is Australia or the United Kingdom, the audiences and film companies in this land regard them as their own people. The English 5 gay friends has never been a simple noun. Gay friends? Well, as long as you understand what I mean. Knowing that what he said was a bit exaggerated, he smiled and continued, this is the most complicated land in the world. If you want to win respect, you can only rely on absolute ability. At the same time, this is a completely commercial land. As long as you prove that you can bring returns to capital, I believe many film companies are willing to accept you to stay, but this is too difficult, almost impossible to do. In fact, both of them understand that women may really have ideas about Hollywood, but most of them should be thinking about exporting to domestic sales with the title of international actress, and then going back to develop their own land. Listen, girl. Wayne took a few puffs of his cigarette and said with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, if you want to stay and become a brand here, the hardship you have to pay is much greater than you think. Compared with the efforts you put in, the hope of getting results is very slim. I advise you to keep a calm mind. After saying that, he ignored the woman who wanted to continue asking questions, pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, whistled and shook his head in the direction of the bedroom, got up and staggered towards the attractive black pearl. In fact, if you want to succeed in Hollywood, the cruelty you face is far more difficult than Wayne said in words. To be honest, there is only one Chinese who can become a well-known brand in Hollywood, Jet Li. Jack Chen's situation is special. He has his own team and can be excluded from this discussion. Some people may think of local Chinese people such as John Lone. In fact, according to commercial terms, only Jet Li in his prime could make a large number of Western moviegoers walk into the theater and buy tickets to watch movies without thinking with a yellow face, because data will never lie, especially for Hollywood film companies that attach importance to data investigation. The matter is very easy to understand. In other words, when an ordinary North American movie fan sees Jet Li on the movie poster, he will not care about other element of the movie and directly choose to buy tickets to watch the movie. This has actually formed the effect of star appeal. Of course, Jack Chen is actually another model. He has his own team, and most of the behind the scenes work of the film is done by his own team. As Wayne said, if you want to stay in this land and let the film companies and the audience ignore your skin color and only appreciate your talent, there are very few who can do it, unless these people feel convinced from the bottom of their hearts, which has nothing to do with how famous you are in your own entertainment circle. Many big stars that ordinary people think of are actually not as high in Hollywood as they imagine. For example, Hollywood's biggest IP, Star Wars, was restarted 20 years later. According to the rules of the film industry at that time, Disney was going to invite 2 Chinese stars to participate in this Star Wars, Rogue One. After much selection, they chose Zen, a new generation of Kung Fu representative from Hong Kong, and Jiang Ziajun from the other side of the Pacific. These 2 Chinese who are representative in the eyes of ordinary people actually received very different treatments in Hollywood. Many details show that Zen plays Kara in the film, and Jiang Ziajun plays a mercenary named Bez Marbus. The 2 are good friends in the film, and join the Rogue Squad and die bravely. On the surface, you may not see the difference, but in Hollywood, where everything can be traced, as long as you are attentive, you can find that the film capital treats the 2 very differently. Generally speaking, at the end of a Hollywood movie, the subtitles that appear will be strictly ranked according to the importance of the actors. The first to appear are the male and female protagonists, and there is no dispute about this, followed by Zen, and then Mads Mikkelsen, who is Denmark's leading national treasure level performance master. When the names of the main actors in the film scroll past, the so-called finale level film actors will appear again on the subtitles, which is the so-called with. Basically, it means that they must be introduced as particularly important, and must appear separately and emphatically. The reason is that in the eyes of Hollywood film capital, these actors are big names. Just at this time, Jiang Ziajun's name appeared. Careful viewers may notice that the name that appears with Jiang Ziajun is Oscar winner Forrest Whitaker. This is the rule of Hollywood, a strictly commercialized society. The film company will use with to mark the big names of the supporting roles with particularly high status in the crew, and put them in the most finale at the end of the film. This can be said to be a necessary respect for the big names playing supporting roles. So, don't think that more than a decade ago on the other side of the Pacific, in order to compete for the ranking, the war of words was broken and bloody, and even went to court frequently, because of the ranking. This set of rules has been the most stringent in Hollywood since decades ago. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of Hollywood film capital, Jiang Ziajun is recognized as an international big name. Even if he plays a supporting role in Star Wars here, he must be treated accordingly according to the rules. Looking at the martial arts superstar Zen, in fact, many details have shown that he is just an ordinary supporting role in the eyes of the crew and the film company. So why can Jiang Ziajun get this treatment in Hollywood? To put it bluntly, it is based on his own strength. Whether he is a director or an actor, he has proven himself on the international stage. Hollywood film companies are much more practical than related companies in any other country in the world. Therefore, if you want to gain the recognition of these capitals, you must have strong abilities and the ability to be recognized by everyone. Obviously, this is not easy to do. Even if you are a big star in your hometown, no one will recognize your fame here, especially for minorities. The gentle country did not last long. After Wayne's one-week vacation, Miss Lee Zhao, who had come from afar, also boarded the plane back to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. He once again set his sights on the busy award season, and began to participate in it in an orderly manner according to the plan arranged by the assistant, and from time to time convey his influence to the outside world. The first stop for Wayne's participation in the award season was the Grammy Awards held on February 25, 1998. This stage, along with the Academy Awards, is one of the 4 major award ceremonies in North America. On this day, a pair of newcomers that the entire North American audience loved to see and hear also appeared. This year's Grammy Award ceremony was star-studded, but whether it was the big sister Madonna Ciccone or the extremely popular Celine Dion, they were both overshadowed by this newcomer with a huge age difference on the red carpet. Damn it, George. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the way we dress? Bullshit. Why did I believe your nonsense? Believe me, man, only this kind of dress is the most authentic rock style. Listen to me, a combination like ours will definitely surprise those big singers. Chapter 638. Who hasn't had crazy dreams in their youth? Wayne had no idea what a true rock star looked like, but he knew that in the eyes of others, he was definitely like a monkey, a maverick monkey. A dark red shirt with a large plaid pattern, paired with a pair of figure-hugging water-drying jeans, and pointed black leather shoes. The two of them were almost the same except for the size and color of the shirts. They looked like rock hippies all over North America in the 1960s and 1970s. The outfits of the two were completely designed by the old-fashioned George Lucas. The moment they walked on the red carpet, Wayne realized something was wrong. No matter how free and flamboyant the other guests invited to the ceremony were, no matter how they showed off their unique taste in clothing, they were still wearing suits. Not to mention the ladies, no matter what skin color or body shape they were, they basically wore bright and beautiful evening gowns. It was just the two of them who caused a media sensation the moment they walked onto the red carpet, like two rock hippies who suddenly broke into an upper-class high-end place, out of tune with everyone. However, George Lucas was confident. Facing the booing of the media reporters, he held Wayne tightly and posed in various self-proclaimed rock poses for the media reporters to take pictures. Shit. The flashlights flashed everywhere, and Wayne had a smile on his face, but he kept swearing in a low voice. It was not just George Lucas himself. When this suit was sent over, Naomi Watts and others always thought that this was what should be worn to a music ceremony. Hey, man, did you see that? The creator of Star Wars raised his arm, poked his partner secretly, blinked his eyes, and whispered proudly, "Look at these media, we are as popular as John Lennon." This is the attitude that music should have. Hey, show some of the boldness that young people should have. Why don't you act more like an old man than me? Go to hell, George. God knows how much I regret listening to your advice. Looking at the crowd around him, and the incredible looks they cast, Wayne lowered his voice, and muttered angrily in a rough voice, "Damn it, God knows." In order to accompany the creator of Star Wars, the two stayed on the red carpet for a long time. Finally, until Wayne was about to reach his limit of patience, George Lucas continued to move forward with satisfaction, and walked all the way into the media interview area, taking the signature pen handed over by the staff. Keeping a smile on his face, Wayne looked at the excited reporters with a headache. He knew that the media would have something to write about now. The subsequent interview was not unexpected at all. The father of Star Wars was like an old hippie. Facing the dense microphones and recorders, he dared to say anything. "Music excites me, of course. Extremely excited. You know, music is like an amphetamine addiction to me. I can't stop." George Lucas was obviously a little excited. He completely lost the reserve of the richest man in Hollywood and blasted the reporters, causing the crowd to laugh. "Hey, Wayne." Of course, the reporters didn't let him go so easily. A middle-aged female reporter shouted to Wayne, who had been silent all the time, asking, "This is your first time on the Grammy stage. Do you and George have any plans to perform on stage?" After a slight pause, Wayne shrugged and replied to the waiting reporters, "There are many big singers here today. Let's give them the opportunity." The flashlights on the scene flashed all over. He knew that all the filming equipment in the interview area was aimed at him at this moment. The unique retro outfit, coupled with the teasing answer, caused a burst of laughter, but he still had a stern face, with a look of "that's it," which deepened the humor of the picture. George Lucas beside him also had a right expression. "Mr. Greenberg, can you talk about your outfit today?" a reporter from the Los Angeles Times asked, taking advantage of the good atmosphere in the interview area. It was George's idea, so it's more appropriate for him to answer this question. When Wayne mentioned this, he had a headache. In an occasion full of suits and dresses, the two of them were like fireflies, firmly attracting the attention of countless people. I have to tell you that retro is an eternal fashion issue. George Lucas was also unambiguous. He stroked his beard with one hand and talked to the microphone. We have always had a beautiful filter for the past, and even major fashion designers like to pay tribute to the glorious and beautiful past. After that, hippie culture has always been the first choice of fashion people, just like the song of Me and Wayne, which is also expressing some beautiful ideas in its own way. One thing is well known, the hippies who emerged in the 1960s and 1970s advocated freedom and peace, as well as mainstream ideas such as anti-war. The main influence of hippies is music, or rock music. Slogans such as shouting, freedom, and anti-war have also become the label of hippies. For example, John Lennon mentioned by George Lucas as the soul of the world famous band The Beatles. This guy has always been the spiritual leader of hippies. In addition to music being deeply influenced by hippies, fashion is also the most affected by hippie culture. It seems that when luxury brands play retro designs, the first thing they think of is always the hippie style. Especially as time goes by, the hippie style has become synonymous with fashion. Wayne, how old were you when the rock hippies appeared on a large scale? Did you also love this kind of thing? The reporter who had just asked the question waited for George Lucas to answer before pointing the gun at him again. Obviously, the father of Star Wars was deeply influenced by the hippie culture because of his age, but the public image of this young Hollywood director has always been different. When people mention him, the first thing that comes to mind is stability. Of course, I love it very much. Wayne pursed his lips, thought for a while into the microphone, and replied, many media have reported on it. My growth experience is nothing new. I made a study plan since I was a teenager and studied and grew up step by step. You know, life never gave me the opportunity to experience what it feels like to be a bad kid. Especially when I was a teenager, a rebellious spirit began to appear in my mind, so I picked up the guitar. There was a time when I was crazy about everything about hippies. During that time, rock music became my spiritual food. The sound of click and click of cameras continued at the scene. Wayne had a nostalgic look on his face and slowly narrated to the reporters. When I was a teenager, I often fantasized about carrying a guitar, driving an old Ford car, and going on the road with a few like-minded friends. We could discuss music, imaginary love, beautiful poetry, great movies, and mysterious sex on the road. We could drive a car and try all kinds of rebellious things on the way to freedom. We could race naked in the sunset, drink whiskey crazily, and read poems loudly to the western wilderness. If we have no money, we can find a job in a restaurant or squat on the roadside as a beggar. As for what will happen tomorrow, we will tell tomorrow. Seeing Wayne's eyes flashing with memories of those fantasies in his youth, the reporters listened to him with surprise. Many people know that this young man who can be regarded as the representative of the American dream has been a good boy since he was a child. No one expected that he also yearned for a free and unrestrained life. I once fantasized about such a crazy journey in life, enjoying music and poetry freely with a few like-minded friends. If inspiration comes on the road of freedom, I will write a script that satisfies myself in one breath under the mixture of alcohol, jazz and drugs. When I'm old and can no longer be crazy, I will film what I wrote when I was young. Shaking his head vigorously, Wayne spread his hands to everyone. But the reality has prevented me from choosing such a crazy and free life. When George suggested that we take off our rigid suits and put on this outfit to participate in the North American Music Carnival, I agreed without hesitation. Becoming a hippie and playing music crazily was my biggest dream in my youth. I'm an example myself, am I not? I say this to tell my fans that young people of every era have their own confusion and troubles, but what you have to do is to plan your life better. When you succeed in whatever field, you will look back at your dreams in your youth and feel relieved. Wow. The reporters at the scene applauded him. Even George Lucas beside him tilted his head, his eyes full of disbelief, and applauded for his dreams in his youth. Wayne. A reporter saw Celine Dion walking on the red carpet and knew that the interview was about to end. At the last moment, he shouted to the young man dressed like a hippie, "This is a carnival for all North American music. You are an absolute success in movies, but here, you and George are still newcomers. Do you have the confidence to take away a phonograph? Everyone who can walk on this stage is a leader in music. George and I are no exception. We will take away a phonograph. After saying this firmly, Wayne and George Lucas beside him smiled at each other and turned to walk towards Madison Square Garden behind them. This can be said to be the last Grammy held in Madison Square Garden. The organizers have already released the news in advance that starting next year, one of the 4 major award ceremonies in North America will move to the newly built Staples Center in Los Angeles. Chapter 639, Ruthless Rules. The winner of the Single of the Year award is Sunny Came Home. Scene carven from Canada. The entire huge Madison Square Garden immediately fell into applause. Wayne, like everyone else, applauded the winning singer, even though he didn't know the female singer and seemed to have never heard her songs. Your outfit today is so cool. Will Smith, who was sitting next to Wayne, didn't care about the winning singer at all. He kept mumbling about his outfit since he sat down. Bro, don't worry, I bet the Grammy organizers will definitely give you a phonograph. Their bottom line has always been much lower than the Oscars. Hey, man, can you be quiet for a while? Wayne glanced at Will Smith beside him with a headache. This guy changed seats with Nina after the award ceremony officially started and then began to chatter about his and George's clothes and complain about the bottom line of the Grammy. Moreover, the black star seemed to be affected by the environment, and the way he spoke was like he was rapping. Okay. Will Smith nodded angrily, and when he found that the camera lens turned around, the expression on his face immediately turned into a smile, and he waved to the camera. Wayne and George Lucas were in the direction, and they were frequently visited by cameras today. There was no way, because they appeared in this occasion, which made them look so special. Performances were interspersed on the stage from time to time. This year's performance lineup was also luxurious. When Bob Dylan won the Best Album of the Year award with the album Time Out of Mind, the Wallflowers band led by his son Jacob also won the Best Rock Song of the Year with the song One Headlight. Another singer from Canada, Sarah McLachlan, won the Best Pop Female Singer award with Building a Mystery. Then Elton John from the UK won the Best Male Singer award on the stage with the song Candle in the Wind 1997 that paid tribute to Princess Diana. The nominees for Best New Artist of the Year are Paul O'Kerr, Wayne Greenberg and George Lucas. After hearing the presenter on the stage open the small envelope and read out his name into the microphone, Wayne and George Lucas looked at each other and made an expectant expression. The camera at this time was also filming their performance. Will Smith patted him on the back secretly, looking at the center of the stage with the same eyes, but whispered, "This is the award you are most likely to win. If you are given other big awards, it will definitely cause huge controversy, but this one won't." Nodding slightly, Wayne indicated that he understood. Today's award ceremony gave him a completely different feeling from the Oscars. If there is one biggest feeling, it is that it is tiring. The frequency and number of awards given out at the entire Grammy Award ceremony are much more than those at the Oscars, and people need to stand up and applaud frequently. Just after sitting down, they stood up and applauded again after a while. Unfortunately, those who were arranged in the front row were still being filmed by the camera. There was no way to be lazy unless they wanted their embarrassment to be broadcast live. It is very similar to the Oscars. When the award presenter announced the list of nominees, the camera would chase the nominees and shoot them fiercely. The audience sitting in front of the TV saw almost all the nominees who were polite and kept their demeanor at all times. Regardless of whether they won the award or not, the losers would also generously give applause. For example, people who showed annoyance and exasperation when they learned that they did not win the award would usually become the laughing stock of public discussion. In this occasion where everyone claims to be a social elite, no big star is willing to be the topic of gossip after dinner. Unless there are some unexpected situations, some organizers will give some hints to the nominees in advance. In this regard, the most famous one should be MJ. Otherwise, why do people say that the Grammys have always had a low bottom line? As early as 1988, 10 years ago, MJ was nominated for 6 Grammy Awards, and the organizers also gave some very obvious hints in private exchanges with the King of Pop. Later, it was proved that everything was a fraud by Capital for Money. MJ was very dedicated on the Grammy stage and gave a great performance, breaking the Grammys' historical ratings record in one fell swoop, but he missed the nominated awards again and again. After a long time, many performing guests who participated in that party stood up and said that they saw MJ crying sadly backstage. The great black light was fooled by the Grammys, which is a fact concluded by many people. Because of this, MJ never participated in this North American music event again. For many years afterwards, the audience saw the King of Pop at the Grammy Music Festival. It was not until 1993 that the Grammys awarded him the Contemporary Legend Award, and the audience could see him again. The winners are Wayne Greenberg and George Lucas. Congratulations to them. Madison Square Garden immediately erupted in warm applause, accompanied by whistles from the back row. An interesting thing happened at the same time. Paula Cole, a candidate for Grammy's Best New Artist of the Year, looked stunned for a moment. The camera on the main stage was aimed at them. Her expression did not fall at all, and everyone at the scene saw it all. Obviously, if we only look at the aspects related to music, Paula Cole is the only winner without a doubt. Whether it is the various media predictions before the award ceremony or the comments in the music circle, no one can compare with this talented singer. I think I got some hints. Will Smith shrugged and whispered to Wayne while hugging him. Congratulations, my brother. Don't worry about what others think. You deserve this phonograph. Thank you. Compared to Wayne, who kept smiling, George Lucas was much more excited. He slapped his thigh loudly, stood up excitedly, and began to hug the people around him one by one. What did I say, man? We got the damn phonograph. When hugging Wayne, the father of Star Wars slapped his back hard and shouted loudly. Under the gaze of countless people, the pair walked onto the stage together after hugging. Wayne bent down slightly, stretched out a hand, and motioned George Lucas to take the trophy. Thank you to the Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences of the National Academy of Sciences of North America. Thank you for your affirmation of Wayne and me. The father of Star Wars stroked his beard happily, stood in front of the microphone with the trophy, and began to give his acceptance speech first. Thank you for the Grammy stage. Thank you for not limiting the speaking time of the winners like the shitty Oscars, George. Wayne frowned slightly and whispered a reminder at the first time. Almost everyone in the entertainment industry knows about the grudges between George Lucas and the Oscars, or the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences of North America. Until now, the father of Star Wars is still not a member of the Directors Guild. His first sentence directly set off the entire award ceremony. Countless big singers, socialites, and sports stars were amused by George Lucas's words. Many people don't know that the time for Oscar acceptance speeches is strictly controlled within 45 seconds. If you haven't finished speaking after 45 seconds, the band in the audience will play accompaniment music to remind the winners that it's time to end. If you are still continuing after 1 minute, the accompaniment will directly overwhelm the winner's voice, and there have been cases where the microphone has been silent. Because of this relatively ruthless rule, countless award-winning stars have expressed their dissatisfaction with the Oscar organizers on stage. The most famous one is the 1968 Oscar. When the Best Director award was announced that year, the world-renowned director Hitchcock only said one word to the audience: "Thank you." Everyone knew that this was his way of satirizing the Oscars. Until 2001, the first thing Julia Roberts did when she came on stage after winning the award was to say to the band in the audience, "Gentlemen, please don't wave your sticks in a hurry, because I will never stand here again." Then she smiled her signature grin. This classic photo is the most widely circulated photo of Julia Roberts. The fact is that no matter how many years have passed, no matter how many superstars have expressed their dissatisfaction, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has never tried to change its practices. This 45-second rule has been used to this day. Therefore, the conservatism of the Oscars is everywhere, and it has never changed, even though it has been criticized by countless people. I remember a long time ago, I was invited by Steven Spielberg to return to the University of Southern California to attend an alumni reunion. After the teasing, George Lucas smiled and got back to the point. Facing the audience, he said into the microphone, "We were wandering around the school and saw Wayne, who also came to the reunion, was surrounded by a group of students. He was holding cat and singing an original song. After he finished singing, he received unanimous praise from the audience. At that time, I joked, "Hey, man, if you come up with a song one day, how about we form a group and go to the Grammy Awards together?" At this point, the father of Star Wars tilted his head and looked at his partner beside him and winked. His action caused another burst of laughter at the scene. It was just a joke. No one expected that it would become a reality after such a long time. When the laughter stopped, he shrugged and continued, "I was busy working on the new Star Wars, and suddenly I received a call from this genius next to me. He came up to me and said, 'Hey, man, I need your help to fulfill a child's dream and fulfill an agreement we had made before.' That's what happened. You should have seen that short documentary. We only took a week to prepare. While helping the child become Batman, we also recorded the song Something Just Like This that everyone heard. Boom." When the documentary about Batman Go was mentioned, the crowd applauded again. No matter what everyone was like in private, at least in public, no one could ignore the scene that moved the whole of North America. Especially when it comes to children, this is the moral bottom line that the whole North American society has been trying to maintain. Well, George, I have said everything I wanted to say. When Wayne stood in front of the microphone, he spread his hands to the audience. "I would like to thank the Grammys for their recognition again, and thank the judges who voted for us. That's it. Thank you." Chapter 640, The Singer Who Longs for Hollywood. 1998. Warner Brothers revenue at the beginning of the year was very good. The Dark Knight was withdrawn from overseas markets one after another, allowing the distribution department to start recovering a large amount of cash flow. In addition, the second part of The Matrix was also facing withdrawal, and the operations of the two films' peripherals and copyrights gradually entered a white-hot stage. Warner Brothers' first position among the 6 major Hollywood production companies seems to be unshakable. Countless people in the circle know that as long as Wayne is closely connected with Warner Brothers, such results will only continue to occur. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Kevin and the others have prepared a celebration dinner for me alone." Outside Madison Square Garden in New York, Wayne waved to George Lucas, who had already gotten into the car, and asked again without getting tired of it. After the award ceremony, he was not interested in various parties in the music industry at all, so Kevin Tsujihara called and asked him to come over to chat with him on the pretext of celebrating his winning the Grammy Award for Best New Artist of the Year. "No, I have other plans. Let's meet again when we get back to Los Angeles." George Lucas shrugged, nodded to Nina, who was standing next to Wayne, and signaled the driver to start the car. The creator of Star Wars is not stupid at all. Kevin Tsujihara, the head of Time Warner, didn't call earlier or later, but just called right after the awards ceremony. It was obvious that he wanted to meet the other party alone. If he went to join in the fun, he would only become an old trouble. "Yo, brother, don't you really want to party together?" As soon as the car of the creator of Star Wars drove away, Will Smith had no scruples at all, hugged an African American girl, and swaggered over from behind. Hollywood black superstars have great rap voices. When chatting privately, they habitually carry a rap feeling, especially when they just walked out of the Grammy Awards. Such an environment made the rhythm in his tone even stronger. "Listen to me, brother." Will Smith glanced at Nina, winked at Wayne, and made an expression that all men understand, and whispered, "Believe me, the music circle in New York is much crazier than Hollywood. If you don't go, you will definitely regret it. I have a date, so forget it this time." Reaching out and bumping fists with Will Smith, Wayne still shook his head and refused. Although he was very curious about how those music stars with more bold and unrestrained styles were crazy in private, he had already promised Kevin Tsujihara and couldn't go back on his word. After the award ceremony, Nina received a large stack of business cards from singers he knew, familiar faces, and even singers he had no impression of. The assistant lady was fiddling with these things since she got in the car. "What do they mean?" Then she put the selected business cards into her briefcase and looked up at her boss, curiously asking, "There have never been many connections between these singers and us, right? At least 9 out of 10 singers want to enter Hollywood to make movies." After glancing at the business cards, Wayne didn't take them seriously, just casually replied, and turned his attention to the streets of New York at night again. Things are so strange. When it comes to personal income in the entertainment industry, even Hollywood's first-line big stars who have entered the 20 million club are actually not as good as big singers of the same level. These singers are the real money-making machines. But the strange thing is that no matter what level of big singers, even those A-listers, they all seem to want to enter Hollywood to make movies, even if they have to pay for it themselves. This is never an exception in this circle. Barbra Streisand's success in many fields is rare in the entire Hollywood circle for decades. In fact, everyone knows that when a popular singer enters the film industry, the most common thing he gets is sarcastic sarcasm, but it has never hindered more singers from wanting to enter the film industry. If you count the singers who have made some achievements, such as Eminem and Latifah, they are only a small part of them. There are more failures such as Britney Spears and Mariah Carey. It can be seen that this road has not been smooth. But why are there still so many people who are very successful in the music industry, even superstars, who are flocking to Hollywood movies? If you analyze it carefully, a small part of them are simply because of their inflated mentality. They go to the big screen to have a try, just like Bob Dylan, who has this mentality. People don't care whether the movie has any achievements or how many bad reviews it gets, they just have a try and leave. There are also some who really like acting and regard becoming an actor as a dream. It just happens that they became famous by singing first. For example, Will Smith came to Hollywood to look for opportunities immediately after winning the Grammy. In just a few years, countless audiences have forgotten that he was actually a big singer before. But more singers are willing to take this path at all costs. In fact, because of the sense of crisis in the music industry, the music industry can be said to be changing very quickly. Today, you are popular all over North America, but tomorrow you may be abandoned by fans and become an outdated singer. Strictly speaking, the shelf life of Hollywood actors is not long, but it depends on who you compare them with. If you compare it with the turbulent music industry, the shelf life of becoming a movie star is much longer than that of a singer. For example, Zeta-Jones, Mark Wahlberg, Ralph Hewitt and others, if they had not switched to the film industry, they would probably have been forgotten by now. It is precisely these singers who see perfect dual roaming superstars like Will Smith and Jennifer Lopez, and do not see how difficult this road is. What do those film companies think? Do they expect these singers to sing well in the movies? Nina saw several of her childhood idols tonight. She followed Wayne in Hollywood and met many executives of film companies, so she knew very well that these big singers going to perform on the big screen was equivalent to giving up all their advantages, and the probability of failure was much higher than success. You can talk to Jeff about this issue later. Wayne smiled and shook his head, pointed at the assistant lady, and said half seriously and half jokingly, "I tell you clearly that the reason why Hollywood film companies do not reject these singers is to let them sing well in the movie. The film companies that represent capital are never stupid. The fact that singers have entered the film industry is not unrelated to the film company's foresight. Letting singers who are famous throughout North America play roles in their own movies can not only introduce new faces, but also attract their fans to the theater. From this aspect alone, it is much safer than simply introducing new people. Most film companies do the same. The performance task they assign to singers is to sing well for me in the movie. Film companies and cinema companies don't care about the harsh criticism from critics and the media. Besides, the criticism is directed at the singers who star in the film. What does it have to do with the film companies behind the scenes? Although movies starring singers or playing supporting roles often don't perform well at the box office, once these movies are taken off the theaters, they will immediately become the main force in the video market. The brain circuits of singers and movie fans are very different, and a large number of fans are willing to pay for their idols. As time goes by, there is another bigger factor for singers in the music industry to go to Hollywood, that is, the short-lived popularity of retro musicals. Since Nicole Kidman starred in Moulin Rouge and swept the world with retro musicals, Hollywood film producers, like vampires, have begun to produce low-cost musicals like Sharks That Smell Blood. Even Broadway's long-lasting famous play Chicago was brought to the big screen in a short period of time. With the short-lived trend of retro musicals, it has achieved gratifying results in both box office and Oscars. Facts have also proved that retro musicals are just a trend. After blowing away like the wind, they really return to being ignored again. Although Hollywood film companies still take a very cautious attitude towards shooting musicals, no one is willing to let go of this gold mountain easily. Therefore, reserving actors who are capable of this type of movie has become a backup option for many companies. One thing is always undeniable. It is much easier to train a singer who is born with singing talent to become an actor who reaches a qualified line than to simply find a suitable actor. After all, 99% of this type of musicals are low cost, and the main reason why film companies are willing to give singers a chance is to make a small investment. The remuneration for a singer who is famous throughout North America to star in a movie may be only 1/10 or even 1% of that of a Hollywood superstar of the same fame. It is not impossible for Hollywood film companies to let singers pay for it themselves. In the eyes of capital, they are the cheapest labor force, cheap labor force with large traffic. Warner Brothers is clearly not willing to wait until the Oscars are over for The Dark Knight. As they were about to reach Times Square, Nina seemed to have remembered something. She glanced at her boss who was doing nothing and started talking about work. The latest news from Colin Howard is that the licensing of postcards, t-shirts, stationery, toys, and other life-related products has brought Warner Brothers more than $300 million in revenue. After taking a look at Wayne and finding that he was still indifferent to these numbers, that could not bring him any profit, the assistant blinked and said again, "Just after we set off to New York, Warner Brothers has already contacted the factory. It can be said that, as soon as we win any Grammy award, the single of something just like this will appear in surrounding stores throughout North America tomorrow morning." The biggest difference between today's Warner Brothers and before the 1990s is the development of channels for various movie derivatives. With the continuous success of the DC film series led by Wayne, Warner Brothers has already begun to rectify this aspect. Among the large Hollywood film companies, Warner Brothers is second only to Walt Disney in terms of the channel advantages of film peripherals and derivatives. In order to promote and market Batman, The Dark Knight, during the release of the movie, Warner Brothers released the single Something Just Like This, which actually did not make much money. At that time, everything was for the box office of the movie. The situation is different now. Batman, The Dark Knight has begun to be withdrawn from the global market on a large scale. Warner Brothers will not easily let go of anything that can bring benefits to the company. Just like Wayne won the Grammy Award, they were ready to issue additional single records at the first time. The price of the records released at this time is very different from that a few months ago, and there are no large discounts linked to Batman, The Dark Knight. The income in this regard is closely related to Wayne. He is a songwriter and singer. According to relevant regulations, a large part of the profit will be distributed to him in the later stage. Nina, compared to these small amounts. Bang, Wayne closed the car door casually, stood by the car, and said to the assistant lady with a smile, "I'm more concerned about the remaining box office share. Let Colin keep an eye on this part of the money." The global box office of Batman, The Dark Knight is about $1.22 billion. According to the director's contract he signed with Warner Brothers, he can get 20% of the global box office as the director's later share. The money that Warner Brothers has deposited into Greenberg Studio is only $400 million in the North American box office. It can be said that there is still a large amount of income that has not been realized in terms of his director's remuneration. This is the big money he cares about most. Colin has been urging me. Nina picked up the briefcase, habitually pushed the glasses on her face, stood beside Wayne, and waved to Sergey in the car. Then he turned to look at the boss who was observing Times Square, and continued in a low voice, "This part of the income is traceable, and it is basically impossible to fake it." The accounting team led by Colin Howard is mainly focusing on the follow-up income of films such as The Matrix and The Departed. Nodding, Wayne actually understood very well that the box office share of Batman, The Dark Knight was a lot of money, but in terms of long-term flow, it still depends on the projects jointly invested by the studio and Warner Brothers. The follow-up income of these projects can guarantee that they will still have money in 10 or 20 years. Warner Brothers is not short of cash flow now, not at all. As the two walked, Nina reported in a low voice, "I think it will definitely not wait until the end of the share period. Before The Flash is officially released, the financial department of Warner Brothers will put the share of Batman, The Dark Knight into the studio. I hope so." Compared with Nina, Wayne knows the morality of the film company better. This has nothing to do with whether he is a major shareholder at Warner Brothers or not. From this standpoint, both parties are partners. According to his estimation, if Warner Brothers sticks to the time limit for the share, and each share is paid out at the most extreme time, then it will take at least until next year to get all the money. It will definitely not be less than a penny, because Warner Brothers receives the box office share from the theater company at different times. If we calculate it one by one according to this time, the timeline will be very long, especially for the overseas box office, which will inevitably enter the rhythm of slow waiting. Times Square, also known as Times Square by the public, is still brightly lit and crowded even near midnight. There are nearly 40 large shopping malls and theaters here, which can be regarded as the core shopping and entertainment center of the entire Big Apple city, and it is also the first choice for tourists from all over the world. The theaters on Broadway, a large number of dazzling neon advertisements, and TV-like building billboards in the minds of more ordinary people. This is the symbol of the entire New York. Even Wall Street has to rank behind it. Wayne and Nina were not in a hurry. They walked slowly on the streets of the square. The colorful neon lights, different types of street performers, and news and music videos played on the buildings made the night atmosphere completely different from that of Los Angeles, which made them both feel fresh. The most obvious difference is the large number of people. In North America, perhaps only Times Square in New York can have so many people at night. Although the Big Apple is a famous city of sin, in this place, it seems that any sin has been covered up, leaving only the prosperity that is deeply rooted in people's hearts. The headquarters of Time Warner is also in Times Square. There is not only a large entertainment center here, but also the headquarters of many world-class news media led by the American Broadcasting Corporation, as well as news centers and studios in many countries in the world. Don't tell me this is the celebration banquet you prepared for me. At this time, in the office of the CEO of Time Warner headquarters, Wayne opened his arms and hugged Kevin Suhara enthusiastically. He glanced at the coffee table in the lounge area by the window, on which were several hamburgers placed carelessly. Obviously, this was the dinner of the CEO of Time Warner. No, of course not. Kevin Suhara nodded to Nina in a gentlemanly manner, raised his arm and patted Wayne's back. After the three of them sat down, he proudly took out a bottle of red wine from behind the coffee table. "My collection. Victory Champagne doesn't have it, but I suggest you try this guy." "Okay, Nina, let's try Kevin's collection together." Nodding with a smile, Wayne shrugged at the CEO of Time Warner, not polite at all. While the other party was opening the red wine, he opened the cigar box on the table himself, selected a cigar, cut off the cap, lit it carefully with a spray gun, and leaned on the sofa to take a long puff leisurely. Ding. The two men did not ignore the little transparent assistant lady. The three people's glasses touched each other, and with the flashing neon lights downstairs, they raised their heads and drank together. Some people in the group don't want to see Jeff holding the position of the head of Warner Brothers for a long time. The two people can be said to be a community of interests. Kevin Suhara was not polite. He glanced at the silent Nina casually, turned his head, and looked at Wayne seriously, and got down to business. "Moreover, some people are also worried about your existence in the DC series. Time Warner is similar to Walt Disney. It has never been anyone's company, and the equity has long been scattered. What's special is that, although Time Warner has a lot of high quality assets, Warner Brothers has always been the most important in this group, which is completely different from the status of several other Hollywood companies in the parent company. With the increasing glory of Warner Brothers, in fact, within Time Warner, there are more and more concerns about it. No one wants to see a CEO who controls his economic lifeline for many years, and no one wants the DC series, which is about to have a market size of tens of billions, to be led by a director from beginning to end. This is a common problem of large companies. Although the restriction of rights by media groups has always been driven by interests, more shareholders will worry about the risks behind it while making money. I understand. Wayne held the wine glass and nodded with an obvious sarcastic smile on his face. How could he not know what those people were thinking? On the one hand, they wanted you to make money for them constantly, and on the other hand, they wanted you to be kicked out one day, but they still wanted to make money from the same projects. This was the nature of capital. I just discovered this recently. Kevin Tsujihara leaned back on the sofa and continued in a low voice, there should be some shareholders who want to choose a more obedient CEO after Jeff. The two people present did not want turmoil within Warner Brothers, whether it was the DC series that accounted for an increasing proportion of revenue, or the big investment sequel projects that Warner Brothers itself had always maintained a success rate, or the Little Wizard series that was being actively promoted, or even cooperating with Greenberg Studios to gradually start more and more film projects. As long as there was turmoil, it would inevitably be affected. Unfortunately, there were many factions within the big company, and Kevin Tsujihara could not control such a world-class media group by himself. To put it bluntly, he was just an employee, and shareholders could vote no confidence in him at any time. I can't influence Time Warner. Speaking of this, Wayne's confidence was obviously much greater than that of the other party. He curled his lips without hesitation and said, don't worry, even if Jeff wants to retire in 2 years, I'm sure that Bruce will take over all the plans left by Jeff. Just as he said, Time Warner not only has Warner Brothers, but also a series of other business sectors including Time Magazine, Sports Illustrated, Life Magazine, Turner Network, CNN, HBO, etc., which can be said to span all related media fields such as publishing, television, film, music, etc. Wayne really can't influence such a huge media giant, but if he only takes out Warner Brothers and DC Comics, his influence is the top. If he clearly supports someone, other competitors basically have no chance to struggle. I hope so. Kevin Tsujihara nodded. In fact, he had a headache when talking about this. Jeff Robinoff, his own person, was really too sharp and too smart. He didn't give others the opportunity to drive him out of office at all. He chose the most sensible way, and he wanted to talk to Wayne this time in the hope of finding out the other party's specific attitude. According to the concept of a capital tycoon, he would not choose to support anyone clearly before the dispute arises, because Wayne no longer needs to help in times of trouble. He often walks between the two parties in the dispute to reap greater benefits. When personal feelings conflict with interests, what is personal feelings? There is no such thing as a lot of green Franklin. Obviously Wayne also understood what the other party meant, and he made his own promise from the beginning. Only in this way can the two of them stay on the same boat, and those plans that have just started and require long-term operation can be implemented smoothly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641. Wayne is becoming more and more important to Warner Brothers. After the Grammy Awards, Wayne stayed in New York for only one day. After quietly observing the Blue Sky Studios, he immediately boarded a plane back to Los Angeles. His attitude towards this animation studio has always been to let it go and never interfere with management and development plans. Even if the animation studio can only take some advertisements or do some scraps of Hollywood film projects, he has never wanted to use Warner Brothers channels to give the studio more convenience. As we all know, there are still a lot of tricks in live-action movies. Even if the cost is small, there are always countless ways to make them. But there is no shortcut for animated feature films. It is completely accumulating technology and experience bit by bit until it comes to fruition. Of course, Hollywood film companies are not fools. Animation studios or animation departments are completely big holes for burning money. The only reason that can make them willing to invest money is the existence of visible benefits. The benefits that a successful animated feature film can bring are simply incomparable to live-action films. Not only at the box office, the main source of income for animated feature films has always been offline. Walt Disney has relied on dreamlike fairy tales to maintain its revenue in Hollywood for decades, and the results are very obvious. Now it is the only large film company that has not been acquired by a media group and has developed into a media group on its own. Even though the internal turmoil has intensified in recent years, Disney has become divided into several factions. Relying on the foundation accumulated by the previous successful animated films, it still far exceeds Sony Columbia in terms of revenue. Therefore, animated feature films have always been a gold mine, but with the changes of the times and the vigorous development of computer animation, a new king has emerged in Hollywood, that is, Pixar Animation Studios. Fortunately, Disney, on the verge of being eliminated by the times, happened to embrace this bug-like animation studio again. In the early years, Boss Joe was in trouble. In order to solve the distribution problem of Pixar Studios, he signed an extremely unequal treaty with Disney, directly binding the studio with unlimited potential to Disney. The success of Toy Story has fully proved the profitability of computer animated feature films for all Hollywood film companies. The income from Disney's crazy sales of toys is completely incomparable to the box office profit. Wayne's ambitions for animated feature films are not big, especially for Blue Sky Studios. In his mind, he has always been like operating a high quality asset waiting to sprout. With this attitude, not asking and not reaching out is the biggest help to this studio. Even if Blue Sky Studios took over some of the outsourced animations of Titanic by itself, there was no element of him in it. This kind of thing can't be rushed. What Wayne has to do is to ensure the survival funds of the studio, and then there will naturally be more professional animators to develop. After the Grammy Awards, it was already the end of February, and the New Year's Oscars was about to come. He followed the rules and continued to demonstrate his influence during the awards season. In early March, after changing back into a calm dark swimsuit, Wayne accepted an interview with Vanity Fair again after a few years, and became the cover character of the new issue of Vanity Fair. The cover characters of Vanity Fair on the eve of the Oscars are generally those who intend to compete for the Academy Awards and face the final sprint of the Oscars. His situation is relatively special. Everyone knows that this year's Batman, The Dark Knight, did not receive a heavyweight Oscar nomination. In fact, most outstanding and successful men are faced. Wayne Greenberg, who is called the Dark King of Hollywood by fans all over the world, is also recognized as the owner of modern chivalry in North America. It only took him 3 years to become famous for his works, but it took him 7 years to receive the Congressional Gold Medal, which represents the highest honor, and let countless people appreciate the kindness behind him. This is the words that appeared on the cover of Vanity Fair along with the cover character illustration of the new issue. This paragraph was written by Carter, the famous editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair, after personally interviewing Wayne. Opening this issue of Vanity Fair, there is an article written by editor-in-chief Carter himself, but the accompanying picture is a classic cover reprinted from Time magazine. Wayne is wearing a black suit, with his arms folded in front of his chest and looking forward. Around him, there are hundreds of media icons of all sizes. Whoever sees this photo will immediately think of the past that shocked the United States 2 years ago. The reason why Warner Brothers and Wayne himself use this photo is quite obvious, just to let the public and some people constantly evoke some memories of this young Hollywood director at this special note this year. The 1996 Time Person of the Year is so special. Time magazine gave this honor once a year to Wayne and the hundreds of media around him, including well-known authoritative media in North America, as well as some gossip tabloids that are usually despised. As long as you see this photo, it is hard not to think of the past that has not passed for 2 years. Different from literature, dance, music, painting, sculpture, drama, and architecture, as the world's recognized 8th largest art category, movies are always quite different from the former. Whether you want to express your ideas on the big screen or not, you must first let the audience gain something. At the beginning of the article, Carter, the editor-in-chief of Vanity Fair, quoted Wayne's original words in an interview. Some people go to the cinema just for pure entertainment, while others want to get some inspiration from the movie. How to make more people get what they want from the movie has been a question that has accompanied me throughout my career. As a director recognized by Hollywood as the best director in balancing art and business, most people think that Wayne has achieved the ultimate in this regard. The following article is the editor-in-chief Carter's description of Wayne himself. Wayne Greenberg, who was born into a Hollywood film art family, grew up playing with hand-cranked cameras. The painful process of frantically learning all the film theory knowledge in his childhood and youth laid an extremely solid foundation for this director who is destined to usher in another golden age of Hollywood. Today, we can count his slightly immature graduation film Happy Death Day, The Great Get Out, Joker that broke through countless market barriers around the world, The Clown which is still regarded as the ceiling of horror films by movie fans, Batman Begins which reawakened a generation's memories of DC Comics, and The Departed, the Oscar-winning best film for the first time, that perfectly interpreted his own style. The appearance of classic works one after another also witnessed the great strides of this film master step by step. Although God favors this hard-working child and gives him unparalleled directing talent, it is also the accumulation of these works that finally produced the world-famous Batman, The Dark Knight. The perfect combination of great art and commerce is the common evaluation of countless film critics from various countries and regions on Batman, The Dark Knight. Wayne Greenberg's talent seems to be no longer concealed, and it continues to overflow through great films. Today, this master of black films is still moving forward, and continues to try to bring more unique works to the audience in his own way. The article of Vanity Fair is very special this time. The presentation method does not appear in a question and answer format. Editor-in-Chief Carter combines the interview gains and the relevant materials he consulted, and writes a complete article to evaluate and praise his past works in detail. The reason for this interview is that the well-known editor-in-chief is very clear about the reasons behind it, and is also willing to form a win-win situation with the other party through his own magazine. In the following articles, he not only frequently mentioned the huge influence of Wayne's movies, but also emphasized the star-making ability of these works. Wayne Greenberg prefers to use new actors, which has almost become a consensus in Hollywood. No matter if you were like a blank sheet of paper before, no matter if you have been abandoned by the mainstream market before, these actors can often show surprises like being reborn when they join his crew. Ethan Hawke, who is now active in major mainstream works, is always full of gratitude when talking about his cooperation with Wayne in an interview. Even more famous is Will Smith, the African-American superstar. Even after many years, Will Smith, who has become a box office guarantee, still yearns for their cooperation back then. I'm afraid no one would have guessed that the cooperation between Wayne and Will Smith would make an African-American singer one of Hollywood's signature male stars since the 1990s. From Christian Bale to Gary Oldman and others, they are all Wayne. One work after another has helped them find their place on the Hollywood stage. Charlie Sheen, who was reborn in The Dark Knight, has never hesitated to praise Wayne in public. This actor, who is generally recognized as hopeless in the circle, has also found his former self in his cooperation with him. Wayne is like having a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes, and can always see the shining points of actors from places that others cannot observe. Countless Hollywood actors have told the media that they hope to participate in Wayne's works and hope to find a better self in cooperation with him. With the large-scale release of this issue of Vanity Fair, Wayne's works shot in previous years began to be frequently mentioned and discussed by many media. In just a few days, a new trend emerged among the public, and more people began to participate in it. Warner Brothers was very happy to see such a scene. At first, even they didn't expect that after the topic was discussed, the videotapes of Wayne's early films such as Get Out, The Joker, etc., had huge shipments and rentals in a short period of time. These are all tangible benefits. In this regard, even 20th Century Fox has taken advantage. They have all the copyrights of Happy Death Day. The sales and rental of videotapes have also skyrocketed. As time went by, in mid to late March, a piece of news suddenly broke out in the media, which almost occupied all the pages before the Oscar ceremony. This news also has a great connection with Wayne, but this time he is not the protagonist, and tragically became someone else's background board. Titanic has surpassed Batman, The Dark Knight in the global box office with its anti-market steps and unreasonable box office trends, reaching $1.23 billion. At the same time, the pace of this big ship has no intention of stopping, and it is still moving towards an even more incredible peak. It is also in this context that Warner Brothers, contrary to the normal situation of impacting Oscar films, quickly withdrew Batman: The Dark Knight from the North American and global theater markets, which had few screenings left. After 10 months of screening, the film withdrew from all theaters. The Dark Knight was released in May 1997 and was withdrawn from theaters in late March 1998. The North American box office closed at $553 million. The overseas box office closed at $669 million. And the global box office totaled $1.222 billion. Although it only stayed at the top of the box office list for less than a year before being unreasonably surpassed by Titanic, this did not diminish the greatness of The Dark Knight. On the second day after The Dark Knight was officially announced to be withdrawn from theaters worldwide, the movie videotapes instantly appeared in mainstream audiovisual stores and movie-related stores in major cities across the United States. Warner Bros. Has had many related experiences, especially for The Dark Knight. The entire distribution department has invested top attention. Their sufficient preparations proved to be very wise afterwards. On the day when the videotape of The Dark Knight was released, a large number of fans lined up in front of audiovisual stores in some mainstream commercial areas. The director's cut, priced at $39.90, was sold out on the first day. The $14.99 regular version wasn't much better. It seems that everything related to Batman: The Dark Knight has become the focus of fan scramble. In the CEO's office of Warner Bros. Headquarters in Burbank, the media capital, Bruce Rosenblum said to Jeff Robinoff, who was looking at the sales data, in a relaxed tone, "Shit, luckily we were well prepared this time. On the day when the distributors called to restock, we shipped the inventory to the nearest place." Jeff Robinoff, who also had a smile on his face, nodded, flipped through the sales data report, and asked with his head tilted, "At the factory, it's been a week since the videotape was sold, and they've been working overtime 24 hours a day." Bruce Rosenblum whistled proudly, and before the other party could finish his question, he said directly, "I don't care what those shitty unions in the factory say. If they delay the production of Batman: The Dark Knight, I will take the contract and make them bankrupt." A sinister look flashed across his face, and Jeff Robinoff frowned imperceptibly. The two of them were a model of partners in both work and personal relationship, but the other person's sharp personality after middle age has always been a concern for the CEO of Warner Bros. Looking back at the sales data in front of him, the Batman: The Dark Knight videotape has sold $45.6 million in the past week. What surprised them was that the director's cut, which was very expensive, accounted for 1/3 of this number. In the video sales and rental market, long-term success is always the key. For example, Batman Begins 2 years ago still contributes a lot of revenue to Warner Bros. Judging from the first week sales of Batman: The Dark Knight, this film can bring Warner Bros. $300 to $500 million in revenue in the video market in a short period of time. And this is just the video market. After the film was officially taken off the shelves, Warner Bros. Has already started the operation of all copyright channels and is bound to squeeze out all the offline potential of this film. ABC's latest round of bids for the North American TV premiere rights of Batman: The Dark Knight is $50 million. This work is also handled by Bruce Rosenblum, and his voice is full of excitement. If nothing unexpected happens, the North American television premiere rights will definitely set a new sky-high price record. CBS, Fox, and PBS previously offered $37 million. We are not in a hurry. These three companies will definitely make new offers again. There is really no need to rush for the television premiere rights. Jeff Robinoff nodded and said, "Even if it is delayed until after the Oscars, it will only be good for us. Believe me, the price will be even higher over time. Not only the North American television broadcast rights, but also the English-speaking 5 friendly countries headed by the British Isles, and even the entire Western region, can create a sky-high income for Warner Bros. In terms of television broadcast rights. Is there any more good news?" Bruce Rosenblum's face straightened, and he asked with a little doubt, "This film is basically unlikely to gain much at the Oscars, and neither we nor Wayne participated in the public relations. An old friend hinted to me." Jeff Robinoff deliberately lowered his voice and said, "The final list of AFL's 100 greatest movies will be officially released by the Academy shortly after the Oscars." Nodding thoughtfully, Bruce Rosenblum figured out a lot of things at once. Everyone knows Wayne's character. No wonder he took the initiative to accept the report of Vanity Fair. No wonder he took the initiative to participate in the Grammy Awards. And no wonder the media under Warner Brothers have been using various soft articles to constantly mention the greatness of Wayne's previous movies. Everything makes sense. In order to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of North American film, the emergence of the 100 greatest movies of the 100 years list means the greatest authority, and no film director is willing to miss it. The Oscars are selected every year, but once this list is included, it means that it will be frequently mentioned as authoritative for many years to come, and it will hardly change. F***K. Wayne's name represents a huge amount of profit. Bruce Rosenblum and Jeff Robinoff sighed subconsciously, smiled at each other, and each lit a thick cigar, looking at the statistics on the table leisurely. His sigh was definitely not without basis. In the week or so since Batman, The Dark Knight was released, more than 80 product categories have been authorized through postcards, t-shirts, pencils, pencil cases, related toys and dolls, etc., and more products will be added to the authorization scope later. Not counting the follow-up, in the authorization of peripheral products, the movie has brought more than $450 million in revenue to Warner Brothers, plus the more than $45 million sold in the first week of videotapes and TV broadcast authorization, etc. These major offline derivative channels have made Warner Brothers very happy. Both of them knew that this was just the beginning. Whether it was the authorization of peripheral products or the sale and rental of videotapes, none of them were one-time deals like box office revenue sharing. Although the various derivative incomes would slowly decrease over time, the profit timeline could be extended to more than 10 years. Wayne is becoming more and more important to Warner Brothers. The two executives saw this emotion in each other's eyes. Especially Bruce Rosenblum. He knew better than anyone that, as long as he maintained a good personal relationship with Wayne, what he deserved would not be taken away by others. Especially as time went on, Wayne's importance to Warner Brothers continued to increase. Not only the executives and shareholders of Warner Brothers and Time Warner, but also the entire Hollywood circle, all understood that the current DC series had already had an extremely brilliant development. When Justice League came, it would really make Warner Brothers make money without doing anything. The revenue generated by DC movies is getting more and more terrifying. Even if these data are kept secret, other film companies can guess roughly. Jeff Robinoff exhaled a large cloud of green smoke and sighed in a low voice. Every live-action movie has the offline profitability of an animated feature film. This is something Hollywood has never had before. The only live-action series that can compare with the revenue of the DC series is probably the Star Wars series. It's no wonder that the CEO of Warner Brothers sighed. Even if the revenue of the Star Wars series can be comparable to that of the DC series, the two are simply not comparable. How many years does it take to release a Star Wars movie? But in Wayne's hands, the DC series continues to appear in a way of one movie per year. What makes him even happier is that the speed of appearance may be faster in the future. Bruce, what do you think the shareholders will do when they see the revenue data of Batman, The Dark Knight? I guess they must be racking their brains to find a solution. Bruce Rosenblum curled his lips and said with obvious sarcasm, find a way to tie Wayne to the Warner Brothers ship. After the Oscars, I will propose it at the high-level meeting. No matter what others think, Jeff Robinoff has never been stingy to show that he stands on Wayne's side, and he is not stingy to use various methods to pull the other party closer. Wayne's remaining director's salary share must be paid to him before The Flash is released. Looking at the proud expression of the CEO of Warner Brothers, Bruce Rosenblum suddenly understood a lot of things and learned a lot. Is it difficult to be the CEO of Warner Brothers, the head of the 6 major Hollywood giants? No, it's not difficult at all. As long as you stand by the young boss at any time, and think and act in the interests of the other party at any time, it's really not difficult at all. Chapter 642, The Obscene Demon at the End of the Red Carpet. 1998, the scorching sun was still in the sky, heralding another hot season in Los Angeles. A black extended version of Rolls-Royce slowly drove up and stopped beside the long red carpet in front of the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. The cheers and screams of hundreds of fans instantly ignited the street that was about to enter the night. This is ABC TV. The 70th Hollywood Awards ceremony has kicked off. Let's see who will be the next big star to walk on the red carpet. Wow, there is only one car in Hollywood, and maybe in North America. As in previous years, this year's Oscar ceremony was still broadcast live to the world by ABC. At the end of the long red carpet, ABC host Reeves Daly, who was standing in the interview area of the theater, began to introduce the live camera from the moment the car stopped. You can see that Wayne Greenberg still chose a black slim dress, which has become his dressing habit. Generally, he will never go wrong with this dress in formal occasions. Oh my god. Ms. Naomi Watts, as his regular female companion for formal occasions, is dressed much more brilliantly today. The latest custom-made little black dress of Channel sets off her. The talkative host looked at the men and women who had just got off the car and caused a carnival among the media and fans. According to the pattern that the audience likes to see, he began to introduce their outfits from top to bottom. When each guest who stepped onto the red carpet appeared in the ABC Global Live broadcast, the first thing was basically to be commented on from head to toe. This seems to have become a regular program. It can be said that fashion has never left the entertainment industry. Every year, there will be a large number of TV programs to select the most dazzling stars on this red carpet. It is precisely the actresses who can dress brilliantly on this red carpet every year that can often lead the dressing style of ordinary people for a whole year. Wayne and his partner had just walked onto the red carpet when the host received a prompt in his earpiece. He did not stop talking, but glanced at the couple who were about to leave the media interview area and nodded to the director behind the scenes. "Hey, Ms. Coppola, you look so beautiful tonight." As the gold medal host of ABC, Reeves Daly knew very well how fast the two walked on the red carpet. Without any hesitation, he immediately ended the brief introduction and led the live camera to Sofia Coppola and Nicolas Cage, who had just finished the interview. "Before you go into the theater, I have a small question, okay?" "Yep." Seeing multiple cameras flashing red lights at them, Sofia Coppola and Nicolas Cage quickly looked at each other, smiled appropriately, and nodded at the host. "Sofia, we all know that you joined Wayne's crew the year before last and became the assistant director and deputy director of The Flash. Can you talk about why you wanted to join his team?" "Well, as we all know, you have a lot of options." Sofia Coppola, standing in front of the camera, tilted her head slightly and saw Wayne and Naomi Watts, who had already walked more than half of the red carpet. She immediately understood the significance of stopping her to ask questions, which was nothing more than 4 ratings. Without any thought, she took the microphone handed to her by the host, put away the smile on her face, put on a formal expression, and said, "I'm almost 30 years old, so the reason for choosing to join Wayne's crew is very simple. When I'm about to enter the golden period of my career, my idea is to work with excellent people, learn his excellent working methods, and maintain a working philosophy of continuous success. This is much more useful than blindly rushing around, and it is also much more useful than earning more money. Thank you." As soon as the brief question was over, the host immediately led the camera and pointed it at the two people who had walked on the red carpet again. After seeing them sign their names, he immediately rushed to get close to them before the reporters gathered around. "Mr. Greenberg, Ms. Watts." Seeing the host coming in front of them with a smile on his face, Wayne and Naomi Watts stood in place and nodded to each other in a friendly manner. "Mr. Greenberg, can you make a prediction? Who do you think will win the Oscar for Best Director this year? Curtis Hanson from LA Confidential, Gus Van Sant from Good Will Hunting, or James Cameron from Titanic?" Every year after the Oscar nominations are announced, the most exciting and fascinating topic for ordinary people is who will be the final winner. This is especially true this year. Batman: The Dark Knight withdrew from the competition for the heavyweight award early, which raised the suspense to the maximum. Various prediction agencies, media, and even Las Vegas gambling companies have given relatively different prediction results with their own reasons. Before the small envelope was opened tonight, this kind of prediction before the result came out was the most popular program for the audience. Basically, every big star in the circle who walked the red carpet would be asked this question by the ABC host. I personally think James. Without any hesitation, Wayne directly expressed his opinion in front of the live camera. James' work on Titanic can be called great, and the Academy should recognize his work. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. If we only look at the style of the Oscars in the past, then there is no doubt that LA Confidential or Good Will Hunting are more in line with the tastes of the old men and the Academy. This is also the main reason why the suspense has been raised to the maximum. No one can deny the success of Titanic, but if you want to win an Oscar, commercial attributes will always be the biggest flaw. This is also the reason why the directors of films such as Good Will Hunting, LA Confidential, The Naked Six, and As Good as It Gets, are willing to invest a lot of energy and money in public relations during the awards season. No one can figure out the ideas of the Academy members, which means that everyone has a chance, and this year's situation is very special. After Titanic received an unprecedented 14 nominations, there will be only one result. Either the commercial performance of Titanic makes the Academy completely bow its head and wins the two major awards of Best Director and Best Picture, killing everything. Or it could be the most common practice of the Academy in the past, which is to divide the pork and evenly distribute several heavyweight awards to the films that meet the tastes of the Academy. With the summary of these years in Hollywood, even if he didn't know the final result in advance, Wayne would give the same answer. On the one hand, it is because the judges absolutely cannot ignore the record-breaking box office performance of Titanic, and on the other hand, this film is adapted from real events, even if it is a commercial film. Without giving the host a chance to ask questions again, the media reporters waited until he finished answering and immediately rushed forward. Dozens of microphones and recorders were all placed in front of Wayne and the others. "Good evening, Mr. Greenberg," Jack Lance Spears from the New York Times. A middle-aged man with a New York Times reporter ID hanging around his neck couldn't wait to start his own questions. "In the past 2 days, there has been news that in the movie The Flash, you have changed your previous strong personal style and the film is more entertainment-oriented, commercial, and popcorn-oriented. Can you reveal some details about The Flash?" Naomi Watts, who was standing next to Wayne, felt her whole body tense up instantly, and even her expression became stiff. The reason for her nervousness was not that the reporters ignored her and only greeted the man next to her. She had long been accustomed to it over the years. Anyone standing next to this man would be overshadowed by his great brilliance in the movie. The reason she felt nervous was that after The Flash was screened internally by Warner Brothers a few days ago, some very bad comments appeared in the circle. And the main content of these comments is that the content is overly simplified, entertaining, and childish, and it doesn't look like a Greenberg-style work at all. There are many more unpleasant words, and even from within Warner Brothers, there has been a saying in a short period of time that Wayne Greenberg has run out of ideas, and is inevitably going to fall into the trough of his directorial career. Wayne frowned slightly, and the first thing he felt was that the woman beside him let go of her hand around his arm and secretly held his hand. He understood what Naomi Watts was worried about, which was nothing more than being afraid that he would lose his temper in this situation and affect his public image. He gently pinched the woman's fingers, his expression unchanged, and gave a shocking answer to the reporters, who were already waiting at the scene. "There has never been a so-called Greenberg-style movie. If there is, I personally think that it is also the appreciation given by the general fans to my work because of their love. As for The Flash, I can only say that it will still be a popular movie. If the fans are satisfied after watching it, then it is also a Greenberg-style work. Some things do exist objectively." After watching the finished film of The Flash, Warner Brothers executives and shareholder representatives such as Jeff Robinov did raise some concerns about the market prospects of this movie, which can be said to have a huge change in style. In particular, Bruce Rosenblum made a special call to the Manor and communicated with him for more than half an hour. The opinion of the Warner Brothers distribution director is very clear. As a top Hollywood director, Wayne has a certain guarantee of box office success for his subsequent works after he has reached his current position in the industry. It can be said that there is no need to change his style so much and shoot this kind of commercial special effects film in the summer season to cater to the more popular market. To put it more clearly, he should pay attention to maintaining his own style or style. Only in this way can he maintain the high-end evaluation of the audience and professionals, and thus leave his name as a dark film master in the film and television industry. Therefore, even though it was known earlier that the film The Flash would be a commercial film with special effects as a selling point, but after seeing the final film, many Warner Brothers executives were still shocked. In the words of Jeff Robinoff, Wayne has completely moved towards the mainstream market this time. For other directors, leaning towards the mainstream market is definitely a good thing, but for Wayne, it is not necessarily, because it is completely unnecessary. There are already enough directors in Hollywood who shoot popcorn movies with serious homogeneity. For Wayne's status today, doing so is tantamount to damaging his own godhood. Director Greenberg, the environment in front of the Temple Theater was very noisy, but the atmosphere in the media interview area was somewhat stagnant. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times, who obviously understood his good relationship with the other party, skipped the topic and asked, "There have been reports in the industry that your director's fee for Batman, The Dark Knight involved a large share of the box office revenue in the later period, and the fee for one movie was over $100 million US. Can you talk about this?" In this regard, North America is significantly different from the East. When it comes to making money, it is the best embodiment of a person's ability, and there is never any so-called humility. On the contrary, being able to make money, making a lot of money, has always been something worth showing off, and the public also likes to hear about these things. I can only tell you that those news are based on facts. Hearing this question, Wayne's expression changed significantly. He shrugged at the reporter with a smile, spread his hands, and raised his eyebrows, and said in a teasing tone, "Maybe it will be more than the rumors, and I will never tell you the specific number, because I'm afraid that those dry lemons will come to my door tonight." The reporters at the scene laughed kindly. Everyone knows that high-income people like them, or North American tycoons like them, are never afraid of anything. Even the law, in their eyes, is just a tool to protect their interests. The only thing is that the tycoons generally have a headache about the eyes. In this country, that started out as a tax resistance, only paying taxes and death are eternal. The eyes has always been a violent agency, and the level of violence is even higher than that of the military. Dry lemon is a mockery of those law enforcement officers. It means that, even if it is a dried lemon, those people can squeeze out the last drop of juice. Wayne, have you ever thought about when to give little Fendi a complete home? The reporters from Hollywood Daily Entertainment are not so easy to fool. They hope that there will be news that attracts the public's attention almost every moment. A reporter looked at Naomi Watts, who was dignified beside the man, rolled his eyes, and immediately asked loudly, "In another 2 years, Fendi Greenberg will be sensible. Have you ever thought about giving her a complete family?" As soon as this question came out, the reporters on the scene were all looking forward to it. The man opposite was a playboy famous throughout North America. His private life was so chaotic that all men envied and hated him. Everyone wanted to know how this man would face the word family. Little Fendi has a perfect family now. Without waiting for Wayne to speak, Naomi Watts, who had always been dignified and beautiful and played the mascot vase, spoke directly to the dozens of microphones in front of her. She is not lacking in maternal love. The relationship between Fendi and I is very good. It is even more impossible for her to lack paternal love. The intimacy between Wayne and Fendi makes me, as a mother, jealous. So, don't ask these boring questions anymore. The two of us don't want to overexpose little Fendi's situation in the media. We hope to give her an undisturbed childhood. After saying that, she raised her arm and gently poked Wayne beside her. The two of them nodded slightly to the reporters in tacit understanding and stepped out of the media interview area to leave. The Australian actress was telling the truth. She and Wayne had discussed it long ago and wanted to give their daughter a childhood that was not disturbed by the outside world as much as possible. This was also the reason why Fendi frequently went to Greenberg Farm in Ventura County. There, the elder Greenberg and Anna lived a very simple life, which could avoid being disturbed by the outside world to the greatest extent. Of course, both of them were very happy in their hearts. Born in a family like this, little Fendi could not hide behind the camera forever. It was unrealistic and impractical. Her mother was a well-known Hollywood actress, and her father was a world-class director. Coupled with her identity as the heir to a billionaire, Fendi was born at the end of an ordinary person's life and was destined to lose a lot of privacy. Children from such a family were destined to live in the spotlight. F***ku. What are you doing? Exclamation mark. No one expected that. When Naomi Watts was holding Wayne's arm and just leaving the media interview area, a tall and thin young white reporter suddenly rushed out and hugged her calf. With the surprised shouting of the Australian actress, the scene was very chaotic for a while. Dozens of reporters from various media turned around and saw this scene. But what they saw afterwards made everyone's mouths widen slowly. The moment the young white reporter hugged Naomi Watts' calf, an obscene look of joy flashed on his face, and he even wanted to reach out and grab the skirt of the short dress. However, his plan obviously failed. Before several security guards rushed over, Wayne, who was standing next to the Australian actress, kicked the white reporter at least 2 or 3 meters away with a stunned expression. It was not until his thighs were retracted that Wayne reacted from his surprise. His next performance was once again beyond everyone's expectations. He shook off Naomi Watts' arm, and under the stunned gaze of everyone, he walked a few steps to the white reporter, who was holding his stomach and rolling on the ground in pain, and then without any hesitation, he raised his black leather shoes again. Oh my god. No, Wayne. Hey, Mr. Greenberg, calm down. There was a scream at the scene, and Naomi Watts covered her mouth and screamed as she watched the man's leather shoes falling. The 4 security guards hugged Wayne, who was obviously angry, but at this time, the white reporter lying on the ground had been stepped on by 3 or 4 feet and his face was covered with blood. The whole person was twitching and silent. Ambulance. Notify the ambulance. Mr. Greenberg, please calm down. He has been punished. Faced with the chaotic scene, ABC's live broadcast camera wisely turned to the other side. It can be said that the audience on TV did not notice the chaos at all. It's over. The kid's face has been flattened by Wayne's leather shoes. A reporter who was watching shrugged and said to his companions with gloating, what on earth was Vitaly thinking? Did he think Wayne was one of those big stars who care about his reputation? Who knows? The reporter carrying the camera curled his lips and looked at the group of men and women who were escorted into the theater by 4 staff members, revealing the same gloating and excitement. Obviously, these reporters knew the reporter who was beaten, and it was not the first time that Vitaly Sejduk, who was lying on the ground waiting for the ambulance, had made fun of Hollywood stars. Today, in the interview area behind the red carpet of the awards ceremony, he suddenly jumped out and kissed Brad Pitt on the mouth when the other party was not paying attention, and then Pitt slapped him in the face. He also touched Helen Hunt, but the actress just got away from the Ukrainian reporter as soon as possible because of her face in front of the media. Touching Julie Christie's thigh, almost kissing Judi Dench's buttocks, trying to lift Julianne Moore's skirt. This guy can be said to have achieved a lot tonight. But the big stars, especially the female stars, are people who care about their reputation. Faced with Vitaly Sejduk's frequent mischievous harassment, they all frowned and smiled. Tonight is not the first time this reporter has done such a thing publicly. Previously, at the Golden Globe Awards, he was slapped in the face for kissing Will Smith on the mouth. Now, Vitaly is in trouble. A middle-aged photographer from Premiere shook his head helplessly as he looked at the young white man who was put on a stretcher. What? A young female reporter in her early 20s standing next to him turned her head in disbelief, looked at him and asked, shouldn't we worry about Wayne Greenberg? If the police rush into the award ceremony and arrest Wayne Greenberg, then we'll have something to worry about. Obviously, the reporters around hoped that such big news would appear, but most of the relatively rational people shook their heads silently. Don't think that this matter is over. Wayne Greenberg is completely different from those female stars who don't want to care. Glancing at the female reporter who was obviously fantasizing, the middle-aged man spit a big mouthful of saliva on the ground, turned his head as if nothing had happened, and pointed the camera at the red carpet and began to wait for the next guest to come to the media area. Want to bet? I bet that the police will not only not come to arrest Wayne Greenberg, but will also arrest Vitaly Sejduk first for crimes such as indecency and harassment. Hearing the ridicule of the middle-aged photographer, the female reporter frowned and did not speak again. She was not stupid. At this time, she had vaguely understood something through the performance of everyone at the scene. The TV station that was broadcasting live took the initiative to avoid this short farce. Even the fans who were a little further away didn't see anything because of the reporters blocking. What made her even more disappointed was that the most authoritative media reporters in the industry, such as the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, the New Yorker, and the Hollywood Reporter, were discussing how to delete the things they accidentally took as soon as possible. The law exists to protect them, Lee. Remember my words. Looking at the female reporter who was still in a daze, the middle-aged photographer frowned slightly and whispered, "I'll say it again. Wayne Greenberg is completely different from those female stars, remember." As a media-related practitioner, which old-timer at the scene didn't know? Time Warner is like a mountain, and it is one of the top 3 mountains in the world. If the director who stepped on people with his black leather shoes still felt unsatisfied afterwards, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to continue to do it himself. There will be countless people who want to please him and make bitterly sedged doc talk nonsense. But it is not absolute. It depends on whether there are other large media outlets that use this incident to write articles. And those reporters who did not delete the things they took pictures of are just waiting to see if there is a chance to publish them. Chapter 643. All the men in the audience want to kill you. 4 security guards surrounded Wayne and the other man tightly and did not leave until they entered the main venue of the Temple Theater. It was obvious that the guests inside had already heard about what had just happened outside. Everyone looked at the 2 men with a variety of different emotions. Hey, listen to me. Naomi Watts patted the man's back with her white and slender fingers and whispered, "You are too excited today. It's totally wrong to be with someone like that. Wayne, I have never seen you like this. You really scared me today." How does Wayne usually feel to his friends? He is calm, down to earth, and focused on his work. Even when facing the bottom level temporary workers of the crew, he never hesitates to give himself tolerance. This is a person who always keeps calm and clear-headed. There is no doubt that sudden outbursts and using fists to solve problems have never been the way he should appear. F***ku. What does that bastard want to do? Huh. Until now, Wayne knew clearly what he was doing. Although he was still a little excited, he was always sober. Looking at his expression when he spoke, it can be seen that his mind was not dominated by violence. Lifting the skirt of my child's mother? F***ku. This is beyond the scope of a prank. Ha, he's just a nobody, not worth your anger. Naomi Watts smiled and shook her head slightly, not caring about the gazes from the people around her. She took the man's arm, leaned on his shoulder and whispered softly, trying to calm the man next to her as soon as possible. Similar situations occur almost every year at the Oscars. This is not the first reporter to prank a big star, and it will not be the last. Not only the Oscars, but also many pranks have appeared on the red carpets of other award ceremonies, especially for female stars who want to save face. Many things have gone beyond the scope of pranks. If you look closely, they can be regarded as obscene. However, celebrities want to save face, so they let such reporters succeed frequently. There was once a bold reporter who touched the breasts of several female stars on the red carpet of the Oscars. I found it. The assistant's calm voice caught the attention of the 2 people, and she reported in a low voice, Vitaly Sejduk, a Ukrainian journalist. "I don't want to listen now." Waving at Nina, Wayne shook his head to stop her from continuing. To put it bluntly, this is nothing more than a small person who relies on pranks to gain news. He has countless ways to make the other party uncomfortable. We'll talk about it later. Led by a staff member, several people chatted casually in a low voice and came to the location of the crew of Batman, The Dark Knight. In fact, from the arrangement of the Oscar organizers, it can be seen that they respect Wayne. The position of the crew of Batman, The Dark Knight is very forward. Some behind the scenes members who have come in, as well as Nicolas Cage, Sofia Coppola, Christian Bale and others, almost stood up at the same time. Oh my god. Schwartz, the crew's exclusive casting director, screamed with an exaggerated expression. "Boss, I heard that you just stepped on a reporter's face." "Bullshit, did he offend Nami? If I were here, I would definitely let him taste the power of my fist." "Hey, Schwartz, you're almost fat as a bull. The lighting master Steve on the side smiled and patted Schwartz's big belly and shouted in the same exaggerated and funny way, "I dare say that if you sit on that reporter with your butt, the other party will die immediately." Fist. "Damn, are you sure you can catch up with him?" The casting director slapped the hand on his belly. F***ku, Steve. "Are you sure you are interested in me?" Steve imitated Schwartz's exaggerated expression just now and asked in the same exaggerated way amid the laughter of everyone. The atmosphere of the crew was very good and no one took the reporter seriously, let alone Wayne. From here on, everyone is now well known behind the scenes expert in the circle and no one will take that kind of small person seriously. "Naomi, I swear, my fists are very hard to mess with. I'm just not here." The casting director was still mumbling, causing everyone to laugh again. "Thank you, Schwartz." Although everyone regarded Schwartz's words as a joke to ease the atmosphere, Naomi Watts still nodded and thanked him very formally. Next time I will try to attract a brave reporter." "Shit, I heard that the guy's face was flattened by the boss's feet." Black editor Julia opened her strong arms and hugged Naomi Watts hard, saying with a smile, "I don't believe there is another reporter who is not smart enough and dares to play a disgusting prank on you again." After the two women sat down, they began to whisper about the rumors about this reporter. The Australian actress was not the first victim today. Several female stars were spoofed by this reporter. Gary Oldman and other crew members who came in later seemed to have heard about this incident, and the unlucky reporter became the target of everyone's criticism, causing bursts of laughter. "Good evening, Wayne." Just as everyone was waiting for the award ceremony to officially begin, several uninvited guests came over, led by a white old man with glasses and grey hair, who also greeted him. "Good evening, Rupert." Standing up from his seat, Wayne shook hands with the chairman of News Corporation, then turned and looked at Townsend Rothman, CEO of 20th Century Fox, who was standing next to him. "Good evening, Townsend. How is it? I heard that Batman, The Dark Truth did not participate in public relations this year." Townsend Rothman waited until he finished greeting Rupert Murdoch and asked with a smile, "Yes, I stopped Warner Brothers from lobbying for this year's Oscars. There is nothing wrong with admitting this. Everyone present is a wise man, and they all know why he did this. Since the Oscars, or the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Awards of North America, have appeared in the past few decades, no non-realistic film has been able to win a heavyweight award on this stage. Batman, The Dark Knight is indeed great, but it is also not out of this category. In addition, he has already won the Best Director and Best Picture awards the previous year. Even if he spends a lot of money on public relations and lobbying this year, he will not be able to win any awards. Therefore, there is no need to do such useless work. With your current achievements, you can already consider going behind the scenes." Compared with Townsend Rothman and others, Rupert Murdoch sees things completely differently because of his own perspective. He looks at the young people who are talking and laughing around him, and his appreciation is not concealed at all. "I'm still young, Rupert." Wayne smiled and shook his head. Of course, he knew what the other party meant. From the front of the stage to the back of the stage, from the labor side to the capital side, standing behind the scenes to manipulate capital, this is a path that countless successful people have taken. Maybe in a few years, I will consider it. While speaking, his eyes secretly glanced behind Rupert Murdoch. A Chinese lady stood quietly behind the old man. After the few people started to greet each other, she did not say a word. Wayne was actually curious about this legendary woman. It seemed that the two of them had just got together, and the woman had not yet become the wife of the chairman of News Corporation. Otherwise the other party would not have failed to introduce her. Fox held several high-level meetings to discuss the release date of X-Men. After the greetings, Townsend Rothman brought up the business. "After the Oscars, you'd better take the time to come to Fox in person. We have tentatively decided to put X-Men in August and wait for you to come and have a meeting together. If there is no problem, we will start the publicity work." "Okay." Wayne nodded. The post-production work of X-Men is still in progress, but this will not delay the formulation of the release date, let alone the formulation of a complete publicity and marketing plan. You know, Townsend Rothman was a distribution executive and has presided over the film publicity and promotion work in Hollywood for decades. He values this aspect more than anyone else. And Wayne also understood very well that the other party seemed to have asked him to have a meeting unintentionally for the purpose of the publicity and promotion of X-Men. Cooperating with the publicity and promotion plan of 20th Century Fox was clearly written into the producer's contract, and he had no objection to it. The reason is very simple. X-Men is another superhero movie outside the DC series in Hollywood in recent years. Among the entire creative team, Wayne is the biggest star and the biggest publicity point. He is the biggest guarantee for fans to go to the theater, to pay for superhero movies nowadays. This year, 20th Century Fox is more productive than Warner Brothers. After a brief greeting, Rupert Murdoch and Townsend Rothman left. Nina sat next to Wayne and reported in a low voice, "I learned the latest news from Warner Brothers that 20th Century Fox has 3 projects with an investment of more than $100 million this year, 4 projects with an investment of more than $50 million, and more than a dozen other low-cost projects. Do you know the name of the specific project?" Wayne asked in a low voice, frowning slightly. 20th Century Fox is not his enemy. This is the basis for cooperation between the two sides. However, if 20th Century Fox continues to have big projects released, it is hard to say whether there will be conflicts between the two sides in the future. Because it is not just the projects produced and distributed by Warner Brothers itself, but also the third installment of The Matrix, co-invested by Greenberg Studio under Warner Brothers, and Charlie's Angels, independently produced and distributed by Warner Brothers, which will also be arranged into the crowded summer season. The information is at home. The assistant rolled her eyes. Who would carry a lot of information with them when attending the Oscars? However, she recalled carefully and said slowly, the ones that have been officially scheduled and announced are Dr. Dolittle in mid-June, and there's something about Mary in mid-July. The specific release dates are unclear for X-Files, Conquering the Future, Cinderella, True Confessions, The Siege, etc., as well as 20th Century Fox's top project this year, X-Men. The summer season is actually that short, starting in mid to late May and ending in September. Only 20th Century Fox, a large film company, has stuffed so many films into this period, which shows how crowded this year's summer season is. Warner Brothers also has a lot of films this year, plus the other 4 large film companies and countless small and medium-sized film companies. I'm afraid that by then, I'll be able to see a weekend where I can squeeze into the scenes of more than 2 or 3 big productions. With the continuous entry of guests, the award ceremony was about to begin, and the two of them just had a simple chat. However, one thing did attract a lot of attention. First, Bella Grant, who was responsible for the interview arrangements for the Los Angeles Times at the Oscars, and then Cameron Diaz, Jennifer Connelly, Charlize Theron and other women, all came over to hug and greet. Every woman seemed to have not seen Naomi Watts, and hugged Wayne warmly, and said a few words, and then returned to the seat arranged by the organizer. It's okay for one woman, but when they appeared one after another, the eyes of several crews around him gradually changed. Women mostly had complicated emotions, while men showed envy on their faces without concealing it. Most people know that the media's reports on Wayne's chaotic private life are completely well-founded. This guy fought for Naomi Watts one moment, and the next moment he was blatantly hugging women left and right. No one can figure out what this complicated man is thinking. But obviously, Wayne didn't feel guilty at all. Even the Australian actress next to him just rolled her eyes helplessly several times. Because from the time they first fooled around together, women knew very well that this guy was never a subjective good man. When the host Billy Crystal walked onto the stage and announced that the highlight of the night was about to begin, a tall and fat figure came over with a hunched back. After talking to Nina in a low and polite voice, the assistant glanced at her boss and made way. All the men in the audience look at you with flames in their eyes. Harvey Weinstein teased in a low voice while watching Billy Crystal, the talk show host, on the stage. That is, eyes can't kill. Otherwise, I swear, you must have been killed countless times by those people before the award ceremony started. He found that the man next to him just shrugged his shoulders and didn't mean to speak. He moved his fat body, pursed his lips and continued, "According to your PR method 2 years ago, I successfully got Good Will Hunting 9 nominations this year. Harvey Weinstein is definitely a good student. He carefully studied all of Wayne's PR methods for The Departed and copied all of them after a year of failed Oscar journey, which also made Good Will Hunting nominated for 9 Oscars. What about mailing gifts to Academy members, holding multiple film show style parties in a row, bombarding with phone calls, bombarding with emails, and spending a lot of money? Listen, Harvey." Frowning slightly, seeing that the main camera was not aimed at him, Wayne withdrew his gaze from the stage, looked at the proud fat man beside him, and whispered, "The situation this year is too special. I always feel that the millions of dollars of public relations funds you spent will be wasted." "You mean the big ship?" Hearing this, Harvey Weinstein understood it immediately. He thought about it and asked, "Did you hear any news? Tell me." "Wayne, we are partners now. I have been working hard on Shakespeare in Love. You should give me some compensation, right? I'm the guest presenting the Best Director award tonight. MF***KER. With just one sentence, the fat man understood all the subtexts. Anyone who is not stupid knows that the Academy cannot really wait until the Oscar ceremony to learn about the so-called list of winners together with the public. As long as he thinks of the news that the media hyped during that period of time, he immediately understands that the Best Director statuette will most likely go to the arrogant truck driver. That's fine, but the meaning behind it is even more difficult to accept. Since the Academy has completely bowed to the miraculous commercial performance, it means that Titanic is very likely to win everything. The film that won the Best Visual Effects is Titanic. Congratulations to Robert Legato, Mark Ratzoff, Thomas Fisher, and Michael Canfer. Congratulations to them. Before Harvey Weinstein could continue thinking, the award presenter on the stage had announced the first little golden man won by Titanic. Not far from the crew of Batman, The Dark Knight, the location of the Titanic crew has become a sea of joy. Everyone is hugging each other and unscrupulously releasing the carnival of the successful. "It's just an insignificant little award," Harvey Weinstein muttered, and while the camera was not shooting them, he bent over and walked back to the crew of Good Will Hunting. "We won't get nothing today, right?" Naomi Watts waited until the fat man left, looked at the few people who were giving their acceptance speeches, and whispered to the man next to her, "This momentum is really too abnormal." From the beginning of the award ceremony, Titanic, which received 14 nominations, has already won the first prize. Everyone can feel the pressure brought by the big ship. It is very possible, who knows? Wayne shrugged and responded casually, "There is another possibility, that is, the Academy gave Titanic little golden statues at the beginning, and all of them were insignificant little golden statues, indicating that the heavyweight awards later this can be regarded as the old operation method of the Academy. You are given several consolation prizes at the beginning, and then when the most important awards are given, you are good, I'm good, and everyone is good. The subsequent development is like a complete fulfillment of Wayne's ridicule. After Titanic won the Best Visual Effects Golden Statue, it immediately won the Best Sound Editing Golden Statue. This is not over yet. The Best Sound Effects and Best Original Song were given to My Heart Will Go On, and then a Best Original Score for a Drama. From the images captured by the camera on the big screen, many people have already discovered that James Cameron was very happy at first. Every time he won an award, the entire crew and he would fall into a carnival. But as insignificant awards came one after another, his face became more and more ugly. None of the people in the circle were stupid. Most of them looked at the truck driver with undisguised pity. The shortlist for the Best Makeup Design Award is Rick Baker, David Leroy Anderson, Men in Black, Tina Seen, Greg Cannon, Simon Thompson, Titanic, and Lily Angie, Batman, The Dark Knight. The winner is Lily Angie, Batman, The Dark Knight. Congratulations. As the award presenter happily announced the results, the people around Wayne also stood up and celebrated for the first time tonight. With the warm applause of the audience, Lily, the makeup supervisor who usually had almost no presence, began to hug everyone in the crew like crazy. "Thank you, boss. I didn't expect to have such a big harvest tonight." As a behind-the-scenes worker who had been following Wayne from the beginning, she stood in front of him with a choked voice, repeating her words of thanks loudly. "Hey, girl, go ahead, the stage is waiting for you." Wayne patted Lily on the back under the gaze of the crowd. "You deserve it." So far tonight, this is the first Oscar that Titanic has lost. Most of the audience knew that the Academy could not really ignore Batman, The Dark Knight. No matter what, it would not let Batman, The Dark Knight return empty-handed. This great comic-adapted superhero directly represented the Hollywood film industry the year before and crushed 90% of the global theater market before Titanic. First of all, I have to thank our boss, Wayne Greenberg. To this day, I still remember the scene when I joined this team. Looking at Lily, who was giving her acceptance speech on the stage, Naomi Watts raised her arm, secretly poked the man next to her, and whispered again, "Don't tell me that this is what they call not returning empty-handed." "Naomi, we didn't participate in public relations this year." Seeing the camera filming him, Wayne's lips opened and closed slightly, and he whispered helplessly, "It's beyond my expectation to have any gains." His attitude has been very clear since the beginning of the awards season. This year's Batman, The Dark Knight, is just a bystander and will not participate in the Oscar war. Isn't it uncomfortable to watch the truck driver sweep everything down to earth? Nicholas will be disappointed. After the camera turned to other places, Lily on the stage also went backstage to be interviewed with the little golden man in her hand. The Australian actress continued to speak. "I heard that she used a lot of connections in the circle and spent a lot of money just to rely on the role of the Joker to break the tradition of the Oscars not giving non-realistic awards and get the best supporting actor. It's a very smart choice." Nodding slightly, Wayne looked at Nicolas Cage, who was chatting and laughing with Sofia Coppola, and sighed in a low voice. Anyone who has seen the movie Batman, The Dark Knight will definitely find that compared with Christian Bale's Batman, Nicolas Cage's Joker is more like the first male lead in the movie. Although the roles of the two are not much different, the Joker is obviously more outstanding. It is undoubtedly a very smart way to apply for the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor as the absolute protagonist of a successful movie, because compared to other competitors, Nicolas Cage's performance is destined to be much more outstanding. Wayne is sure that there must be other people behind the scenes who are making plans. "I heard that old Coppola personally helped him contact a lot of old guys in the circle." Noticing Wayne's gaze, Naomi Watts reminded him with a gossipy tone, "More than 30% probability." After hearing this information, Wayne knew that, even if Nicolas Cage didn't die, he might be able to get this important little golden statue for acting. As long as you are in this circle, who dares to underestimate Francis Ford Coppola's complex network of relationships over the past few decades? However, for the Best Supporting Actor, he is also watching the excitement from the perspective of a bystander. Since the beginning of the awards season, he has already told the core members of the crew that he and Warner Brothers will not conduct public relations activities for Batman, The Dark Knight, which means that whoever wants the little golden statue will have to work hard for it. Chapter 645, The Bumpy Road of Earthball Grass. Tonight, at the Vanity Fair party after the Oscars, the Titanic crew became the absolute protagonists. Wayne led a group of people into the banquet hall of the Four Seasons Hotel and saw such a scene. Countless big names in the circle surrounded the Titanic crew and lined up to greet each other. Among this group of people, Leonardo DiCaprio was undoubtedly the brightest star. This face has unified the global aesthetic in just a few months. Even in the past 10 or 20 years, as long as you look up photos of Leo during this period, you can instantly kill all the young and handsome guys who are said to represent traffic. I heard that, when he auditioned for the male lead in Titanic, all the women in the entire building of 20th Century Fox ran to the audition site to watch. Julia whistled softly, turned around and whispered to Naomi Watts about the gossip she heard. Johnny Depp, who is always inseparable from Tim Burton, also auditioned for this role. The Australian actress' face was shining with gossip. She hugged Wayne's arm and tilted her head to talk to Julia. Johnny Depp's image today is very different from what it was later. Who would have dared to imagine that before Leonardo DiCaprio became popular with Titanic, Captain Jack was the representative of Hollywood's beauty? But the fact is that Johnny Depp and Christian Bale at this time were recognized as the dream lovers of girls all over North America. However, after Leo became popular, the global grass was directly pressed on his head, and he also became the representative of Hollywood's beauty. This face will make him successful, but it will also be the biggest stumbling block in his career. Shaking his head slightly, Wayne took a few people around and found a seat near the balcony to sit down. He waved to the assistant, took the cigarette and lit it. Hearing the women's discussions along the way, he whispered a teasing, "Hey, isn't it good to be too handsome?" Naomi Watts rolled her eyes and laughed with Julia and Nina. They had the same idea, that is, the men around them also rarely showed jealousy. Glancing at the women, Wayne smoked silently and didn't continue the gossip topic. He knew better than anyone what would happen in the future. Leo's handsome face would make him a global idol and even a box office guarantee, but at the same time, it would become the biggest stumbling block in his pursuit of Oscars. He still remembered that many people on the internet said that Leonardo DiCaprio's true love was those blonde supermodels who were never over 25 years old. But he knew that Leo's true love was never those, but the golden statue on the Oscar podium that cost only $100 or $80. Since he was unexpectedly nominated for the Best Supporting Actor Oscar at the age of 19 for his role in A Different Sky, Leo's road to winning awards has been doomed to be full of ups and downs. The main reason is his handsome face that is sought after by the world. Oscar is notorious for not liking handsome men and beautiful women, and this will not change even after a few decades. Handsome men and beautiful women acting, even if they only rely on a face blessed by God, will perform very well on the big screen, so most members of the Academy instinctively like actors who can make major breakthroughs. Not only others, but Wayne himself has the same idea. Some people have always emphasized that Leo's acting skills are superb, but they are only covered by his handsome face. But if you look at those actors who are also nominated and won the Best Actor Oscar, you can tell the difference between the two at a glance. For example, Anthony Hopkins in The Silence of the Lambs has evil and terrible hidden under his gentle appearance. For example, Matthew McConaughey in Dallas Buyers Club is so thin that he is unrecognizable. Another example is Jack Nicholson, who is usually disrespectful to the elderly. This old guy was born to act. Compared with these people who constantly subvert their images and make major breakthroughs every time, the beautiful boys, gentlemen, and even great swindlers played by Leo seem a little too simple, as if they can never escape certain marks on themselves. A pretty face is the biggest enemy to the Oscar podium. Some actors figured it out early, such as Charlize Theron. The image of a crazy prostitute with no eyebrows and a strong and fat body. As soon as she appeared on the big screen, all the Oscar judges who were accustomed to her gorgeous beauty were dumbfounded. She also successfully won the Oscar for Best Actress with this subversive performance. At least Leo understood it not too late. When he figured it out, he also started to destroy his image on the big screen like crazy. As long as you are careful, I believe many people can find that, since The Aviator in 2005, he has tried to release his nature. The whole movie once used drawing, crying, and trembling to express the sadness and anger of the character. This was even more true in Blood Diamond 2 years later. His screen image became sloppy, and he spoke English with an African accent, as if he was constantly showing how hard it was for his character to travel all day in a foreign country. To put it bluntly, Leonardo DiCaprio was constantly trying, hoping to find a taste that most members of the Academy liked. Unfortunately, the Oscars seem to have never been interested in this kind of deliberately crazy performance. In the eyes of many people, he still had not escaped from the circle of popular idols. It seemed that, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how he subverted his image and gave a breakthrough performance, he was always a little short of the mark. 4 nominations, 4 misses. In the end, fans all over the world knew that he wanted the glittering little golden man. Even the bookmakers in Las Vegas offered big odds on when Leo would be recognized by the Academy. When Leo successfully won the coveted little golden man with The Revenant, many people said that this was entirely due to his seniority. If the Academy did not give him this recognition, it would be unreasonable. There is indeed a factor of having accumulated enough points, but we cannot ignore that Leo completely broke through himself in this simple plot film. Carrying a bearskin coat weighing 40 to 50 kilograms, he crawled in the ice and snow at minus dozens of degrees. In order to make a real expression and performance, he even ate beef liver raw and crawled into a horse's stomach to keep warm overnight. The whole person was completely without the shadow of a so-called gentleman, and he also threw his face of the earth grass into the sky. In Wayne's view, the reason why Leo was favored by the Oscar this time was because he gave up the most memorable part of himself, his appearance. Looking at Leo, who was in high spirits and surrounded by a group of hot beauties, Wayne exhaled a big puff of cigarette, squinted his eyes and shook his head slightly. He was nominated for an Oscar for the first time at the age of 19 and won the coveted award at the age of 42. Looking back at Leo's 23-year-long Oscar road, who can help but sigh? His stunning beauty made him successful, but it also created the biggest shackles on him. In the end, he broke his biggest shackles and completely stepped out of his comfort zone to get the little golden man he wanted. After extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Wayne turned his head and looked at Naomi Watts, who was chatting and laughing with Julia, and frowned slightly. The same reason applies to the Australian girl. Because of his appearance in this life, this woman became famous more than 10 years too early. You know, if he hadn't disrupted all this woman would have emerged after taking off her clothes in Mulholland Drive. It was not until Midnight Ring that she officially became a little famous. The real fire was still that damn gorilla. At that time, everyone was saying that Naomi Watts was a late bloomer. When she was nominated for an Oscar for Best Actress, most of the evaluations of her were based on years of accumulation and superb acting skills. Many people praised her appearance at that time, and the words used were good fighting. Even after the best time for women, she could still maintain the exquisite face and hot body. But now it is not the case. The earlier fame left the impression of the Australian actress to Hollywood and even the fans all over the world. That is, the very delicate and beautiful face and sexy and charming body of the Australian actress. This is her biggest asset in commercial films, and it will also become the biggest obstacle to the Oscar stage. Now is officially the best stage for Naomi Watts. The blonde hair that makes the Academy judges frown naturally, the beautiful face, and the hot body are all invisible obstacles. Unless you are like Charlize Theron, who broke all the screen images at once and was beyond the expectations of everyone in the world. Otherwise, if you want to get the little golden man of the best actress at the peak of your appearance, basically don't even think about it. Wayne. After about half an hour, Nina had collected a large stack of various business cards in her hands. James Cameron, who finally finished his work, brought the male and female protagonists of Titanic to Wayne and others. Leonardo DiCaprio. The truck driver smiled, which was very different from his usual image. He introduced the two actors beside him. This is Kate Winslet, from the UK. Good evening, Mr. Greenberg. Compared with Leo, Kate Winslet was more proactive. She took the initiative to extend her right hand and greeted politely. Good evening, Ms. Winslet. Wayne shook the woman's hand and nodded with a smile. Your performance in Titanic was amazing and left a deep impression on me. Leonardo DiCaprio waited for them to finish their greetings and also extended his hand politely. Nice to meet you, Mr. Greenberg. Hello. After a simple greeting, Leo watched the truck driver sit down directly and started chatting with Wayne casually. His eyes were always full of surprise, secretly observing this Hollywood tycoon. Perhaps what made the male and female protagonists of The Big Ship feel the most incredible was James Cameron's attitude at this time. Everyone knew that this guy had a bad temper and usually didn't pay attention to anyone. It was very difficult to approach. But at this time, facing Wayne, the truck driver seemed to have met an old friend. After sitting down, he casually chatted about various difficulties in the filming. Leo observed for a while and smiled thoughtfully. He now deeply felt that, if he wanted to gain the respect of these big guys in the circle, he must first have a status that matches them. From those who could only watch from a distance, but did not dare to come up and say hello casually, it can be seen that, if you want to join the circle of these two big guys and sit down and chat for a few words, without a matching power and status, it is simply humiliating yourself. Compared with Leo, who remained silent and observed, Kate Winslet was much bolder. After a while, she had already chatted with Naomi Watts. Even the two women had made an appointment to go shopping together in a relatively short time. James is like a tyrant. The crew tyrant is definitely not enough to describe him. Even though the truck driver was right next to her, Kate Winslet did not care too much and complained with Naomi Watts and Julia. Nami, you don't know, there was a scene in the sea. I almost drowned in the artificial lake, and then I was in the hospital for more than a week because of pneumonia. Oh my god. Black people have rich expressions, plus their natural loud voices. Julia's screams attracted everyone's attention. Kate, luckily you're okay. Is Wayne so strict in the crew? Kate Winslet shrugged, secretly glanced at the tough face, and whispered, are these top directors in the circle all tyrants on the set? Hey, Nami, you'd better tell the truth. Don't let our English Rose misunderstand. Hearing Kate Winslet's question, Wayne suddenly turned around and made a joke with a cigarette in his mouth. His words caused several people to laugh, and everyone knew that he was joking. To be honest, it's not like that. Naomi Watts curled her lips at the man, waved her hand, fanned away the smoke, and said, believe me, Wayne is not much better than James's temper. As soon as he enters the crew, he will turn into an icy face, and there will be no expression on that face until the work is done. No matter how well you perform, he will look at you expressionlessly. At this point, the Australian actress coughed twice, frowned, put away all her expressions, and imitated the way Wayne worked. Nami, listen, if your performance does not meet my requirements, I will let you keep filming until you meet my requirements. Do you understand? If you understand, go and prepare. Don't delay hundreds of people waiting for you. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the Australian actress's lifelike appearance, in addition to Wayne himself, even James Cameron laughed. In fact, several people present understood that directors who can reach their level must have their own special ways in their work. Wayne's icy face has invisibly brought pressure to the entire crew of hundreds of people. James Cameron's temper is no exception. One of them is expressionless and keeps a calm mind like a robot at all times, while the other frequently explodes. They are both manifestations of responsibility and seriousness for the film. What are your plans next? After laughing, Wayne looked at the truck driver and asked casually, hey, I'm not a workaholic like you. James Cameron shook his head and took a sip of champagne. Vacation. I'm going to go diving in the Atlantic Ocean for vacation. At least for a year. I don't have any work plans. At this point, he suddenly stared at the man next to him, grinned and said, you have almost finished the work at hand, right? I rented a small island in the Pacific Ocean. Do you want to go there together for 2 months? My work schedule is very full. Shaking his head regretfully, Wayne leaned back in his chair and exhaled a large cloud of green smoke. The Flash will soon start intensive promotions. The producer contract signed with 20th Century Fox also stipulates that I must be deeply involved in the promotion of X-Men. There are also matters related to the third part of The Matrix and Charlie's Angels. Before the summer vacation is over, I can hardly take a long vacation. Those present are all senior people in the industry. They understand that the work related to a movie usually makes the leader dizzy. It's scary to think about taking care of several projects at the same time. There is really no time for a long vacation. Frowning, James Cameron raised his glass and clinked it with him. Damn, just like the rumors say, you are a workaholic who can't stop. I'm different from you, James. After a long sigh, Wayne didn't care about the looks from the people around him. He whispered, I want to make as many films as possible while I'm young and energetic, and then when I feel less energetic, I will slowly finish the work on hand, simply retire early, and then enjoy life. Shit, retire? How old are you? Do you think so far? Hearing the word retire, the truck driver almost sprayed out the champagne. He looked at the other party in disbelief, blinked and joked, if this word gets out, I'm afraid the stock prices of Warner Brothers and Time Warner will plummet tomorrow. It seems that the truck driver is joking, but the people present know in their hearts that this is definitely not a joke. Warner Brothers plays a role of a cash cow in the system of Time Warner, a media group, and its importance is self-evident. Warner Brothers has been the #1 company in Hollywood for many years in terms of revenue. Wayne played a big role in this. If he wants to leave now, everyone from the top management to the shareholders of Warner Brothers will be scared. Okay, no kidding. The truck driver raised his wrist to check the time, put away the smile on his face, and said, I will be very busy these days. I will invite you to play basketball in 2 weeks, and we will have a good chat then. Okay. nodding happily. No one can refuse the invitation of the king of the world, and Wayne is no exception. It just so happens that I have a special idea here. Let's talk about it then. The two smiled and hugged again, and James Cameron took the male and female protagonists of the big ship and got up and left together to continue tonight's cocktail party. Looking at the backs of the few people leaving, Wayne's mind was turning rapidly. No one wants to let go of a director like James Cameron, and he naturally doesn't want to see him shoot a movie every few years. As early as the beginning of the awards season, he had been thinking about this box office guarantee. There was a project that had not had a suitable director. Now he was thinking about how to seduce him to shorten his vacation and take up the director's baton for Greenberg Studio to make that science fiction film. Apart from George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, no one is more suitable for science fiction films than this truck driver. Originally, his earliest plan was to find a way to seduce Explosive Bay. Compared with James Cameron, Michael Bay is obviously not cheap, and the price paid will not be small either. In this way, it seems that there is nothing wrong with making preparations. Seeing that it was getting late, just as Wayne stood up and adjusted his suit, ready to leave here and go back to rest, two unexpected people walked straight towards them. "Thank you very much, Mr. Greenberg." As this year's new Oscar winner, Helen Hunt took the initiative to extend her hand and greeted politely. Looking at the special couple in front of him, Wayne held the woman's hand and nodded. "You're welcome." They all knew what Helen Hunt meant by thank you. The white reporter named Vitaly Sedok also harassed her at the end of the red carpet, but not long after, the news came that the wretched reporter was stepped on the face by Wayne. This news made many actresses feel very happy. "This is my boyfriend, Christopher Auquencourt, from Europe, a descendant of an earl." The new actress Helen Hunt politely introduced the elegant man next to her. Now his main job is to invest in movies in Hollywood. He is also a banker and F1 racing driver. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Greenberg." The man who was introduced was very enthusiastic. He shook hands with Wayne and took the initiative to raise the glass in his hand. "I'm a fan of yours, Mr. Greenberg. It's always been my dream to have the opportunity to meet you." You don't know how fascinated I'm by your work." Wayne frowned slightly, instinctively feeling uncomfortable, but facing the enthusiastic man, he still smiled and raised the champagne glass, tilted his head back, and took a big sip. "You know, Mr. Greenberg, you can call me Wayne, my friends call me that." Wayne squinted his eyes and looked at the enthusiastic film investor in front of him. As a director, his instinct is to face people who are willing to spend a lot of money on the film, not to be stingy with his friendship and goodwill. Maybe someday he will need to find these people to attract investment. "Is it okay?" "That's great." Christopher Auquencourt was elegant and had a comfortable enthusiasm. "I heard that your studio has been producing film projects continuously in the past 2 years. Wayne, if you have any difficulties with funds, you can call me at any time. I'm your die-hard fan, and I will support any work of yours." "Thank you." It is hard not to have a good impression of the other party's performance. Although Wayne is not short of money now, he also knows that it is never a bad thing to be able to spend other people's money to make a living, right? "That's it for now. I'll make an appointment with you when I have time." "Okay, no problem." The enthusiastic film investor knows very well what it means to stop when enough is enough. After chatting for a few words, he took the new actress and left on his own initiative. "Okay, let's go back and rest." After taking another look at Christopher Auquencourt's back and shaking his head vigorously, Wayne led a group of people to the hotel elevator and whispered to Nina beside him, "Have you heard of this film investor before?" "I've heard of it." The assistant nodded, recalled carefully, and reported in a low voice, "A descendant of European earls, a businessman, banker, F1 racing driver, and film investor. He has been quite famous in the circle in the past 2 years. I heard that he invested in several low-cost films. It is not clear whether he made money or not. Compared with his identity as a film investor, this guy is more famous for his many celebrity girlfriends. Well, as long as he's an insider." Wayne nodded slightly and stopped thinking about this enthusiastic man who made him feel uncomfortable. Chapter 646 Traditional Program. No surprises at the 70th Academy Awards. This is the headline of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times. As an authoritative media with the largest circulation in North America, this evaluation almost represents the summary of this year's Oscars. At this year's 70th Academy Awards, the Academy's selection results did not have any surprises, and of course, there were no surprises. Titanic had previously received a record 14 nominations for awards. Long before the start of this year's Oscars, the film was predicted to be the biggest winner, including the heavyweight awards of Best Director and Best Picture. James Cameron's Titanic has received nearly $1.3 billion in box office revenue worldwide to date. With such an unprecedented achievement, I believe it has conquered most of the Academy judges' 14 nominations and 11 Little Golden Men. Last night was destined to belong to the Titanic crew and director James Cameron. Not only the Los Angeles Times in Los Angeles, but basically all newspapers on the market, were reporting on the Oscars that ended last night. Titanic won a record 11 out of 14 awards at last night's Oscars, making the 70th Academy Awards a solo stage for Titanic. The Academy Awards, which ended last night, did not reveal any upsets. The sweep of Titanic was basically in line with the outside world's predictions before the awards ceremony. Perhaps the only surprise for the audience last night was that Nicolas Cage won the Best Supporting Actor Oscar for his superb performance in The Dark Knight. This is the first time in the 70 years of the Oscars that someone who participated in a non-realistic film has won an acting Oscar. The Best Supporting Actor Oscar and the Best Makeup Design Oscar can be regarded as the only two fig leaves for The Dark Knight at this year's Oscars. Ever since the Academy announced the nomination results at the nomination luncheon, it seemed that The Dark Knight was doomed to miss this year's Oscars. No one can tell why the Academy treated a film that has influenced the trend of the world film market in this way. No matter from which aspect, Batman, The Dark Knight deserves better recognition, and Wayne Greenberg deserves better recognition. The Academy's neglect of Batman, The Dark Knight is destined to become a shame for the 70th Academy Awards many years later. The New York Times, while Titanic swept the 70th Academy Awards, there is one thing that must attract everyone's attention. The Great Batman, The Dark Knight only received 2 insignificant Little Golden Men at this Oscars ceremony. Obviously, these 2 Little Golden Men can't show the greatness of this movie at all. At 7 p.m. on March 23, 1998, North American time, the 70th Academy Awards officially opened at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. The host of this award ceremony is still the familiar old friend, talk show star Billy Crystal. Just as everything is familiar to everyone, there were no unexpected surprises at this Oscars ceremony. As predicted by many forecasting agencies, Titanic won 11 of the 14 nominations. If there is a biggest surprise, it is probably the Oscar organizers' neglect of Batman, The Dark Knight and the great Wayne Greenberg. This is an approach that tens of millions of movie fans cannot tolerate. Batman, The Dark Knight, which swept the 1997 summer season and grossed over $1.2 billion worldwide, only won 2 Oscars at this year's Oscars, one for Best Makeup Design, and one for Best Supporting Actor. Wayne Greenberg was obviously treated unfairly. The Hollywood Reporter, the mainstream media, is full of praise for Titanic. There is no surprise about this. Any movie that has received 14 Oscar nominations and won 11 Oscars deserves to be praised by the media across North America. What is more surprising is that almost all mainstream entertainment media, while praising Titanic, have not forgotten their traditional repertoire, that is, to complain about those films that have not been recognized after the Oscars. It's just that the situation this year seems to be a little out of control. Although there have been similar situations in previous years, at most, it has only taken advantage of the heat of the Oscars to cause a wave of public discussion and regret. But this year's situation is completely different. In the eyes of most people, the greatness of Batman, The Dark Knight is not inferior to Titanic at all. Although the former's first place in the box office history has been surpassed by the latter, in the hearts of countless people, this is the most perfect Hollywood movie ever in terms of business and art. The widespread reports in the newspapers seem to have ignited the public's emotions at once. The media's keen sense of smell also detected the heat this year that was different from previous years. So, after just 2 days, not only reports in newspapers, but also discussions about Batman, The Dark Knight and the Oscars began to appear on various TV programs. There is no doubt that Titanic deserves the 11 awards it received, but the Academy should not ignore The Dark Knight. Kenneth Turan, a well-known local film critic in Los Angeles, was discussing his views with the host in the studio of ABC's famous morning show Good Morning America. As one of the representatives of the younger generation of film critics, he knows very well that the era when movie fans watched movies based on the recommendations of film critics has long ended. Now, if he wants to continue to expand his influence, he must change the decades-old methods and take the initiative to cater to more young fans. So when Good Morning America invited him to be a guest on a show about current hot topics, he agreed without hesitation. Being a guest on this show is a win-win situation in his opinion. The TV station increases its ratings through popularity, and he gets a better reputation among more young fans. Hey, Kenny, it's well known that you're a staunch fan of Greenberg's films. Where there is agreement there will be opposition, and this is no exception in the free Hollywood. Another invited film critic, Sam Snyder from Hollywood Daily Entertainment, faced the camera and expressed his opinion for the first time. In my opinion, the Academy did not deliberately ignore Batman, The Dark Knight. Wayne Greenberg had already won all the major awards in the previous year. If he wants to win those little golden men again, he obviously has to do better. What? Hearing Sam Snyder's rebuttal, Kenneth Turan immediately interrupted him with a sharp voice, as if he had heard something incredible, and asked loudly, "Isn't the result of Batman, The Dark Knight great? Better result. If the result of Batman, The Dark Knight is not good enough, then what result can be considered a better result? Does this have anything to do with whether I'm a fan of Wayne? Yes, I'm a diehard fan of Greenberg-style movies. To be frank, I'm still the most ordinary member of the Wayne Fan Association, but so what? Does it affect the objective greatness of Batman, The Dark Knight? Let two film critics with different opinions express their views to each other on a talk show. This is one of the most commonly used methods of TV stations. Seeing that the two film critics were getting more and more emotional, the director who had been standing behind the scenes waved his hand, and the host immediately understood what he meant, raised the microphone in his hand, and interrupted the quarrel that was about to break out. Kenny, we all have to admit that Batman, The Dark Knight is a great work, there is no doubt about that. While speaking, the host winked at Sam Snyder who was speechless, and continued to smooth things over. What Sam wanted to express was not what you thought. He also agreed with whether Batman, The Dark Knight was great. Yes, I have never denied the greatness of Batman, The Dark Knight. Sam Snyder nodded immediately, but in his heart he regretted participating in this program. If he let himself be hated by Wayne's huge fans for the little money given by the TV station, it would be completely not worth it. You misunderstood me. I mean, compared to Mr. Greenberg who had already won all the honors the previous year, James Cameron and Titanic are obviously more qualified to be recognized by the Academy this year. Hey, this is not an excuse for the Academy to only give Batman, The Dark Knight 8 nominations. Obviously, Kenneth Turan will not let him go so easily. He knows his purpose better than anyone else. What does it matter if the TV station gives a little money? As long as he can make countless Wayne fans become fans of his newspaper column, the film company will have 10 times or 100 times the guidance funds waiting for him in the future. In my opinion, no matter what excuses the Academy makes, they should give Batman, The Dark Knight a fair chance to compete. The fact is that they did not give it. This great movie has lost the opportunity to compete for the heavyweight award since the end of the nomination luncheon. Isn't this neglect? At this point, he glanced at the camera and found that the red light was flashing on it. He knew in his heart that he was being photographed in close-up. After a brief pause, he immediately said even more angrily, "In my opinion, Wayne Greenberg was treated unfairly by the Academy. There were quite a few similar TV programs. After the end of this year's Oscars at the end of March, it seemed that the entire North American media was speaking out for Wayne. Film critics, so-called senior people in the industry, print media, and TV stations all seemed to have discovered huge business opportunities in this, causing the nationwide discussion of this year's Oscars to continue until mid to late April. Chapter 647 Director with a global box office of nearly $4 billion US. It was not until mid-April that Wayne, who had been busy in the post-production studio of X-Men and running back and forth with the post-production studios of Charlie's Angels and The Matrix, finally realized that something was wrong. After a telephone conversation with Bruce Rosenblum of Warner Brothers, both agreed that continuing to hype this topic would be harmful to them. The Academy can tolerate complaints after the Oscars. After all, it happens once a year, but the Academy will not tolerate unscrupulous hype on this topic. Why do a lot of voices complain about the unsuccessful films after the Oscars every year? The reason is very simple, that is, potential benefits. The media wants traffic, and the parties want to constantly remind the majority of the Academy judges that I have been wronged this year, and constantly remind the Academy members with voting rights to let them remember this matter, so that they can get sympathy points when they impact the Oscars next time. But if the hype continues without limit, it will 100% become a scandal of the Academy. No Academy boss can tolerate such an operation. This is not the way the Oscars play the game. After Warner Brothers and Wayne realized what was happening, they responded immediately, regardless of whether those who continued to hype the issue still wanted to gain anything from it. Wayne wrote a statement by hand, earnestly persuading his fans that he had not been treated unfairly at this year's Oscars ceremony, and that everything Titanic won was well deserved. He also condemned the media and newspapers that continued to hype the issue without limit. Warner Brothers published the statement on all its media early the next morning. It was not until this statement appeared that the increasingly intense national discussion slowly began to calm down, and related reports gradually began to decrease. However, there was one thing they did not expect, that the discussion of this year's Oscars, which had been limited to North America, actually appeared in the media on the other side of the Pacific Ocean after more than half a month of fermentation. As the most authoritative film and entertainment magazine there, Global Screen is based on introducing world films, with pictures as the main method, supplemented by wonderful text descriptions, and the stories behind the scenes of the movies. The magazine has a lively layout, and is one of the most popular film and entertainment magazines on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, because it is a rare publication that introduces world film and entertainment. On the evening of March 23, 1998, Los Angeles time, the 70th Academy Awards ceremony was held in Los Angeles. The Academy Awards, formerly known as the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Awards, was held for the 70th time since its inception. This film award has a wide influence in North America and even the world. The film Titanic, which is currently showing in our theaters, has become the biggest winner of this year's Academy Awards, winning 11 awards including Best Director and Best Picture. Such a selection result has attracted strong dissatisfaction from many media commentators and film critics throughout North America. According to the latest reports sent back from North America, the film Batman: The Dark Knight only received 8 nominations in this year's Academy Awards, and these 8 nominations did not include the most valuable awards. The film director Wayne Greenberg received widespread sympathy from the whole of North America, who believed that he was treated unfairly by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. As the big winner of this year's Oscars, Titanic is undoubtedly qualified, but the Academy's neglect of Batman: The Dark Knight is the reason for the strong dissatisfaction of the public this time. Wayne Greenberg, as our old friend, is the first world-class director who took the initiative to come here to take a look, and he also has a large number of fans here. There is no doubt that Wayne Greenberg is a world-class film master. Not only the North American public recognizes this, but also relevant practitioners in Europe, Latin America, Asia and other places have no doubt about this. The unfair treatment he is suspected of receiving this time is very likely to cause a rift between this film master and the Academy, and it is very likely to repeat the incident of George Lucas in the past. Now the mainstream public opinion in North America is condemning the organizers of the Oscars, and it is generally believed that Wayne Greenberg should not be ignored. According to our survey and statistics, Wayne Greenberg is an important figure in promoting the globalization of Hollywood films. His works have opened up dozens of theater markets around the world on behalf of the Hollywood film industry. Obviously, in Hollywood, where interests come first, some people have forgotten the achievements of this film master. 8 years after his debut, The total global box office is about $3.9 billion US. He is the winner of the Oscar for Best Director, the Oscar for Best Screenwriter, the Oscar for Best Producer, and the latest Grammy Gramophone Award. It can be said that, whether in terms of commercial performance or in the rigorous Academy Awards, Wayne Greenberg is the undisputed face of Hollywood directors in the 1990s. It is obviously abnormal that such a talented filmmaker has been ignored by his own people in the field he is best at. At least many signs show that in many countries and regions in the world outside North America, he is one of the most respected directors by film practitioners, and one of the most popular directors among fans. The earliest media evaluation of Wayne Greenberg's films was that they were full of crime, violence, and death, with all kinds of masochistic large-scale shots flying around, and the protagonists were never great and glorious, but generally had both good and evil personalities. His films always use anxiety and uneasiness as the key emotions to drive the plot, greed and deception as the theme, and the endings are often drawn with destruction and death. From being misunderstood by the public to becoming a film master with his unique and strong personal style, he completely changed the world's fans' views on dark-style movies in less than 10 years, and led the film genre, that has been classified as a niche for decades, to an indispensable part of mainstream movies. Due to the restrictions on early film genres, my country did not introduce his films, but as time went on, Wayne Greenberg also constantly changed his style for the general public. Audiences who have seen his works generally said that those horrifying large-scale scenes are just a means in his works, and giving the audience a warning through the expressiveness of the pictures is the correct way to open his works. The hot screening of Batman: The Dark Knight in our country also illustrates this point. The film deeply discusses the legal issues and violence issues in North American society, who will corner the survival of vulnerable groups, etc., with a broader opera-like shooting method and a more touching story design, which has greatly shocked fans around the world. Fortunately, the public has a sharp eye. This film master, who belongs to all the fans of the world, will return to our cinema market this summer with his latest masterpiece, The Flash. This is a blessing for the fans, as they will once again witness a movie carnival. At the same time, he will also start his second trip to the East this summer with the film. We are very much looking forward to the return of this world-famous director who speaks authentic Beijing dialect, loves Chinese food, and is fascinated by Chinese culture. No matter how you look at it, the influence of the Oscars in the world cannot be underestimated, especially for countries on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Now is the time to actively reach out to the world. Although there is still a slight lag in the news, as soon as this issue of Global Screen appeared in newsstands in major cities, various terms such as Oscars, Batman, The Dark Knight, Wayne, and The Flash immediately became the focus of public discussion. This is the advantage of having a branch in the local area. The staff of Warner Brothers in Beijing used this report to promote and distribute The Flash in the first place, raising the expectations of local movie fans for The Flash to the highest level. Using public opinion is only the most conventional means of operation in media-developed regions such as North America, but in this land, where everything is in its infancy, the role it plays is unprecedented. The hot premiere of The Flash in the following summer really scared Wayne and Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers was not slow to react in the East, and the headquarters in North America was not behind. When the media complaints gradually subsided, distribution master Bruce Rosenblum immediately released the director's cut of The Dark Knight throughout North America. This unexpected special Oscar effect was used to the extreme by Warner Brothers distribution director, and it was reflected in the most naked paper sales data of The Dark Knight. Originally, the videotapes of this film had ushered in a sales peak, since they were launched, but with the launch of the director's cut of the hardcover collector's edition, which is said to be 4.5 hours long, it became a hot-selling item in audiovisual stores in various cities, even though it was priced at $66.99. The hot sales of the director's cut of the hardcover collector's edition also boosted the other two versions, that were just about to decline. In the past week, they created a miracle of videotape sales of $75.6 million. Buying videotapes seemed to have become a means for fans to express their support, anger, and dissatisfaction. With the massive sales of videotapes, countless people saw the potential value of Batman, The Dark Knight. before the AFL 100 years and 100 movies that Jeff Robinov had been thinking about were officially released, Bruce Rosenblum presided over the negotiation team and signed the TV broadcast rights of the movie with ABC Public Channel for a record-breaking $85 million. Everything seemed to be a beginning. Warner Bros. Gradually accelerated the pace of profiteering and the carnival feast of Batman: The Dark Knight. The TV broadcast rights began to be granted overseas on a large scale, with $45 million in the British Isles, $32.5 million in France, $27 million in Italy, and $29 million in Germany. According to the media's speculation, based on relevant information, Warner Bros. Has gained at least $500 million in net revenue from the global TV broadcasting license of Batman: The Dark Knight. This is just an offline profit channel for the movie. Hundreds of movie-related licensed products throughout the West have also been sold on a large scale in recent days. No one knows how much money Warner Bros. Has made recently, and movie companies generally do not release data on this aspect. But there are always clues. The conclusions drawn by medium-sized and large movie companies, based on limited data analysis, have caused all the top executives of movie companies to fall into a rare silence. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648. Paramount is also interested in the start of the summer season. Wayne Greenberg. This name is a money printing machine that runs 24 hours a day. Sony Columbia CEO Ogayu, after finishing a high-level meeting, looked at the market department's survey data on Batman: The Dark Knight with jealousy written all over his face. Read. He threw the analysis data on the table, picked up the phone, and said to the secretary outside the door, "Notify Roland Emmerich that I will come to visit the progressive Godzilla later." "Okay, sir." Paramount Pictures, the only one of the 6 giants in the Los Angeles area that is still in Hollywood, has a similar analysis data on her desk. Shirley Lansing, the Iron Lady CEO known for her tactics and tough style, is middle-aged, wearing a set of high-end women's professional suits, leaning on the office chair with a very complicated expression. The DC series of movies has only been developed for a few years. If we look at the current situation, the global market size of the entire series may have already reached the figure of $10 billion. In Shirley Lansing's eyes, she never felt that Paramount was inferior to Warner Bros. Even though Warner Bros. Temporarily sat firmly on the throne of the top 6 in recent years, she never felt powerless. If she could lead Paramount to quickly get back on track from the turbulent acquisition storm, she could continue to lead Paramount and steadily move towards the position of the leader of Hollywood film companies. But what happened now was obviously worse than she expected in the previous 2 years. If the market size of the DC series quickly expanded to more than $10 billion in addition to the sequel movies that Warner Bros. Was good at, it meant that it was not just the beginning of the summer season that was forcibly squeezed out. Shirley Lansing has always had a long-term vision and dared to place bets at critical moments. For example, Titanic, which is still selling well all over the world, was regarded as a funny joke by everyone in Hollywood at that time. However, this woman dared to decisively intervene in this big ship when no one was optimistic about it. The market size of Hollywood is so large. The reason why the major giants cooperate and compete secretly and have frequently squeezed out medium-sized film companies in the past 2 years is very simple, because if you eat more, it means that others will eat less. Judging from the current situation, Warner Bros. Is no longer eating more and biting the biggest piece of fat. Instead, it is domineeringly dominating this market, where the revenue capacity of each movie is no different from that of a successful animated feature film. What is even more incredible is that the revenue created by the DC series of superhero comic-based movies is more terrifying than the previous one. Boss, Mr. Ryder and Mr. Freeman are here. Just as Shirley Lansing was looking out the window and thinking in confusion, there was a gentle knock on the door of the office, and the secretary's calm voice came in at the same time. "Please let them in." Looking down to check his clothes, the CEO of Paramount put away his wild thoughts, smiled and shook hands with the 2 people who walked into the office. After a few pleasantries, the conversation between the three of them got down to business. I have a new idea for the release plan of Collision Impact. Shirley Lansing picked up the coffee cup, squinted her eyes, and glanced at the two men across the desk. Her voice was as strong as usual, as if she was not discussing with the two men, but the final decision. That could not be questioned. However, as long as you know a little about Paramount Pictures and have worked with this giant, you will get used to the strength of this Hollywood Iron Lady. Mimi Ledger, the director and producer of Armageddon, has worked with Paramount for more than once or twice. He turned his head and glanced at the black actor next to him, nodded slightly, and said, "Shirley, just say that Paramount has made arrangements." Shirley Lansing put down her coffee cup and stunned the two people opposite her as soon as she spoke. "The scheduled release date of Armageddon has been adjusted from mid-August as we agreed before to the beginning of May at the beginning of the summer season." What? Early May? Nowadays, all the film professionals in Hollywood are basically very clear about one principle, that is, unless necessary, you must not be unfaithful and take a film with an investment of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars to compete with that dark madman at the beginning of the summer season. As the most popular, most long-lived, and most market-savvy super director in Hollywood, Steven Spielberg, with his hit movie sequels, still didn't get any advantage from that madman, let alone other filmmakers. No one who has big ambitions in this period makes movies for the so-called art, but everyone does it to make a lot of money. Why take the risk of competing with that madman? It's better to stay away from him. They would rather compete with other companies' big investments in the crowded schedule later than wade into the muddy water in May. Don't worry, listen to me. Shirley Lansing waved to the two people who looked surprised and talked about the news she had received before. 20th Century Fox's X-Men will be released in August, if nothing unexpected happens. Speaking of this comic-adapted superhero that has been watched by everyone in the outside world, her face flashed with a strong sense of sarcasm. Listen, this movie is not a poor imitation made by Universal Pictures on a whim. Everyone in the industry knows that in order to ensure the success rate of the opening, 20th Century Fox gave Wayne Greenberg a box office share of no less than 20 points. It is for him to write, produce, and control the direction of the film. I guess that this movie will be no less anticipated by fans in this summer than The Flash. Hearing this, the two men sitting opposite nodded silently. They all understand that in the past 2 years, there has been a clear shortage of comic book superhero movies on the market. Even though Wayne Greenberg is a well-known Hollywood quick shooter, he can only shoot one movie a year at most. Obviously, it cannot satisfy the eager fans and the growing market demand. However, the film companies that hold the copyrights of superheroes dare not make them easily. The example of Universal Pictures is a good example. Without Wayne Greenberg's personal participation, no one can figure out where the success point is. Even the imitation that Hollywood film companies are best at is not easy to use on DC superheroes. It just so happens that the young dark style director is one of the most difficult to imitate in the entire Hollywood. What makes the film companies more worried is actually the production cost. Picking any superhero at random cannot be produced at the level of tens of millions of US dollars. Superheroes mean big special effects, big scenes, and big investments. When the success rate cannot be guaranteed, everyone is waiting silently. 20th Century Fox is the focus of all companies' wait and see. As we all know, Marvel's superhero system is very different from DC, and the style of X-Men, and whether it can be accepted by the market have become the focus of many companies. Director Bryan Singer is not from Wayne's team, and the film he shoots will definitely not be like Zack Snyder's dark style passed down from Wayne. Only when such a film is released to the market can it, to a certain extent, illustrate the true performance of comic-based superhero movies outside the DC system. But Morgan Freeman, whose career had just started to improve, and who had been invited by major film companies, frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "But even if we release it in early May, it will take at most 2 weeks before we have to face The Flash and Sony Columbia's ambitious Godzilla. 2 weeks is enough." Hearing the concerns of the black movie star, directors Mimi Ledger and Shirley Lansing both laughed. The CEO of Paramount tapped his hand on the desk rhythmically and explained with a smile, "This is more than 2 weeks without any other major projects. If Collision Impact performs well, there is no need to worry about the box office in the future. If there is no fierce competition, the box office performance will be average. The two men understood the subtext. This is the way it is. If there is no strong competition, the box office performance will be very average, and it will fail, no matter which time it is released. If there is no competition, the theater foundation has been laid in the early stage, and the word of mouth effect is relied on later. It may not be possible to get a share of the pie under the siege of The Flash and Godzilla. However, in Morgan Freeman's heart, there was always a voice that kept warning him frantically. Wayne Greenberg's advantage was never so easy to take. Shirley Lansing's eyes were very poisonous. She saw the concerns in the eyes of the black movie star at a glance. She understood that Morgan Freeman, who had returned to the public in the past 2 years, was still the gentleman that fans liked, and had a considerable box office appeal for the film. The most notable feature of North American audiences is that they have a very high tolerance for Hollywood stars, or they are very sober. Similar things have been happening all the time. Even if the stars standing in front of the stage violated the moral bottom line, they would disappear from the public's eyes for 2 years at most. When they return to the public eye again, they may be able to repent or turn back. The general attitude of the public is forgiveness. It is not uncommon for them to take advantage of their previous mistakes, to move up in their careers. Don't think I'm gambling. The hand knocking on the desk suddenly stopped. Shirley Lansing picked up the coffee cup and stood up. The sound of her high heels tapping could be heard. Under the gaze of the two men, she slowly walked to the large window and said with her back to the two men, "The internal preview of The Flash at Warner Brothers caused much more controversy than the outside world thinks." The two men behind her knew that when they reached the position of CEO of the Big Six, it would be almost impossible for people in the circle to keep secrets from them as long as they wanted to know. The two looked at each other, and Mimi Ryder looked at the woman's back and asked tentatively, did the executives think that the market prospects of the film were not ideal during the internal preview? There was a lot of debate. Shirley Lansing nodded and continued, if Wayne Greenberg will fail, then this Flash must be the one with the highest probability of his Waterloo. From what I have learned, the style change of the film is very bold, and even some shareholders think that it has completely deviated from the Greenberg style of movies. This is why Shirley Lansing is willing to take a gamble. It is not uncommon in Hollywood for famous directors to want to pursue more and rashly change their directing styles. Of course, the success rate is also pitifully low. Normally, such a thing will only happen once. After failure, those directors will wake up and then turn around to pick up the weapons they threw away with their own hands. Chapter 649 Paul is devoted to Sony. There are few Hollywood sequels, and it is rare for word of mouth to surpass the previous film after release. There are many reasons why this is a common situation, but it is difficult for sequels to meet the expectations of fans, which is a problem that many film companies are troubled by. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment will be when the film is released on a large scale and fans find that it does not meet their expectations. In the short term, it will affect the box office trend of the film, and the long-term impact will be even greater if the film does not meet the expectations of the film company. Even a film with a bad reputation will have an immeasurable impact on subsequent works. What Shirley Lansing is most looking forward to is this happening in Warner Brothers. DC series, specifically in The Flash, a Greenberg-style superhero that fans all over the world are looking forward to. If it is found after the release that this film does not meet the expectations of most people, that scene must be very exciting, isn't it? Ms. Lansing, I'm very grateful to Paramount for giving me the opportunity to perform, but I must remind you that he is Wayne Greenberg. Although I personally don't like him very much, I have to admit that in terms of market control and the taste of moviegoers, he has never deviated from the public's appetite, even in those early violent films with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Before director Mimi Ryder and Morgan Freeman left, the black movie star looked at the woman's back, hesitated for a long time, and finally said this before leaving with his head down. Now his career has steadily recovered, and he has very high expectations for this Armageddon. You know, once a science fiction film wins the favor of the audience in the early stage of its release, the box office often grows explosively, and the possibility of becoming a phenomenal film is the greatest, even greater than horror films that are known for their small-scale wins. After all, the investment in science fiction films is naturally much higher. Morgan Freeman's words, whether it is director and producer Mimi Ryder, or Shirley Lansing, who has been holding a coffee and looking out the window, actually didn't take it too seriously. People like them have a characteristic, that is, conceited. Compared to vague speculation, they believe more in the news they hear from their own ears, and believe more in the judgments they make after careful thinking. Especially the person who is speaking, who doesn't know that, if Morgan Freeman hadn't been a big mouth, and had let his temper madly discredit Wayne, touching the bottom line of Warner Brothers, a series of unfortunate things that followed would not have come together for no reason. No one will underestimate a media giant that wants to establish its prestige, especially when this media giant ranks among the top 3 in the world. That is to say, after that incident, no individual star in the entire Hollywood dared to use despicable means against Wayne again. So, both of them had the same idea in their hearts, that is, Morgan Freeman was scared once. Indeed, being scared is the normal situation. Any normal person who has gone through such an experience quickly turned from a famous American star into a gun-pointed criminal, and then a group of big lawyers kept looking for trouble like mad dogs, would feel what the malice of capital is. Shirley Lansing was the only one left in Paramount's office. She seemed to be looking at the busy traffic downstairs and the tourists attracted by Hollywood, but in fact her mind never stopped working, constantly calculating the gains and losses, trying to find the most favorable conditions for Paramount. This year is different from previous years. The only major project of Paramount Pictures this year is Armageddon, which means that the success rate must be guaranteed. Let's not talk about the company's other small projects, which are not her considerations. The production cost of Armageddon is announced to be as high as $75 million US. But in fact, the amount to be spent is far more than that. If the messy expenses such as publicity, marketing, and distribution are included, this number will be doubled, which is the real investment cost of Paramount. So Shirley Lansing can't help but think about it. Yes, his name is Wayne Greenberg. No one can underestimate Wayne Greenberg. No matter what, we must ensure the success of Collision breaks the earth. In the empty office, the CEO of Paramount murmured intermittently. Not long after, a middle-aged woman in a women's suit turned around and walked back to her desk. She put down the cold coffee in her hand and picked up the phone on the desk with sharp eyes. Yes, I need to think about it. Okay, I will discuss it with the author as soon as possible, but okay, no buts, I will call you back by tomorrow night at the latest. That's it, bae. Paul slowly put down the phone in the office of the distribution director of Sony Columbia Pictures headquarters at 10202 West Washington Avenue in Los Angeles. He crossed his hands on the desk in front of him, took a long breath, and then slowly leaned back in his office chair, frowning and thinking about the call that had just come. Risks and benefits coexist. This is the conclusion drawn after careful consideration. This is Hollywood. Kindness and innocence have never grown here. Thinking of this, his eyes unconsciously became firm. He raised his hand and picked up the phone on the table again. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he whispered, "This is Paul. Is Mr. Oka busy?" "Yes, the matter is very important and urgent." "Okay, I'll come right over." After hanging up the phone, he stood up and straightened his suit without any hesitation and went straight to the CEO's office. Along the way, he was constantly thinking about the feasibility of the woman's plan, how to persuade the CEO of the Japanese family and Sony Columbia, what benefits he could get from it. Ding, ding, ding. Standing in front of the office of the CEO of Sony Columbia, Paul politely nodded to the secretary, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. With a very awkward accent, he pushed the door open and walked in. Recently, the CEO of the Japanese family has been keeping an eye on the progress of Godzilla. For local executives in North America, this film may be just one of the company's ordinary large investment projects, and it has no other meaning. But it is different for Okasan, because this monster comes from Japan. Without any polite greetings, Paul, the distribution director, completely relayed the content of the call, and the rest was a long silence. The CEO of the Japanese film industry was also carefully considering the feasibility. Yes, the benefits of doing so were visible to the naked eye, especially for Godzilla, which he cared about very much. It was definitely a major benefit, but he had more concerns. It has been nearly 10 years since Sony acquired Columbia Pictures from Coca-Cola in 1989. In the eyes of most Hollywood film companies, after so much time, this company still enjoys the treatment of an outsider in all aspects. This has to be said to be a kind of sadness. Especially for so many years, Columbia Pictures has been in a state of chaos, as if it will never get through the pain of being acquired. It was not until the past 2 years that Sony Columbia's life was a little better. The continuous success of small and medium cost projects also gave Ogayu the opportunity to slowly reorganize the company. But he never forgot that the reason why Sony Columbia could make a fortune quietly with small and medium cost projects was because the other giants targeted Warner Brothers together in the past 2 years. Of course, the result was obvious. Wayne played a crazy trick in the summer season, causing several film companies that targeted him to suffer heavy losses. It was precisely because of these things that Sony Columbia did not participate, because they were too busy to take care of themselves. So they were similar to 20th Century Fox. While Warner Brothers was beating up those companies, they quietly released their own projects. What's more rare is that a large number of medium and low cost projects have good returns. Oga Zion was tired of being tacitly targeted by the other companies and treating Sony Columbia as an outsider. This is what he is most worried about now. If he acts according to the distribution director's wishes, will Sony Columbia be confronted by Warner Brothers? The reason why the first few works of the DC series were so successful. Paul saw that the CEO of Benzai was in a dilemma and secretly curled his lips in his heart. He felt that the other party was from a small place after all, and he would be caught in a dilemma when encountering problems. He looked down on the other party's appearance of wanting candy, but being afraid of being beaten. He thought for a moment and whispered, "I have carefully analyzed that the most important reason for his continuous success is undoubtedly Wayne Greenberg's strong personal style that cannot be imitated. This is also the biggest difference between him and other niche black film directors. The characters and stories that the audience has been familiar with since childhood, coupled with his dark stylized treatment and master-level storytelling ability, make the DC Comics superhero so unique." Dahexing, who was sitting opposite the office, nodded silently, obviously agreeing with his opinion. He continued, "Whether it is the ultimate special effects scenes, the spatial layout that is as shocking as an epic opera, or the story design that is so clever that it cannot be faulted, and the discussion of various social issues in the film, Batman: The Dark Knight can be said to have reached the pinnacle on the big screen. But we all know that there were many debates during the internal preview of The Flash. The biggest debate was the change of style. My personal analysis is that Wayne Greenberg himself knew that he could not surpass Batman: The Dark Knight in the same style, so he had to take the risk of bold transformation to see if he could find another way." As Paul narrated, Oga's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but say, "The risk of a big director's rash transformation is huge, and there are only a few who succeed. If the film causes dissatisfaction among the audience after its release, a good opportunity will come." "That's right." Paul nodded and closed his mouth tightly. "Since we chose to release it on the same weekend, we can take advantage of the huge popularity of The Flash and the publicity and promotion, so there is nothing to hesitate about." The CEO of Benzai gritted his teeth, looked up at the man across the desk, and said in a deep voice, "You are responsible for contacting that woman, and this matter is left to you." "Thank you, Paul-san." "Okay, no problem." No one knows what Paul thinks in his heart. At least on the surface, he seems to be working hard for Sony Columbia and for Godzilla initiated by the CEO of Benzai. Chapter 650. Someone wants to create a black Catwoman. In early May, the weather in Los Angeles has begun to become like a furnace. With the coming of another summer season, the heat of the Oscars has gradually faded, and the media and the public have begun to discuss the expectations of major projects in the summer season. The highly anticipated The Flash at the beginning of the summer season, Godzilla released on the same weekend, Saving Private Ryan, which immediately caused countless topics after the first trailer was released by Warner Brothers, and X-Men produced by Wayne, which was heavily invited by 20th Century Fox, etc. However, for the audience who are looking forward to the feast of watching movies, these films are still far away, at least they cannot be seen in the near future. Recently, what has attracted more discussion and media attention is the big-budget science fiction film Collision Impact, produced and distributed by Paramount Pictures. This science fiction film will begin to land on a large scale in North American mainstream commercial theaters on the 5th and 9th. The trailers on TV, the billboards everywhere on the streets, and the movie posters that appeared in cinemas and video stores overnight are constantly reminding everyone that the extremely hot summer season will be opened by this science fiction masterpiece. Paramount Pictures, maybe they will get what they want this time. A large conference room in the Fox building in Beverly Century City has been transformed into a small movie theater. David Denby, a special film critic from The New Yorker, was watching the movie that was about to end while whispering to Kenneth Turan beside him. Although the topic they talked about had nothing to do with the X-Men on the big screen, their eyes kept looking at the front row of the conference room. There were not only several senior executives from Fox, but also several main creators of the X-Men crew, as well as the producer and screenwriter of the movie, Wayne Greenberg. It's hard to say. Seeing that the movie has come to an end, Kenneth Turan let out a long breath, closed the notebook on his lap, turned to look at David Denby beside him, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear clearly, "David, since the day I met Wayne, he has been beyond everyone's expectations. Who knows if Paramount Pictures will fall into a big fall this time." The film critic from The New Yorker shook his head slightly, knowing that the other party was a fan of Wayne, so he did not continue the topic. There is no point in arguing about these things now. Everything will naturally be clear after a period of time. Things are very clear in the eyes of those in the circle. First, it is a movie that wants to imitate Jurassic Park 2 and take advantage of the beginning of the summer season. In fact, the outside world was not optimistic about Sony Columbia's plan at first. Godzilla is not Jurassic Park with a global hit predecessor, and Roland Emmerich is not Steven Spielberg. But it must be said that Sony Columbia announced the release date early, which took a big advantage in publicity. There is no doubt that The Flash is popular, so Sony Columbia can feel at ease. After all, what they did is something that no one has dared to do in recent years. Even Universal Pictures in the previous year, when arranging the release plan of Jurassic Park 2, slightly avoided the edge of Batman, The Dark Knight, and chose to release it the next weekend. But with the so-called rumors flying around in the circle, the film The Flash is constantly controversial, and Sony Columbia's behavior began to be generally favored by people in the circle. Many people even think that the CEO who came from the script made a decisive bet and definitely had a good chance of winning. If this situation makes many people in the circle wait and see the show, looking forward to Wayne's first real Waterloo, then the next behavior of Paramount Pictures undoubtedly verifies the speculation of most people, and the film The Flash should really have some problems. Armageddon is scheduled to be released on May 9th, a schedule that big companies are avoiding, and it is also a schedule that small and medium-sized productions will choose, because in just 2 weeks, they will have to face the summer movie The Dark King. Any company that invests tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars hopes to make a lot of money during this period. With only 2 weeks of screening time, even if the box office explodes in the early stage, once it faces the summer movie The Dark King, it means that it has reached the end. But Paramount Pictures did this. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Wayne, sitting in the middle of the first row at this time, Townsend Rothman did not even watch X-Men. He turned his head and whispered about this topic. "Kid, as a person who has been through it, I have to remind you." "What?" Wayne's face did not change at all, and his voice was still full of strong confidence. "I remind you, from my experience, Paramount and Sony Columbia have at least some kind of tacit understanding, at least," the CEO of 20th Century Fox said directly without any hesitation. "So, what you have to face, or what Warner Brothers has to face, is likely to be a tacit union of the two giants. Similar things are common among the big six. Townsend Rothman has seen it countless times over the years. This is how it is. If you are strong today, I will join others to fight you. If I find that this is not in my interest tomorrow, I can also turn around and join forces with you to fight my partner yesterday. Undoubtedly, The Flash released by Warner Bros. Is the object of the obvious cooperation between Paramount and Sony Columbia, and it is also the strongest party among the three. Then let's do it together. Shrugging his shoulders, Wayne's mouth corners slowly turned up, and there was a strong sense of sarcasm hidden in his sunny smile. Townsend, I'm never afraid of competition, and I've never retreated from competition, let alone failed. As soon as he finished speaking, subtitles began to appear on the big screen, and the scattered applause at the scene gradually became warmer. The two did not continue to talk, and followed the applause, and clapped their hands together. The staff of 20th Century Fox quickly opened the curtains, and the bursting sunlight outside the window shone into the conference room, dispelling the darkness that lasted for more than 100 minutes. The media representatives, theater company film experts, and various well-known film critics invited by 20th Century Fox, after saying good words of blessing, left the conference room in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. They will turn to another battlefield, the hotel reserved by 20th Century Fox, where a high-end cocktail party is waiting for these people. Townsend, in mid-August, the National Artists Chain Cinema will vacate enough theaters and screens for X-Men. A supervisor from the National Artists Chain Cinema Company whispered a few words with the film expert, exchanged opinions, and was the first to express his position. While shaking hands with Townsend Rothman, he made a promise. I never thought this movie would be so good. He turned his head and looked at Wayne on the side, politely extending his hand again, and continued, you are worthy of being the producer and screenwriter yourself, Wayne. You have used this movie to tell the whole Hollywood that, even if the comic adapted superheroes are not from DC, they can still be filmed to be attractive. Thank you, Tommy. Wayne nodded, without any politeness, and accepted the other party's praise completely. Tommy Coburn, the film selection director from the National Artists Cinema Company, did not follow the staff after a few words of greeting like the others. He stood there without moving, paused for a moment, looked at the young and tough face in front of him, and continued, Wayne, the National Artists Cinema Company has always given your project the top screening treatment, whether it is the number of theaters, the number of screens, or the number of times the film is scheduled in the theater. It was like this before, and it will not change in the future. Thank you very much, Tommy. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to express, Wayne still thanked him again. He knew better than anyone that what the other party said was not the point. His project has always been the top treatment in the theater alliance headed by the three major theater companies. It's not that they like him or his works, but just because those movies can make money for them. Being able to make money and continue to make money is the reason why he gets the top treatment, so he is very sober and has never been swayed by his inflated emotions because of a few good words from the other party. As long as his work can continue to make money, he is not afraid of losing this treatment at all. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait so long before Tommy Coburn stated his purpose. Wayne, I'm just very curious, and I don't represent the National Artists Cinema Alliance. Are you really not going to hold a media preview for You're the Flash? You know, a media preview like today is very helpful for the promotion of the film. No. Shaking his head with a smile, Wayne said, until May 19th, The Flash will not hold any form of preview. This is a decision made by Warner Bros. and me. It is already the beginning of May, and so far, The Flash has not held a public preview, and there are no related plans. This is the main reason why the media in the industry, big and small, are gradually beginning to be pessimistic about the film. All the news about The Flash came out after the internal preview of Warner Bros., but these few pieces of news are not good for the film, which is intriguing. The reason why Warner Bros. Did this is obviously to cover up something, which is the view of most people. Otherwise, after holding several media previews, how much benefit will it bring to the promotion of the film? Warner Bros. Cannot be unaware. There is only one reason. Warner Bros. Does not want the content of the film to be exposed too early, so as not to affect the subsequent release. This is the only reason that can explain it. But everything is based on speculation. It's no wonder that people think so. As long as the quality of the film is up to standard, capital like Warner Brothers will never miss the opportunity to promote it. You should know that on the eve of the film's release, large and small media, film critics columns and other positions are important positions for publicity and promotion, and no film company is willing to give up. Don't tell me you are doing this on purpose. After everyone in the conference room left one after another, Townsend Rothman glanced at All Barry, who was holding Wayne's arm tightly, and shook her head slightly. Not caring too much about this African American beauty, he asked directly, "There's no reason, Wayne. Compared with the mystery it has caused, it's totally not worth it." "Well, you might as well pay more attention to X-Men." Without nodding or shaking his head, Wayne just smiled and raised his hand and gently patted the other's arm. Seeing his performance, Townsend Rothman didn't know how to continue asking, so he simply turned the topic back to the preview of X-Men today. Fox has already done the PR for those film critics. As soon as August comes, and the intensive publicity plan begins, they will follow closely. You have to arrange your time in advance, Wayne, for the whole month of August. Okay, I have arranged the work plan in advance. In fact, this is the theme of X-Men, because almost all the publicity focus of this film in the early stages on Wayne, and the publicity will also revolve around him. X-Men will be released in the United States in mid-August, and the publicity must be carried out one step in advance. At that time, he will basically participate in all activities, and then lead the entire crew to roadshow in the United States for the film. If the box office performance of the film is ideal, there will be an overseas roadshow next. This determines that he is destined to be busy from beginning to end this summer. If he wants to be free, he must wait until around September at least, but by then, Wayne will basically start the production of the next project. Are you going to show up at the cocktail party? Seeing that everyone has gone to the hotel, Townsend Rothman nodded to the secretary, turned his head, and looked at Wayne and asked, "Forget it, I don't want to be besieged by those film critics and media representatives." Wayne shook his head and shrugged. "You go ahead and do your work. If you have any questions, you can call me directly." After saying that, he adjusted the buttons of his suit jacket and walked out of the conference room with the Black Pearl beside him. Looking at his back, Townsend Rothman also shrugged his shoulders, not forcing too much. He knew the other party's personality. If it was not necessary, a hot woman around him would definitely be more attractive than facing those annoying media. Especially at this point in time, 20th Century Fox would be even less likely to offend the other party for a trivial matter. After Batman, The Dark Knight was completely withdrawn, many companies suspected that the DC series had a market of tens of billions of dollars in the world after rigorous analysis. This was definitely good news for 20th Century Fox, second only to Warner Brothers. Now the entire company is looking forward to X-Men to meet expectations. They don't expect to reach the level of the DC series, but the profitability of superhero representatives, even if it can't reach the level of the DC series, will never be lower than the income created by successful animated feature films. In fact, in Townsend Rothman's eyes, Paramount and Sony Columbia's cooperation this time, he prefers to see Wayne fail. Regardless of whether the abnormal lack of previews for The Flash this time is due to Warner Brothers and Wayne's deliberate mystery, or something else, he knows that, once the Flash project fails, it will definitely affect all aspects, not only affecting the subsequent plans of the DC series, but also very likely affecting the inseparable relationship between Wayne and Warner Brothers. Continuous success can cover up all problems. This is an iron law since ancient times. Once failures begin to appear, can the senior management and shareholders of Warner Brothers still tolerate the DC series with a market size of tens of billions being controlled by this young man? Townsend Rothman knows the virtues of capital too well. At that time, someone will definitely jump out impatiently and find a way to kick Wayne out. You know, when DC is on the right track, there must be more people who don't want to have such a person who takes a lot of profits from every movie. By then, even if most people in Warner Brothers still believed in Wayne, once the rift appeared, it would be difficult to make up for it, and this situation was what he had been looking forward to. To put it bluntly, 20th Century Fox was willing to be divided into a large number of profits, but as long as there was no rift between Warner Brothers and Wayne, they would not have the opportunity to give away these profits. No one wanted to see a giant appear in Hollywood. From the perspective of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rothman certainly did not want to. Do you want to go to my place? The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of Century City smoothly. Halle Berry, who was sitting in the car, turned her eyes and secretly glanced at the silent assistant lady. She turned her head and said to the man beside her, "I bought a new house. The scenery there is very good." Huh, where is it? Hearing the woman's suggestion, Wayne carefully looked at Black Pearl's hot body, licked his lips, and asked with interest, "Palisade." Bang, bang. The man's reaction was very real. He raised his hand and knocked twice on the fender separating him from the driver's seat. After seeing the Russian bear's huge back of the head, he whispered an order. "Sergey, go to Palisade." The car that was driving towards the manor turned a corner at the next intersection, turned around and began to move away from Beverly Hills and headed straight for Palisade, the traditional wealthy area in Los Angeles. After all these years of accumulation, Halle Berry has fulfilled a wish in her heart, that is, to own a luxury house in the wealthy area of Los Angeles. Palisade is located in the traditional wealthy area in the west of Los Angeles. It is a unique feng shui treasure land, backed by the Santa Monica Valley, and facing the Pacific Ocean. Various high-end residences are hidden in the mountains. The 3-story villa that Halle Berry bought is not a top luxury house in this area, but the location is quite good. As she said, the scenery is very pleasant. "I sold the house in Beverly and spent all my savings to pay the down payment for this house." On the 3rd floor balcony of the villa halfway up the mountain, Wayne, wearing a bathrobe, took the red wine handed by the woman, leaned on the chair, and looked at the Pacific Ocean in the distance. Hearing the woman's words, he looked away in surprise and said half seriously and half jokingly, "You don't have to do this. If you want, you can go and talk to Nina, and she will help you pay off the remaining loan." The man has no shortage of money, especially at this point in time. Basically every woman around him knows that the news that Warner Brothers paid him a sky-high cash price is still being hyped in entertainment newspapers. They know even more that, as long as the request is not too excessive, this man has always been very generous to women. Halle Berry took a deep look at the man in front of her, still biting her lip and shaking her head. "Honey, this house is worth $16.5 million US. As long as my future career goes well, I can afford it myself." Nodding silently, Wayne did not mention this matter again. No one knew whether his proposal just now was sincere, but it was obvious that this trick was very useful for women. He lowered his head and glanced at the woman squatting on the ground and trying to please him. The corners of his mouth slowly began to curl up. He simply held the balcony fence with one hand, held the red wine in the other hand, squinted his eyes, and began to appreciate the scenery below the mountain. "You have a good eye." "Well, of course." There was a vague muttering from below. Just as Wayne said, praising this woman for her good taste in choosing a house was sincere. Halle Berry's villa is located at the high point of the winding coastline, surrounded by green trees. Although this place is only halfway up the mountain, it is at the end of the road, which guarantees absolute privacy to a certain extent. If the garden, swimming pool, and lawn behind the villa are included, the entire house covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters. After a rough observation just now, he found that this house has at least 6 or 7 bedrooms and more than 8 bathrooms. What is rare is that there is also a large wine cellar in the basement and a home theater that can accommodate about 10 people. Los Angeles has always been a top metropolis, and the price of such houses has naturally not been low. Like where they are now, even if the price is far higher than the market average, there is never a worry about not having a buyer to take over. In Wayne's view, this is definitely a high quality investment option. The phone is ringing. This is the 3rd time it's ringing. The woman was obviously a little anxious and stumbled when she got up. "Dear, there must be something urgent, otherwise she wouldn't call 3 times in a row." "Go, answer the phone." Wayne held the wine glass and saw that the woman was so anxious that her throat was obviously swallowing, so he leaned back on the chair behind him and waved. But the news he got next made him, who was just in a very happy mood, covered with a layer of dust. "You mean, it was Jimmy who called?" "Yes." Halle Berry carefully observed the man's expression and nodded like a frightened rabbit. You mean, Jimmy, as your agent, was invited by a senior executive of Warner Brothers' film production department to invite you to play Catwoman in the DC series? That's it. Seeing the man's brows begin to frown, Black Pearl was obviously a little panicked. Of course, she knew what this meant, and immediately stammered to explain. You have to believe me, dear. I don't know why I was invited. I don't know why all this happened. Listen to me, honey. As everyone knows, the DC movie universe was completely planned, implemented, and controlled by this man. But now, someone wants to shoot Catwoman in the series without his knowledge, and the person invited is a female star who has always had a scandal with him. This is intriguing. Now, any character in the DC series is attractive to not only Halle Berry, but also to all Hollywood actors. However, she knows the meaning behind this matter too well. It may be the result of infighting among Warner Brothers executives, and someone wants to shake Wayne's influence in the series. Therefore, when she received the call, she was only afraid, and was not surprised at all to be invited to play the leading role. Boss, can I come in? At this moment, Nina's voice suddenly sounded outside the bedroom door on the 3rd floor. Jimmy called you several times in a row. It must be something important. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.